All right, guys, welcome back to Downtown Rams. As always, I'm Alexis Kraft, joined here with my co host, Jake Ellenbogen. And guys, we have a very special live episode for everybody tonight. Jake and I are going to be previewing our matchup against the Minnesota Vikings this weekend in a live episode. And we are going to be raising money throughout this episode for Los Angeles wildfire relief. All the proceeds that we earn from this episode are going to go towards several different charities in the Los Angeles area, assisting victims of the tragic wildfires that have been happening this past week. And we have a GoFundMe link linked in the description of this YouTube video right now that you can donate to throughout the night. We're going to be streaming for 4 hours. We are going to have a lot of fun. We're going to be answering questions from you all, and it should be a very good time. And to top it off, Fantasy Cares, which is a fantastic organization that combines fantasy football and charity, is going to be matching everything that we earn tonight up to 5K, which is awesome and really, really cool of them to do. So we're really excited. We really appreciate everybody tuning in tonight for this live episode. And Jake, you and I have just been discussing kind of throughout the week how we can help. A lot of our listener base is deeply affected by these wildfires going on, and our hearts have just been breaking, seeing the damage that everybody has had to go through and the damage to the city of Los Angeles, a city that Jake and I care deeply about. And like we said, the majority of our listeners live in Los Angeles, and we know that there's a lot of listeners who are unable to listen to this episode tonight because they are dealing with the aftermath of these fires. So our hearts go out to them. We're with you. We're thinking of you. We're going to raise as much money as we can to assist everybody in the area, and we hope that the Rams can get the W on Monday night to bring some joy to the city of Los Angeles.
You said that about as well as anybody could have said that, Alexis, because that was a lot. So everybody give a warm applause to Alexis Kraft. Obviously, we can't hear your clapping, but maybe put the clapping emoji or something in the comments. We are on Facebook, YouTube, and we're on Twitter/X. And we're across, I don't know, like 7, 8, 9 different platforms, like just our channel, Downtown Rams, my channel, Lex's channel. So we really wanted to make a difference. And I'll be honest with you, a lot of people have been asking, hey, where are the Rams videos on this channel? Like normally, this is a playoff game. I expected more coverage. I'm not going to lie. I've been so affected by everything that's been going on. It's been really hard for me to focus on anything. So, I had this idea that I was going to do a charity stream, JE Live. And then Alexis actually texted me while this was in my head, like, hey, we should do something for, the California fires. And I was just like, I thought so as well. And we came to this, decision. We just want to help out, and we want to make sure that, we don't want to just focus on one charity. And the reason we came down to the GoFundMe and doing it this way is because there just wasn't enough integration to get done what we wanted to do. YouTube only allows you to do one foundation. I literally just got an alert that they accepted, the LA Fire Department Fund Foundation into their giving program. I had requested that way earlier in the week. They finally just added it. Too late, but also we wanted to focus on 4 local charities that could really impact the community. And I have to say this because I understand some people will be like, why don't we just focus on this and this and this? And yes, those big box charities, they also help, but we really wanted to focus on the local scene. There are people that, follow this channel. There are people that follow our work that are actually helping. People like, Brittany Betts on Twitter and what she's doing, like literally going to, different places, whether that be shelters and picking up products and delivering them, just totally selfless stuff. And, we wanted to do something in that capacity. And we know that we're not in LA and we don't live in LA, but we consider ourselves, kind of part of this community in a sense. And, Alexis is in Illinois and I'm in upstate New York, and we can help. And, my biggest thing is, why bother caring about having a platform if you can't ever do something like this. Because, I say it all the time, as I've grown older, gift receiving isn't the same as gift giving for me. While I appreciate both, I appreciate gift giving way more. And, this is something that we really felt the need to do. I know there's going to be super chats tonight. Also wanted to be, full disclosure here. All super chats that are part of this stream will be donated to, will be spread out to the four. These four are, of course, the LA Fire Department Foundation, the California Fire Foundation, the LA Regional Food Bank, and the Pasadena Humane Society. Now, here's the thing, and this is why we decided to go with, GoFundMe instead of just super chats. Our super chats, while we do receive them, YouTube does take cuts from them. And I've been open about this before. This is just normal because it's not listed as giving. It's listed as just a donation to a creator. YouTube takes a 30% cut. I get 70% of it on this channel. And so I won't receive that until February 24th. Maybe earlier, maybe later, but pretty much in February. And I did not want to have people, one, get their super chats cut like that, and two, I didn't want to have to, unfortunately, if we do really, really well, I wouldn't be able to front all that money and then get it in February. So we felt this was the best option. We really appreciate Scott Fish and Fantasy Cares for matching it, 5,000. And we hope that, you guys will enjoy this 4-hour presentation that we have for you. Hopefully we can raise some money. We are going to, switch this thing over to like our usual show. We'll be bringing this ticker up, over the course of the show. But this is what we're going to look like. And it's going to be, if you guys are new here, then you have no idea what I'm talking about, but welcome. And if you're not new here, then you know exactly what I'm talking about when I say it's going to be of the vibe of essentially the NFL draft streams we do every April. So really looking forward to doing this, and hopefully we can raise some money. Right now the goal is 4.5K. That is a dynamic goal set by GoFundMe. Our original goal was $12,000. So whatever we can do to help, that is where it's going to go. After this fundraiser is over, we will keep it going after this live stream until after the game. After the game, all that money will be, donated across those four foundations. So we appreciate everybody's contributions, whether you are donating to the cause. If you can't afford it, obviously don't donate if you can't afford it. But if you can, we appreciate it. And if you can't, find a way to do, something on your part, whether that means, sharing it to people who can, or, maybe doing something, if you live in that community. But that's all I really have to say about that. You guys can donate. The link is going to be in the description below. If you are on Twitter, you can find the link. We're going to post it under the tweets because this thing was just tweeted out as a video on YouTube. The link should be in the description on all the videos. And of course, the link is going to be posted in the pinned comment section as well for the chat. And in addition to that, Facebook should have the link as well. So if you need any help finding the link, be sure to, reach out and be like, like, hey, I need this. If we see in the comment section, we'll try and help you, guide you towards it. But we really appreciate you guys tonight. We're looking forward to it. We know we got big competition with the game going on, the college football game, but we hope that you'll have fun and stick around. So, that's all I have to say, and let's let it rip.
Yes, and as Jake pointed out, a lot of you are regulars here. There's a lot of new people here that are tuning in for the stream. We appreciate you guys tuning in. So if you see me looking down, that's because right in front of me right here, I have a laptop. And on this laptop, that is where I'm seeing everybody in the chat. So it's not that I am, just losing my mind or disinterested. When I'm looking down like this, it's because I'm looking at what you all are sending in the chat, and that's how we know when we can share comments, which we will put some on the screen as well. So we have the ability to do that. But I just want to let you guys know that I am looking at you when I'm looking down and then looking at my camera when I talk to you. So we appreciate everybody who is here. We're excited to talk about the Rams. We're, excited to talk about, after we kind of preview the Rams game, we'll talk about just the playoffs in general, the NFL outlook, and then we'll just be answering questions throughout the night. Like Jake said, it's very similar to our NFL draft streams. We're really just all here hanging out with each other on this Friday night, trying to raise some money to help a lot of our friends who are in need in the city of Los Angeles. So with that, Jake, should we talk about the Rams, the reason that we are, all brought together here and part of this community? Our Los Angeles Rams are playing in the NFL playoffs, wildcard matchup this Monday night. Now, here is the kicker. Most of you have probably heard by now, but the game has been moved from Los Angeles to Arizona. So, the game was supposed to be at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. The Rams had home field advantage. However, due to the wildfires in the area, they no longer can have the game at SoFi Stadium. It's not safe. It's not safe for the teams. It's not safe for the community. They need those roads open so they can get needed resources into the city. It's probably not a good idea to have a ton of people from out of town coming into the city as well. So they have moved the game to Arizona, in Glendale, where the Arizona Cardinals normally play. So the Rams, in a literal sense, have lost home field advantage. But, they are closer to Los Angeles, obviously, than they are to Minnesota. So, there's that. And we know that there's a lot of Rams fans who have been able to get tickets at State Farm Arena. I believe it's slipping my mind.
Yes, it is.
Yes, State Farm Arena.
We won't go into all that.
Yeah, we're not going to get into that, but
yes.
That's the name of it. In Glendale, and thankfully, a lot of Rams fans have been able to secure tickets there. So that's where they will be playing on Monday night. Jake, we've played the Minnesota Vikings this season. We've played them at SoFi once this season in prime time, Thursday Night Football, and it was a game that the Rams won. And, we've talked about it often. That was a big Thursday Night Football game. It was kind of a crazy week. Like, there was those rumors that Cooper Kupp was going to be traded. And if the Rams didn't win, they were going to blow it all up. And this Thursday Night Football was the season, and everything was riding on this. And then the Rams come out and won that game. Jake, going into this playoff matchup against Minnesota on Monday night, what do you think should be top of the Rams' minds?
Man, I know there's going to be a lot on their minds. I think it was Tyler Higbee that referred to, taking the pets and the family and the team as like Noah's Ark type vibes. But, there's going to be a lot, but they make no mistake about it. I mean, their mind is on this game. And I do think they're going to come out with a fire knowing that they represent LA. I think really focusing on this game and looking at how you go about attacking Minnesota. Well, first off, you look at what Sam Darnold did in Week 18, and while he's had a great season, he still has his tendencies, and the Rams know that. And so they went up against him in those first two scripted drives in that Week 8 game on, that primetime game. Those two scripted drives, I'll tell you right now, Darnold looked like the MVP. And they looked like the scariest offense in the league. But if you remember, the Rams made adjustments and almost instantaneously took over the game in a huge way. That was the first time Cooper Kupp was back, since week 2. Puka Nacua was back since week 1. And you started to see kind of this renewed energy on the offensive side. So will that be the case in this one? We know that, looking at Brian Flores, their defensive coordinator, he likes to send the blitz. Matthew Stafford has been great against the blitz. So I think that's going to be a big thing here. But I think the Rams really in this one are going to want to attack Sam Darnold with that young pass rush that has absolutely dominated teams this year. And I think if they can use more man coverage and get these guys playing, man on, Jordan Addison, man on, Justin Jefferson and Jalen Naylor and, TJ Hawkinson, that could force enough time, for Sam Darnold to sit there with the ball in his hands and to get the pass rush after him. So I think that's really key and critical in this one. Also, let's not be ignorant to the fact that the last 3 games before the Week 18 game, the Rams offense just hasn't scored points. It's not, anything that anybody's really not talking about, right? You go back to the Bills game where they scored 37, 44 in total, but 37 offensively against the Buffalo Bills. And that team hasn't showed up since. The defense, however, has become the bright spot of this team. So I think really, first thing is they're going to want to attack Sam Darnold. They're going to want to use some man coverage, get those guys manned up, and make it harder on him to make these decisions. And number two, they are definitely, when they do that, on the offensive side, they are going to want to hit the Vikings where it hurts. No one plays more too high safety coverage than the Minnesota Vikings in the entire NFL, and no one leaves the middle of the field open more than the Minnesota Vikings. So I do expect Tyler Higbee to be a huge X factor in this game. They got him going in Week 18. You saw him come back, catch a touchdown against the New York Jets. I was at the game. That was a very exciting moment, I can tell you that much. But then he comes back, he scores a touchdown, looks really good, and didn't really look like he, lost any bit of a step against Seattle. So the good thing is that this guy has been able to play 3 games after not playing the whole season and suffering a torn, ACL and MCL, complete tear and everything, in January. So, I think, where that comes from is that when you get this guy going, he could be a threat in the red zone. And when he's a threat in the red zone, well, so is Puka Nacua, so is Cooper Kupp, so is Kyron Williams. And now all of a sudden it's a pick your poison opportunity here. And the Vikings are not in the best, best opposition there because, when you have different ways to beat a team, it makes you ready for anything. And so with this struggling offense, the way it's been, I do think, the last time Matthew Stafford, say he took, a week off, it was Week 18, they go into Detroit, and he went God mode. And you know what? I think Matthew Stafford is going to go absolutely crazy in this game, but I don't think he necessarily has to. So those are my things, Alexis. Obviously, you got to get the offense going, attack essentially where, the Vikings aren't. But you also have to attack Sam Darnold, use that pass rush, and be able to shut down their wide receivers. An easier task said than done.
Well, let's start there, Jake. Let's start by talking about Minnesota's offense versus this Rams defense because you're right. I mean, the Rams defense has been kind of the lifeblood of this Rams team, especially, in recent weeks, which if you would have told anybody that at the beginning of the season, I don't think anybody would have believed it. It was a very different story, I think, at the beginning of the Rams season. Injuries obviously changed a lot of things, but, as you and I talked about for many weeks, this young Rams defense we thought was going to be good, but we thought it was going to take them time to kind of build chemistry and gel together, and it did. They didn't start off playing like they're playing now, right? And I think, the first half of the season, people were calling for Shula's job, and they were saying that the Rams defense was awful and they couldn't figure it out. But as we start to see from this defense, it's like they've gotten better and better each week as they've gone on, and they've really come a long way from where they were at the beginning of the season, and that's started up front, right? It started with guys like Jared Verse and Braden Fisk and Byron Young and Kobe Turner and Bobby Brown. This really awesome front for the Rams has kept them in a lot of games. So, you're going against a Minnesota offense led by Sam Darnold, who, wasn't supposed to be the Vikings starting quarterback going into the season. As we all know, the Vikings parted with Kirk Cousins. They draft JJ McCarthy. JJ McCarthy ends up getting injured in preseason, and you've got Sam Darnold now as a starting quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings. So I think everybody was kind of out on the Vikings before things got started, and then what do you know? Sam Darnold paired with Kevin O'Connell, he starts to absolutely go off. He's got one of the, if not the best receiver in the game, Justin Jefferson, on that offense. They got Aaron Jones at running back, who they got from their division rival Green Bay Packers. That's still so bizarre to me to think that Aaron Jones is now a Minnesota Viking and not a Green Bay Packer. Jordan Addison, a very good receiver who a lot of our friends in Los Angeles are familiar with out of USC. Jordan Addison's been a very good receiver for them. TJ Hawkinson, when he's healthy, very good tight end. So they've got a pretty good offense, in terms of stars there. So I think that it's going to be, a big priority, I think, for the Rams secondary to lock in on Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. Those are two very good receivers, especially Justin Jefferson. And this Rams secondary, they've been better in recent weeks, but throughout the season, they've been pretty hit or miss. And it's a big task, right, to guard Justin Jefferson. So, they were able to. I don't know if contain is the right word. I mean, when they played them on Thursday Night Football, we did win, but Justin Jefferson still went over 100 yards. He had 8 receptions for 115 yards. Jordan Addison was kept pretty quiet, which, is good. But Jake, who do you think they're going to put on Justin Jefferson in this game? Because, you've got your guy, Kello Witherspoon. He seems like the obvious choice. But who knows? I mean, Kobe Durant's back. What do you think is going to happen with these two receivers? Jake, you're muted. Well, can you guys hear me? If you guys can hear me, we still can't. People in the chat are asking if they're going deaf. Can you guys hear me? I don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna keep talking.
Hello?
So it sounds like there
Is
we
it good
go.
now?
Yep, they can hear you now, Jake. Nope, now they can't hear. Now Jake's sound is gone again, but they can hear me. So let me just say, everyone comment who you can hear. Guys, this wouldn't be a Downtown Rams draft stream or live stream if there wasn't like some freak thing going on. But it sounds like you guys can't hear Jake, so we're just gonna
How about now?
yep,
You can hear me now?
yep, I can hear you now.
Good Lord. It would not be a Downtown Rams live stream without this type of stuff. I
I just
swear
gave that spiel.
to God. I figured
Yeah.
you would. I couldn't hear
Yeah.
you for a second. That's just it really do be like that sometimes. It really do.
Yeah.
I do want to say what I was saying is that, they don't have corners really shadow wide receivers. They haven't done that since Jalen Ramsey. Kello went up against Devontae Adams in the Jets game, and he went up against Garrett Wilson. What I want to say is this. I brought it up on the screen. We passed $2,200 in donations. So I wanted to give a shout out to everybody that has already donated. We're
Awesome,
actually
guys.
that's actually delayed. We are now at 2,360. So really appreciate you guys. We're almost at 50 donations. I mean, that's pretty awesome. So we really appreciate that.
We've got 650 people watching right now across all platforms.
That's pretty crazy when you
So
think about it.
that's really, really cool. So thank you to all 650 of you who are tuned in. Thank you to everybody who's donated. It means a lot. And like we said, 100% of everything is going to go to those in need in Los Angeles who are in need of assistance. So it means a lot.
Absolutely. And we won't keep it up because you have to manually refresh it, which I think is kind of lame. But we'll keep bringing it up, as time goes on. But yeah, Alexis, I do think that they're kind of just going to mix and match. We'll see Darius Williams probably at some point on Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison and maybe some Kobe Durant. Kobe Durant was back, but it was also week 18. We haven't really seen him when they were playing their starters, full on. So what does that mean moving forward? I mean, Sean McVay has said before he feels they have 3 starting corners. That is evident. They definitely do. I thought Kobe played a great game against Seattle in week 18. So we'll see how things go. We'll definitely see how things go. But, I think something that really needs to be talked about is that front for the Vikings. And, Kyron Williams ran for almost 100 yards the last time, he faced the Vikings. But, looking at, guys like Jonathan Bullard and Harrison Phillips, Jerry Tillery, you got Jonathan Grenard on the edge. Andrew Van Ginkel is an absolute weapon. And then you got some, depth with Dallas Turner, who's a first-round rookie, who's playing a little bit more, but, it's not a starter. Jihad Ward. One guy in particular I want to name is Jalen Redmond, who has been turning it on since week 14. I do think the Vikings are going to come out trying to sell out to stop the run. I do. And the reason I think that is because the Rams, their thing that has been able to bail them out has been the run, has been Kyron Williams. But if you're able to shut down Kyron Williams, well, now it forces you to, make some plays in the passing game, which you haven't made in 3 weeks. So I think that's a big thing to look at here is can the Rams, mitigate that, run defense? And I also think they can because they're going to be fully healthy on the offensive line. And we now know that Havenstein is back, and that is huge for this offensive line.
I agree with you. I think if I'm the Minnesota Vikings, I look at what this Rams offense has done the past several weeks, and, the only thing that's really worked for them offensively is the run game, as you just said. So I think it's a smart, a kind of educated guess to say that the Vikings are going to try to shut down Kyron Williams. They're going to try to shut down the run game. And so I think the Rams are going to be forced to get their receivers going. I think we could see a really big game from Puka Nacua. I think Cooper Kupp could be more involved. He has been pretty quiet in the past several games, and I think this could be an opportunity to get Cooper Kupp involved. I think Tyler Higbee's going to have a big game. I really do. I think he's looked good since he's come back. I think that, he has really helped the Rams offense kind of find that receiving spark that they kind of need aside, from Puka. I think that Tyler stepped in and done that well. And I still think that Kyron, will have a relatively decent game. I don't think we're probably going to see, one of these, 100+ yard rushing games from him. We might. But like I said, I think that, Minnesota's really going to focus on shutting down the run game and forcing Matthew Stafford to throw the ball. So that would be, my bet. But I think Kyron will still be involved. I think that he will be involved a lot in pass pro, as he always is. He's going to be out there a lot. I mean, as we all know, unfortunately, Blake Corum got injured and broke his arm, in the last game of the season. So he is now out for the rest of the season, which means that Ronnie Rivers is now the backup. So, we'll see Ronnie Rivers in there a little bit. I don't think we're going to see any Cody Schrader unless something happens to the other two guys. Receiving wise, I think that Puka Nacua, like I said, we're going to need a big game from him. We're going to need DeMarcus Robinson to step up, as he has in so many other games, in the middle of the season, especially when we were hurting in the receiving room. So I think it's going to be one of those games. Listen, it's a wild card playoff game. You've lost home field advantage theoretically. I know that they're technically still the home team, but they're no longer at SoFi Stadium because of, the tragedy in Los Angeles right now. So they are having to travel, so they're still on the road, even though it's technically supposed to be their home game. So I think you're going to need guys to step up. And I think that, Jordan Whittington is another guy who I would love to see get more involved in offense. I would hope that, McVay, utilizes him some more.
I agree. Everyone here knows how I feel about Jordan Whittington getting more reps. I just don't know how you watch the film, his 28 targets, and sit there and say, yeah, he's just not ready. I mean, I think, obviously opportunities are a big thing. Puka Nacua, if he only got 28 targets, wouldn't be Puka Nacua today. He'd be a guy that would be saying needs to play more. And the Rams would be screwed without Puka Nacua. So I just feel like they have something special in Jordan Whittington. I didn't think it was something special when they drafted him. I said, he makes a lot of sense. He'll replace Ben Skoranek, maybe some others. And I thought he could be a starter potentially. But I'm telling you right now, this guy has star potential. He could be another Nacua. Like, I mean that. When you look at the way he gets the football, there's no wasted motion. This is one of the best, in my opinion, this is one of the best ball carriers I've seen all year. I mean, the way he just his vision when he gets the ball. He knows what he's going to do with it. He can work in a multitude of ways, not just, on slip screens, not just, on quick slants and quick outs. And, no, I mean, you saw the go route, people saying that he can't be an X receiver. Well, look at what he did to Nehemiah Pritchett last week against Seattle. I mean, that double move, we all saw it, and everyone's like, why is he wide open? It's because the double move absolutely buried him. And so when you look at Whittington from a pass catching standpoint, you look at him from, his route running, and then he's already the second best blocker on the team. It says a lot. And just bottom line is this guy could be special. And he has Eric Yarber coaching him in the wide receiver room, who's one of the best in the league. And in addition to that, he also has Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp around him. And he's got Matthew Stafford throwing him the football. So a lot of positive influences around him. And this is a guy who was overlooked because, you had Jatavion Sanders at Texas. You had Bijan Robinson, Roshan Johnson. You had Jonathan Brooks. You had, all these different guys, Xavier Worthy. And that's the thing. Adonai Mitchell. I mean, he was so under the radar that people forget. This was a top prospect coming out of high school. So, look, I think Whittington can be something in this league. I think he should start next year. He's a 1,000-yard receiver if he does. And I'll go as far as to say he needs to be a part, not just a part, he needs to be a focal point in this game plan against Minnesota, because the way that you attack them, it's very simple. The way that you attack them is with the quick passing game, or you attack them over the middle. Because if you keep hitting them with the quick passing game, they're playing too high safety. And that the two high safeties means there are two guys way in the back. So now you have to worry about 9 guys. And for the most part, if you get in the quick screen game, well, now you got 5, 6 guys up front. Then you got some corners, you got linebackers. But I think this is how the Rams can really beat them. They're going to hit them with the short passing attack, try and use that play action to their advantage. We saw Garoppolo have a lot of success with that, but we also saw last week with Mike LaFleur calling plays, they used a lot of bubble screens, but they did so in the perfect spots, and we saw a lot of success from that. So really hoping, that's the direction that they go in. We'll see, but it's worth mentioning, Alexis, Week 17 to pretty much win the division. We know they had to wait for some things to happen, but that was to win the division. We all know that. Week 17, late in the game, fourth quarter, who's in on that play to get that first down? It's Jordan Whittington, a guy who hadn't caught a pass in 5 weeks. So I'm just saying, I do think that the coaching staff is starting to catch on. I do. Or maybe they always knew, and it's hard because Cooper Kupp's the veteran there. But 88 needs to be fed the ball in this game. Obviously, Nacua, we know what he can do. But so do the Vikings. And I wouldn't be surprised if they try to shut Nacua out. And if they do that, then other guys have to step up, and Whittington would be my guy.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. The point you make about Nakua, it's kind of like we talked about earlier with Kyron Williams. You're in a playoff game, you look, those are the two guys, right, that have been making things happen for the Rams. Jordan Whittington could very much fly under the radar, against the Vikings. Cooper Kupp could have a big game. I still think it's going to be Tyler Higbee, like I mentioned. But guys, quick check-in real quick. We've got 824 people watching right now across all platforms, so thank you so much. It's only 5 o'clock out on the West Coast, so having this many people on that early over there, we appreciate it. Everybody watching from the East Coast as well. I know we've got a lot of people overseas that have messaged me and said that they're going to be watching as well, so we appreciate it. All 830 of you currently in the chat, and thank you to everybody who has donated so far. That link will be in the description all night, and Jake will be popping it up on the screen like the tech wizard he is anytime that we
don't give me crap for that.
Anytime. I mean, it's more well that listen, for me, I'm very I don't know how any of this works. Jake handles all of the technology. I know how to log in, and I know how to turn my camera on, and he takes it from there. He's the wizard when it comes to.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. So but I can read, and I look at the numbers, and I see the chat. Like I said earlier, for everybody who is new and doesn't normally watch our live streams, when I'm looking down It is because I'm reading the chat on this laptop that I have in my lap. That's how I see all of your comments that you guys have been sending all night. We really appreciate it. So yeah, thank you so much. And as somebody else just pointed out in the chat, you can buy Rams LAFD or LA Strong shirts. Those are available. The Rams are selling those, and all of the proceeds when you buy those shirts go to wildfire relief as well. So we don't have that linked, but you can go buy it from Fanatics in the Rams store.
I bought it.
So,
I wish they
yep.
they had it earlier so I could get it for the show, but either way, I'm repping my Royal, and that's the best I could do. But no, the shirt's dope, and I definitely recommend it. $35 essentially. You get a shirt and you donate $35 to the LA Fire Department Foundation, which is already part of our efforts here. One of the 4 charities that this will be going to, and spread out equally to the 4. But those guys need it. They need it.
Yeah.
So, definitely love that you highlighted that. And let's see here. Alexis, we have super chats. Do you want to get to them now, or do you want to wait?
Let's do what we have so far. Let's throw them up. And this
cool.
episode will also be available to stream on audio for everybody who couldn't make the live stream. And we know we have a lot of listeners who like to listen to Downtown Rams in the car when they're out for a drive, going to work, whatever they do. So to everybody who's listening via audio, we're about to read some of the super chats from the YouTube chat, and we'll read them out loud.
Sounds good. All right. Man of Paradox, thank you for the 10. You both are appreciated for taking the time to do this. Helping both people and animals is a wonderful thing. Thank you so much. Yeah, animals mean so much to both of us. Obviously, we've been pet owners. And I've seen the videos, and it's so... I get emotional just watching it. I mean, I just can't imagine, your pet being in that situation. And it's not just straight up abandonment, because I don't want to just act like every single, pet that is being taken care of by, Pasadena, Humane Society is doing so because the owner abandoned them. Sometimes things happen where a dog gets off the leash, and it's like, what can you do? I mean, that's already scary enough in a normal circumstance, but now you're talking about wildfires and everything, embers going everywhere. So yeah, they're treating animals with burns, and even animals that aren't injured, they're hosting them essentially for now. So it's awesome what they're doing, and we just want to be able to help. But we don't want to just help them. We want to be able to help kind of everybody that we can. So that's why we decided to go with this. But thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Man of Paradox again, thank you for the 10. Thanks for the clarification on the super chat dispersal. I will donate to one of the links as well. Really appreciate you. Yeah, and I don't mean to discourage super chats. It's just, being full disclosure here, YouTube takes 30%. So that's why we wanted to do the GoFundMe. But all of these super chats, while normally they go to the channel, they go to us. Any super chat that is on this specific live stream event will be donated to charity.
Yes.
And it'll just be basically how we're doing it. It'll be, added up together and dispersed between the 4 foundations. Jim, thank you so much for the 20.
Thank you, Jim.
Just says thanks. We appreciate you.
We appreciate you.
Colton Sokol, thank you for the 2. We appreciate that. Edwin, thank you for the 20. Thank you so much to both of you. I was born and raised in LA. I now live in Oregon, but I have all my family still living in LA. It breaks my heart seeing the streets I used to walk on fire. Our Rams are going to win for LA. We appreciate you, Edwin. And yeah, we're going to do we're going to do everything we can to try and help. I mean, obviously we're not out there. We're not, moving rubble on our own. We're not bringing stuff to shelters. The people that are doing that are just above and beyond, and they deserve to be recognized. Like I mentioned Brittany earlier. But no, we're trying our best, and we really appreciate that. Let's see here. Alfonso Curiel, thank you for the 2. Prayers to LA. Let's go Rams. Thank you, Alfonso. And SoCal 88. Thank you
SoCal
for
88.
the 20. Just want to thank you guys and donate whatever I can. Hope the Rams can win after all these tribulations. I agree with you there. It's tough. It's tough, they have the whole city of Los Angeles to essentially play for on Monday night. That's a lot of pressure. But you know what? I think they're going to get it done. Timothy, I just want to highlight the fact that you guys aren't even from LA, yet you're doing this for a community that desperately needs it. That's what Ramley is all about. Forever welcome to LA. Appreciate you, Timothy.
Thank you, Timothy.
That's what it's all about. It shouldn't matter, where you come from. If people are in need, you help. I donated to the Maui fires as well. But, I felt like doing something like this was more, I guess, able. I had more of a platform connected to LA where, we could do something and actually make a difference, and that's what we really wanted to do. So it's really cool having a lot of Rams fans that follow this that are in LA that could help this, because this has grown into what it is right now. I mean, just being able to, raise the money that we have already, and we're talking about almost $3,000 at this point. This is because of you guys as well. It's not just because we have a platform. The platform also has to stem from the people that are loyal and the people that watch and the people that support. So it's not a one-man rock band. I mean, you guys are just as much a part of it as we are, and we're excited to do this and just. It feels good. Obviously, this could not be a worse way to start off a year, but it feels good, at least for us, that we can start off our year trying to give back, because that's the whole thing. When you get to the level of, say, a Tom Grossi, that's what you want to be able to do. You want to be able to use your platform. You want to be able to use your community in the nicest way possible and help others that otherwise can't be helped. So that's a big thing for us. But Timothy, we really appreciate you. And we'll keep you guys monitored on the donations. But right now, this is what we're looking at. Nope, just kidding. See, again, you have to manually refresh it. We're almost at 3,000, thanks to you guys. Over 50 donations. We will read them at the end of the show. There's obviously a lot of anonymous, but the people that have chosen to put their names on that, we will read them at the end of the show to wrap it up. There's a lot, so we'll read. Oh, do you want to read them now?
Let's wait. We'll do it. We'll do it at the end. But yeah, I just want to again say thank you again so much, everybody who is donating. The Adrian in the chat, love you too. Love you guys that are all sending us love. Hi, Kevin in Hawaii. Thanks, Edward. Love you as well. Yeah, I mean, just it means a lot. And like Jake said, so many of our listeners have been affected by what's going on, in Los Angeles. And we know that, unfortunately, there's so many people who would be tuned in tonight that are not able to tune in because they've lost so much and are dealing with the aftermath of this horrible disaster. And so our hearts go out to them. We hope that they're getting the help that they need. They're able, to get care. They're able, to be safe and recuperate. And, we will be here when everybody is, ready and able to sit down and listen to our show and think about the Rams. But, we know that there's so many who aren't even able to focus on football this weekend and might not even be able to watch, the Rams game on Monday night or, haven't been following along. So, we are with everybody who is struggling, and we hope that we can do our part to assist them. There's a lot, if you follow Jake and I on Twitter/X, we've been trying to share some resources. I currently on my Instagram story have resources up for anybody who needs them or who wants to share them. I've shared some links on my Instagram story over there. I have them on my Twitter page. Anything that we can do to help, anybody who comes across that who might need to, hopefully it can help, even if it's just one person. Get the assistance and relief that they need to. There's a lot of people out there doing a lot of good things in Los Angeles. It's a city that's very resilient and that cares about one another and has a city full of people who want to help and do what they can. So as Jake just refreshed our GoFundMe we have now raised, again, we're getting closer and closer to that $3,000 mark. We're at $2,810. Thank you so much to everybody who's donated. Thank you to everybody who's sending super chats. We're going to have that up for the rest of the stream. And yeah, we're excited to, not only help, but get to interact with you guys and talk about, football. We've kind of talked about the Rams, a little bit already, but, Jake, kind of after highlighting what we think both sides of the ball need to do, let's get into our predictions. And here's what's really weird is we're now going to get into our predictions for a Rams-Vikings game that is going to be played in Arizona on a Monday night. That's a Mad Lib.
It's a lot.
That is a very bizarre paragraph that doesn't make entirely a lot of sense, taken out of context. So before we get into that, I want to highlight Mario Silva, who just sent a super chat just now. If you see that, Jake, he said, first super chat, hashtag LA strong, not even from LA, but still don't have electricity. The windstorms have affected so much of SoCal. Also, Allison did nothing wrong. So first,
that's why you wanted to highlight. No, I'm messing with you.
Well, listen, I'm an Allison Hightower defender, and I know that anybody who is watching us for the first time, I just lost a lot of cool cred because I'm an Allison Hightower defender, but she's a victim, okay? She's a victim. But Mario, aside from you and I agreeing on that, I'm sorry to hear that you don't have electricity. I hope that comes back for you soon. I hope that you're at least safe and you have, the resources that you need. And thank you so much for donating and towards helping other people in need. We appreciate it.
We appreciate you, Mario. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, so let's 1 second. Let's do this. Because you were gonna do that. I want to do two things. I want to throw shade at a certain group of people. Okay, understand why, and I want to give credit. So the first thing is, I just have to say this. I also want to give credit as well. So let's give credit to Kevin Demoff. Let's give credit to the Rams. Let's just give credit to what the Rams have done to get these fans to Arizona. Let's also give credit to the Arizona Cardinals, who have given the Rams their facility to use, have given the Rams their charter planes to use. It's incredible. I think the gesture is obviously huge. I'm not sure what that means. Like, this could very well be a Rams home game. I saw 35. It said over 35,000 Rams season ticket holders have purchased Rams tickets. Kelly Stafford, Matthew Stafford's wife, is working on getting people over here in buses. There is an effort here to make the most of this. And while they're fighting for LA, they're trying to win this game for their city, and they are of the belief that this could be the last this was the last chance to play at SoFi, and they were all excited about it. Now, just abruptly it gets taken away from them. Well, they're still trying to turn this into a home game. They've had a lot of success. I believe, 9 of the last 10 times at that stadium they've won, except for, of course, this year, week 2. We don't talk about that. But I just have to give a lot of credit there first. And second, for both parties. Obviously, the Rams are doing their job getting these season ticket holders over and everything. But with that being said, we have to be honest before we get into the predictions. This is unfair. I totally agree with the move. I do. And the relocation. I'm actually for it, because it's not just they could have played there. It's, hey, our first responders are being, used. Well, you would need first responders to operate a game, right? You need security, you need police officers, you need firefighters. There are always firefighters on just in case anything goes wrong at the stadium, just like any event. So that's really why that they did that, right? Well, that's not my issue. My issue is that you have people that are so shameless trying to make a buck, a quick buck, that they are upcharging these people. They are buying these tickets that were $100, right? $100, and they're selling for $1,000. Look, I get it, free market, all of that. I'm a believer in free market, but you have to understand this game is only being played in Arizona because of tragedy. This is an emergency relocation. The only people that should be going to this game are people in Arizona, Cardinals fans, because Cardinals fans do, since they're hosting it, their season ticket holders get a chance to go. Rams season ticket holders, and Vikings fans that want to come over, and any neutral fans that want to go and see the game. People that are taking advantage of this to upsell by 4 times or 8 times what the tickets cost, that is the most scumbag thing you could do. Because whether you realize it or not, because they're just tickets, you are actually taking advantage and you're exploiting what is happening with the fires. And so I felt like what we're doing and what people are doing here, I feel like we had to put that out there. At least I had to be honest with people and let them know this is happening and it's not okay. And there's nothing we can do about it. But, I'm going to say my piece. So I don't know what your thoughts are, Alexis. I don't want to speak for you, but it just really aggravates me that you have these people that are dropping everything they're doing in LA to go to this game. They're trying to find ways to go to this game. You have people that are doing everything possible, okay? Just going through every single possibility to get people in buses over to this stadium. And you got these other people spitting in everyone's faces to make a quick buck. I mean, at what point do you actually just sit there and have some freaking morals? That's all I have to say.
Well, I definitely have some thoughts on that as well. Real quick, I do want to shout out, I did see in our chat, Fantasy Cares. For everybody who heard, the opening of our episode, we talked about how Fantasy Cares is going to be matching all the donations, that we get tonight up to $5,000, which is amazing and incredible. So thank you so much to Fantasy Cares. You guys are awesome. It means so much to us and so much to our listeners, and so much I know to people who are in need of relief in the city of LA. So I wanted to go ahead and shout that out before their chat got lost amongst everybody. Coming in, we've got 1,030 people watching across all platforms right now. Amazing. But to touch on kind of the point that Jake brought up about the ticket scalpers, I'm very frustrated seeing that. I mean, the whole situation is frustrating enough, and I know so many people are, hurting, not just because of the personal, impact, right, that these wildfires are having on them, but, people who also maybe did buy tickets to go to the wild card game, or maybe they are season ticket holders, and, all of that, and now to have the game, moved to a completely other state, in a completely different stadium and city, and trying to figure out kind of, how that all works. And then you've got people, capitalizing and buying tickets and selling them for 4 times the price. It's really sad. It's sad. And, I think it's frustrating for everybody in the fan base. And, I don't know, how to entirely prevent it, but it is heartening to see so many people, like Kelly Stafford or, Kevin Demoff try and get, Rams fans to the game. So, that's a positive. And I think, this is just one of those situations where it's not fair, but the Rams are going to have to make the most of it. The Vikings are traveling too. So, it's not like the game got relocated to Minnesota, right? It's still on the West Coast. It's still, in a city that, that isn't Minneapolis. So, they're just going to have to make the best of it. But it is unfortunate. And I think it's, great that, so many people are able to help out, and they're trying to make the best of a bad situation. So, yeah, I mean, that's my thoughts on that. But yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, hopefully Rams fans can get there. It sounds like a good amount of Rams fans are going to be able to make the trek,
It
which
does.
makes me happy, to hear that so many people in the midst of all this chaos are going to have the means and the resources and the time to be able to get out to Arizona on a Monday night. It's not even a weekend game. It is a Monday night game that has been
Crazy.
relocated. So it's, great. It's great that people can do that. So,
No, it is
um,
great. And by the way, just to answer questions that I know we should get to but I do want to put this out there because I saw people asking in the comments section. There will be Rams signage on the field. So we are going to see a Rams logo at the center of State Farm Stadium. There's going to be Rams end zone, all of that. I don't know if they're selling merchandise. I had people ask me that. I have no idea. Kevin Demoff is very active right now on Twitter. Maybe you should ask him straight up at this point. But yeah, I don't know about all that, but I do know that it's going to look like a Rams game aesthetically. The Rams are wearing royal with yellow pants, so I know some people will be excited about that. I think it's going to be a great game. I really believe that. But I almost said it. We'll get to the predictions now before I pop it off.
well, real quick before we get to the predictions, and guys, I know that this episode is a little bit, um, chaotic, right? This isn't a traditional episode. Downtown Rams is a format. Due to the circumstances with this episode, we're kind of in and out of talking about the Rams and then talking about the wildfires and talking about those in need, as we should. So right, there's things that are more important than just talking about the game. So I know that this is very chaotic. So we appreciate all 1,040 of you who are in here, bearing with kind of an untraditional format for this episode. But Jake, if you want to pull up the GoFundMe, I did just get word that we've crossed the $3,000 mark. So thank you so much. He's about to refresh it.
It never fails. But there we are.
There we
So,
are.
yes.
So thank you so much, everybody. We're at $3,235 raised for wildfire relief in the city of Los Angeles. We appreciate everybody who's donated, everybody who's tuning into the stream. As Jake said earlier, all the revenue that we earn from this stream, in particular this episode, whether that's from donations or ad revenue, whatever it is, will be donated to aid for Los Angeles, for everybody who is struggling. So we really appreciate everybody who is assisting and donating to those in need, which includes so many people who we know are Rams fans and listens to our show. So on that note, Jake, let's get into our predictions for the game. For this game, the Rams are taking on the Vikings. They obviously have, it's win or go home. There's so much on the line, but for the Rams, they're going to be playing for the city of Los Angeles as well. That's another thing that I know is going to be on their minds, and they're going to, be wearing that, on their sleeve going to this game. Jake, I'll let you go first. What are 3 bold predictions from you for this matchup against the Vikings on Monday night?
Well, maybe it's just me being hopeful, but I think Jordan Whittington is going to play the most snaps he's played all season long. And I know that sounds crazy, but I really do think there's going to be a transition. There's just no way you can tell me watching the tape. You watch what 88's doing, what he did in week 18, what he did when he was asked to be the starter, in relief. There's just no way he's not out there. There's no way he's not out there and being a focal point of the offense. He is important to this team. I just think his yards after the catch ability, he's a former running back and you see it. It's just, it's crazy to me. So there is just, maybe it's just hopeful, but I think this is going to be a big game for Jordan Whittington because let's be honest, the last time the postseason happened, back in January of last year against the Lions, Puka Nacua almost had 200 receiving yards. If you don't think that a guy who had 100 yards after not even practicing, just being picked up off the IR 3 hours before the game, they find out. If you don't think that the Vikings are going to put an emphasis on stopping Cooper Kupp, then you are out of your gourd, okay? They're going to. I don't know if they will succeed, but they are going to put an emphasis to succeed and, take Kupp out, or Puka Nacua out of the game. So I just said Cooper Kupp multiple times. Puka Nacua. So because of that, I do think that when you try to take Puka Nacua out of the game, it's going to open up opportunities that Sean McVay is going to see. And Matthew Stafford is definitely going to see. So I think Whittington, first off, is going to play the most snaps he's played all year. I think Tyler Higbee is going to go for 60-plus yards and 2 touchdowns in this game. And I think the last one here is that the Rams defense is going to sack Sam Darnold 5 times.
That is an amazing number, and I would love to see that.
5 plus, because if he sacks him 6, I'm not going to get somebody coming out here and saying, you said 5, you're wrong.
Well, right. Well, I do like all those predictions, and all of those, I think are really reasonable, honestly. For this game against the Vikings. He kind of took one a little bit. So my first prediction was that Tyler Higbee was going to get a touchdown. I said it earlier in the episode. I feel like Tyler Higbee's going to have a big game. He's played really well since he's come back. It's clear that Stafford trusts him, and Higbee's been reliable, and I think that he is going to have a touchdown and go over 60 yards receiving, which might not even be a lot, based on how I think he's going to play. But I think he's going to have a pretty good game. I think he's going to be productive. So that'll be my first prediction for this game. My second prediction for the game is that I think we're going to see a Cooper Kupp touchdown. And I know that people are like, that's not that bold. But you know what? Cooper Kupp has kind of been put through the ringer by everybody. I think for the past several weeks, we've seen it online. He's been quiet in games. Hasn't quite been himself since he's come back from injury. But you know what? This is the show. This is prime time. This is a playoff game. Cooper Kupp has done so much for the Rams over his course of his career, and I think that he's going to show. He's still got something left, right? He's going to go out there, and I think that he's going to have a touchdown. Probably not going to go for over 100 yards. I'm not going to say he's going to have a ton of receptions, but I think he's going to get a red zone touchdown, and he's going to come up big for the Rams. So that's my second prediction. Then my last prediction on the defensive side is I think we're going to see 2 Braden Fisk sacks. I think Braden Fisk is going to have a big game. He's had a very good rookie year, as has Jared Verse. Jared Verse is the favorite at this point to win Defensive Player of the Year. So everybody, knows how I felt about Jared Verse going into the draft. So I'm very happy, with what he's done, for the Rams. But I'm also very happy with what Braden Fisk has done. So I think we're going to see a big game from Braden Fisk. And I just think we're going to need the defense to step up. We've needed our defense to step up the past several games because our offense has just not been operating on all cylinders, as everybody knows. So I think that our defense is going to come through for us, and particularly up front. I think that they're really going to get after Sam Darnold, and hopefully cause some mistakes. If they're not getting sacks, hopefully they're going to get the pressures and cause some mistakes. But Jake, now that we've given our predictions, and in terms of stats, let's talk about the big stat. Let's talk about, the score.
Yeah.
I'll let you go first. What do you think the score is going to be on Monday night in Arizona?
I think on Monday night in Arizona, the Rams are going to win 24-20 in what is going to be a heartfelt, you're going to feel it. There is going to be a passionate game. I think these guys are going to just lay it out on the line. I think we're going to see some good things out of Stafford. I know some people have been kind of, what's going on with him? Is he declining? I don't think so. I think that rest is going to give him some time. I think the score is going to be not what it should be. I think it's going to be 24-20 with a chance where the Rams probably could have won by more. But I'm going to say 24-20. And I think it's going to be a 21-20 game. And Josh Carty is going to drill a field goal that doesn't allow the Vikings enough time to go down the field and kick a field goal because they need a touchdown because Carty made it. So that's how I see it. 24-20, Rams move on. And I'm going to go as far as to say, I just have this feeling, man, they're going to go to Philadelphia and play the Eagles.
Well, I haven't even thought that far yet, but I will say I do have the Rams winning this game. I think it's going to be 27-21, so a similar-ish score, kind of, to what you have. And, I feel good about this matchup. We played Minnesota already this season on Thursday Night Football. I think, McVay seems to have a pretty good handle on what this Vikings team is. I think that the team is going to be fired up. There's going to be a lot of players who have rested, particularly in offense, that I think they're going to come out swinging, and they've got something to play for. Their city has, been on fire. I mean, it's been horrible, and I think the Rams are going to come out, and I think that they're going to play very, very hard for the city of Los Angeles, and I think they're going to get the W. So I'm excited for it. It's going to be intense. It's a Monday night game. Which, I think everybody will be sat and seated to watch it.
They've had some weird instances in the past. I mean, they've played a Tuesday night football game the year they won the Super Bowl. They played, a game that was supposed to be at, Azteca Stadium that gets moved, and they had the wildfires. And of course, what happened then with the Rams winning 54-51 on Monday Night Football against the Chiefs. But his team is fought through some adversity throughout Sean McVay's tenure. And so I don't think this is going to be any different. I mean, obviously the grand scheme of things is that this is the craziest wildfire they've ever experienced. And I don't want to minimize that, but I just think that the experience that McVay has had in these situations in the past, obviously this is a little different, but I think he's going to have them ready to go. And I think he's the better coach, although I really like Kevin O'Connell. And I just think that right now the Rams are playing a better brand of football than the Vikings. And I know the Vikings won 14 games, and it's not going to be easy, but I feel really good about this game. Whereas, last year I felt good, but I was a little nervous about the Lions game. I felt good, but a little nervous. This one I feel really good, and I do feel really confident the Rams are going to win this game.
Me as well. And, we're 3 days out now. So, we've got some time until the game, and hopefully, we can assist in getting some of these Rams fans, the care that they need, and that they're able to watch the game on Monday night. Obviously, it's not anyone's priority who is dealing with this tragedy, but if they are able to watch, hopefully they can lift their spirits a little bit to see their team win. But right now, guys, we're at 1,096 people watching live right now. That's awesome. Thank you to everybody who has tuned in. I haven't checked the GoFundMe, since our last update. But it's still up. If anybody is able to donate, that is in the description of this video. We appreciate any and all donations. You can also send super chats. However, the quickest way to get money to those in need is to donate through the GoFundMe. Here we have a super chat from Aiden, $30. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. He said, "Bless y'all for doing this. I work all over LA, and it breaks my heart to see all the damage everywhere. Truly inspirational to see how pure your hearts are. Go Rams." Aiden, well, you have a pure heart, working all over LA and going through all this and tuning in. So we appreciate it.
Thank you, Aiden.
Thank you so much for tuning in.
No, that's awesome. So I think people are like, wait, that sounds like the conclusion of the Downtown Rams podcast, and you guys are going till midnight. So what are you going to talk about? And I think really we'll be talking about a few things. Obviously, we can still talk about the Rams. That's not out of the question there. That's still possible. But, now we can get into the playoffs. Mm-hmm. We can answer questions. So if you guys have any questions, we could do Q&A. We're hanging out. We're hanging out trying to raise money for the LA fire relief. So, as you can see there, we got 3,200 there. This is a dynamic goal. So we are, this is something that GoFundMe has that we just signed up for, I guess. Our original, and obviously it might seem gaudy, but our original mission was to, raise $12,000 to this relief. But with that said, they have this kind of dynamic goal where, if we get to 4.5K, then it continues to go up. And really the purpose of it is if you have $12,000, it can still like kind of, ante it up a little bit. So yeah, we have goals, but we don't have any limits. So once we get to 4.5K, it's not like you can't donate anymore. So that's kind of what I wanted to put out there. But folks, like I said, Q&A, drop some questions. We're going to highlight questions that are, of course, appropriate on the show. Before we do that, though, and we'll just wait for the questions to come up and so forth. Let's get into the playoffs because it's very fascinating to me, some of these matchups. And I think we're going to have a really good wild card weekend. I think some games are a little bit more exciting than others. It's not, it's not necessarily to say that, there'll be boring games, but like, for instance, that Commanders-Bucks game, the Vikings-Rams games are a little bit more exciting than maybe, I don't know, Chargers-Texans. But we'll get into all of it. Let's start with Chargers-Texans. How do you see this thing going, Alexis?
Ooh, well, and let me first clarify before I say anything about, these games. I will unfortunately not be watching the Saturday games. Not because I don't want to. I will be doing improv, in downtown Chicago as I do, and
excuses.
I've set dates. I'm there every Saturday for the past year and a half. So whenever these Saturday NFL games come up, it's a bummer. I missed the Notre Dame game last night as a Notre Dame fan because I had an improv thing that I was at, as well. And so that was a bummer, but thankfully Notre Dame won and Jake was texting me updates throughout the game. Because I couldn't watch.
That was wild.
It was. I can't believe I missed it. I genuinely am so upset about it. But you know what? At least we're going to the championship. Speaking of that, I know Ohio State and Texas is playing right now. A lot of people are asking me who I want to win. I don't care because I'm going to be cheering for Notre Dame regardless. So I know a lot of you might be watching us in the game simultaneously. But to answer your question, Jake, about the Texans and the Chargers, it's interesting because I slept on the Chargers.
I did too.
I did. I didn't think that I thought that, I like Harbaugh, but I thought they were going to have a rough start. Whenever sometimes you get a new coach, you get a team that's kind of in this weird, like they have a good quarterback, but they were missing a lot of pieces. And, it just felt like they kind of were going to take a year to maybe like rebuild and reshape some things. So I didn't think the Chargers were a threat at all. Now look at how they've proven us wrong. I think that they're gonna win, and that's a little bit crazy maybe to say because the Texans, when they're playing well, are really good, but CJ Stroud has been a little hot and cold for I think my liking. Going into this game, I don't know what your thoughts are. I don't think we've talked about the Texans and Chargers, but I think the Chargers are gonna win. I'll say that.
Yeah, so preseason, I had the Rams and Texans in the Super Bowl. Now, the Texans don't impress me as much as I was expecting them to. I think when you look at CJ Stroud, obviously a great quarterback, has a lot of the things that you look for, but he is struggling. And it's not just Stroud. I think when you look at the offensive line, it's been very disappointing this year. They've kind of been, having an issue at guard. And so when I look at the Chargers, they're built for, January football. And it's funny because in a way they're very similar to the Rams. Everyone looks at the LA teams like all this glitz and glamour, Tinseltown, all this. Yeah. And no, they're both kind of these grinded out style offenses, whether, for better or for worse. But at the same time, they're equipped with a guy that can get them out of any circumstance. Obviously Stafford with the Rams, but Justin Herbert with the Chargers. I mean, he had a great year. Didn't put up a ton of numbers, but it was the efficiency, 23 touchdowns, only 3 interceptions, almost 4,000 yards. And this is a team that just really pounded the rock, played ball control. played Jim Harbaugh style football that won him a national title at Michigan. So when I look at this, a team that's 6-3 on the road in the Chargers, I think they thrive on the road. I think their team is built to win, on grass. They're built to win on turf. I think Ladd McConkey is playing out of his mind. I'm going to take the Chargers in this one because I think they're a better team right now, and that's kind of surprising to say, but they're actually my dark horse team on that side of the league. I really believe in the AFC. While I have the Bills going to the Super Bowl, I think the Chargers are the dark horse. And I think, when you look at them, it's easy to say they moved on from Keenan Allen and Mike Williams and, they got a bunch of. But here's the deal. Just because they got a new coach doesn't mean that new coach has never coached in big games. He's coached in a Super Bowl, Jim Harbaugh. So a lot of experience with him. Then you have guys like Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa and Derwin James. You got some big names. You also have some veteran presence and leadership. They got guys playing pretty well as well. Like they got Quentin Johnston going. It's not just Ladd McConkey. I would say the only concern I have is when you look at Rashawn Slater, is he going to play? When you look at the running game, okay, is J.K. Dobbins back? Because right now Gus Edwards is dealing with some stuff. That's the only concern of mine are those injuries. But if they're good to go, I don't see a chance that the Chargers lose this game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I feel a lot better about them than I do the Texans, which is, I think I was higher on the Texans going into the season, and then I was lower on the Chargers, and they've kind of flip-flopped for me. Honestly, just seeing how they both have played this season, and I really like Ladd McConkey. I think he's going to be very good, and I like watching Herbert throw to him. And yeah, I think it would be very interesting if there was a LA versus LA Super Bowl. I'll say that.
That it would. It would be very interesting.
It would, and after everything that's happened to the city of LA, right now having two LA teams go to the Super Bowl would be poetic. And at that point, I'd say, hey, you know what? Just move it to SoFi. You know what? Just at that point, that would never happen, though. They've invested so much money elsewhere, but it would be interesting. So yeah, I think you and I are both taking the Chargers this weekend over Houston. Before we get into the next game, we've got some super chats that I see in the chat.
Yeah. And by the way, before we highlight those, I do want to say something real quick. I am not ignorant to the fact that the Rams aren't the only LA team. So I do also, for the Chargers fans as well, they're going through it just as much as Rams fans. They just don't have a playoff game. That's the only difference. I mean, they won more games than the Rams. They just don't have a playoff game because they were in a division with the Chiefs. But no, I think it would be really good for the city to have a LA Super Bowl, albeit it would be in New Orleans. But that would be really good for the city. I think there's part of me that wants to root for the Chargers in the AFC. I like their team. I like Justin Herbert. Jim Harbaugh, as long as it's not in the 49ers, kind of like him. So, yeah, I have no issue with them. I know crosstown rivals, some people do, some people don't. But, it's also affecting the Chargers, and we don't want to be ignorant to the fact that, both teams are affected. Obviously, the Rams are affected more because they have a home playoff game, but fans of the Chargers are also going through it as well. So I just wanted to make mention of that. But good guy, Connor. Hey, guys, thanks for highlighting the effort that is being given to get Rams fans down to Arizona. And people will still say we have no fan base, but here we are coming together for this game. That's the thing I laugh at, is that it's this no fan base thing. But what I think people don't understand is they judge everything based on LA. They judge everything based on the attendance. And you have to understand the Rams were out of LA for a long time. So that means a lot of people stopped either watching football or went to another team after they moved. And there are Rams fans everywhere. I mean, that's the thing that people don't understand. Like when I had someone today say, oh, there's only 6 Rams fans. I got 6 Rams fans in my town in upstate New York. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing that kind of irks me. And you're from St. Louis. And It's like the Rams were in St. Louis, but I feel like a lot of people just forget. While, yes, there were Rams fans that were really pissed off and just stopped liking them, there's still a lot of St. Louis Rams fans that
Oh yeah.
exist. So
Yep.
the idea that, it's a fractured fan base in a sense because they started in Cleveland, LA, then to St. Louis, back to LA. Like, I get that. But at the same time, it's almost made them stronger because they have multiple locations, albeit Cleveland was so long ago, I doubt there are many Cleveland Rams fans. But, it's worth mentioning that, like, when people say that, like, they focus so much on the attendance in LA. They also never take into account that, one, that would be, if you're going to go to any game, Alexis, say you like, I don't know, the Bills. If you're going to go to any Bills game on the road, instead of going to, the Bills Stadium, where would you go? You'd want to go to a tourist destination, right? You want to go somewhere fun. Well, LA is where people look at the tourist destination. So it's why the Chargers run out the building, and it's why the Rams get run out the building. And then in addition to that, when they're going up against fan bases that have been established and have been consistently in one place, like a Philadelphia Eagles, a Green Bay Packers that has 40,000 people on a wait list to get season tickets, this is what you're talking about. You will hear "Go Pack Go" at the Coliseum or at SoFi, because that's just the reality of it, is that these teams travel extremely well. They have already blocked off all these games. They bought these tickets at the very beginning. If people are willing to go on a road trip with their team, you don't think that they're willing to buy tickets and you don't think there's enough people to make a difference? So that's what's happened. I mean, don't get me wrong. I wish there were more Rams fans in attendance. But when you have that, you also have to factor in that the Rams season ticket holders are not all Rams fans. A lot of them are corporate, right? So you have a lot of corporate entities, buying season tickets. But in addition to that, you also have 49er fans that live in LA that are buying season tickets. You got all sorts of fans that are just like, yeah, SoFi Stadium. If I go, cool. If not, I'll sell. And that's the thing. Other people also look at it as an investment. So if you get PSLs and you sell them at top dollar, whether I agree with it or not, it pays for the PSLs. So there are multiple things that are happening here and are in play. And when people say Rams fans don't exist, it's so ignorant, it's ridiculous. And we're going to see that this Monday night, because I think we're going to see 65% Rams fans at least, and maybe more.
Well, I did just say in the chat. So again, for everybody who is not familiar, if you're watching me and I'm looking down, it's because I have this laptop where I'm looking at the chat. So that's why I'm looking down as I'm reading what you guys are saying. I did say, Deb actually brought up, everyone should list their state. So I said, everyone drop where you're watching from in the chat. And so I'll read those real quick. Bobby, thank you so much for your super chat of $10. He said, hey, Jake, thanks for the reply to email. Let's go on a run. Maybe if you put the pic on screen, we can get hyped. So I'm assuming that Jake knows what that is. It's just StreamYard doesn't exactly make that great. So I don't know if I could put the pic on screen. It was a really cool graphic that you sent me. And I appreciate you emailing me. That was awesome. And I always check my emails. I check my DMs. So if anyone has any comments, questions, concerned about, Downtown Rams, JE Live, whatever, I'm always here to get back to you. I just might not get back to you the day of. That's all. And on that note, let me read out real quick. I'm going to read out rapid fire. So everybody, if you haven't already, drop where you're listening or watching from. We've got 1,200 people in here right now. I'm going to read them rapid fire. Jake's also going to put some on the screen. So we've got Palmdale, California, Grand Rapids, Michigan, St. Louis Rams fan now in Iowa, Washington, I believe that's Washington State, New Jersey, Las Vegas, another New Jersey, Florida, Richmond, Virginia, Cincinnati, Mesa, Arizona, Las Vegas, Springfield, Missouri, Oregon, Middletown, New Jersey, Germany, Houston, Pico Rivera, California, East Tennessee, I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Visalia, California, Kuwait in the Middle East, Maryland, Kentucky, California, Utah, Pasco, Washington, Point Marion, Pennsylvania, Santa Maria, California, Hawaii, I think I've caught up now on everyone who's dropped super chats so far. So all over, basically, so many people. Obviously, you know, a lot of people in California, a lot of people on the East Coast, a lot of people in the Midwest, some people abroad, you know, Germany and Kuwait. Fantasy Cares said Minnesota, New Jersey, Boston, Kentucky. Should I keep going? That's awesome. Somebody said Kansas City, Missouri. Yeah, a lot of Northwestern Illinois, and fellow Illinoisan in the chat. So,
Hey,
yeah.
That's more than 6, right?
More than 6 fans?
Yeah, because I was told
Yes.
they only have 6
Yeah, yeah.
fans, and there's 2 of us here.
Right. So we
Just-
account for
just
2
us.
of them.
Yeah.
So
We have
we've-
5. Like I see 5 likes from Facebook. There you go.
awesome.
Like,
There we go.
but it's just it's funny. Like 6 fans. Are you out of your gourd? What?
Well, some also, you know, somebody dropped Los Angeles, Denver, Louisiana, Palmdale, Vancouver Island, British Columbia.
Thank you, CMDR.
Thank you, CMDR. He just sent us, or she just sent us a super chat for $10 from Rams fan in Cincinnati. So that's awesome. Syracuse, New York, another Palmdale. Yeah, so everywhere. Thank you, everybody, tuning in from where you are, and all the people who aren't, you know, able to comment because they're just listening somewhere other than YouTube. I'm sure we've got listeners all over. You know, people who are familiar with our show, and by the way, so M. Borden, who is a listener, he runs Rams Fans Germany, by the way, if you're not familiar with that account. He just said even the fan club in Germany has 200 members.
He's also our top donation, by the way. Rams Germany donated $500. So shout out to Rams Germany.
Much.
Everyone put a W in the chat directed at Rams Germany and Borden. We really appreciate that. Awesome stuff.
We appreciate it.
We
Awesome.
wanted to highlight that. We'll highlight everybody at the end. Like, we'll just go through the list and just make sure everybody's on screen. Everyone that wants to be credited and is not listed as anonymous will be shown. So there's that. But we really appreciate you guys. I mean, this is awesome. We're, you know, trying to make a difference here, and you guys are helping us do that. You know, Alexis and I each, you know, donate $100 to this cause. Obviously, we donate a lot more if we could, but that's why it's a crowd funding fundraiser to, you know, help out LA. So 3,200 people are $3,200 raised, 70 donations. I feel like we're doing a really good job. So we really appreciate you guys.
Yes, appreciate everybody who is donated and sending things in the chat. So many W's. Tyler Sweeney just said, and Jake put this on our screen for people who are watching, per Jordan Rodrigue, the Rams have a printed screenshot in their locker room of what Dan Campbell said to Kevin O'Connell last week. So what that means is, if you're unfamiliar with that quote, is Dan Campbell, after the Lions-Vikings game, said to Kevin O'Connell, who's the coach of the Minnesota Vikings, he said, "See you in 2 weeks," which basically was Dan Campbell saying that he thinks the Vikings are going to win. And so the Rams obviously are aware of that. Say that.
Yeah, I think I think it's cool, like Quentin Lake going on, you know, NFL Insiders and, you know, bringing that up. I mean, did Dan Campbell 100% direct that at the Rams? Probably not. Probably just trying to be, you know, have some good sportsmanship, you know, against Kevin O'Connell. But people hear things, and I'll tell you right now, what it comes down to is this: if you can get any sort of edge going into the postseason for your team, for your coaching staff, get any sort of edge, you're going to take it. And so that's what they're doing here. And to be honest with you, I don't blame them. I took this as, I took it as Dan Campbell was kind of throwing a jab. He has done it in the past. You know, the whole, "You're good enough for Detroit, Jared." Like, why would you say that? You're obviously saying that because Jared was traded away from LA. So, you know, there is, you know, there's definitely something there, I think. But at the same time, maybe there isn't. That's just how I feel. But Yeah, so you and I both are taking the Chargers over the Texans, Alexis, if I got this right.
We are. And I do want to point out real quick, Colton, I just messaged you back. I had to go search for your DM. So let me pull up. So if you want to pull up Colton's comment,
Mm-hmm.
he donated $1,130. He did it. He donated. My understanding is he donated those not to our GoFundMe, but directly to those charities through. I'm going to butcher this. Another avenue that allows him to donate directly to charities. So Colton, thank you so much for that. Please say in the
That's
chat
awesome.
if I butchered my understanding of that. Just because I'm looking at like three different chat streams right now. But I appreciate that. That is awesome. That means a lot. That's gonna help a ton of people in the city of Los
Yeah,
Angeles. So we
absolutely.
really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah,
That's what
thank
it's
you to
all about.
everybody.
That's what it's all
Yeah,
about. So we appreciate you, Colton. Um,
that's awesome. Thank you so much, Colton.
Final flash shout out to my 661 peoples.
I think he means the 661 area code.
Oh, okay. I was like,
I don't know what area code that is, but that's what I think that.
well, oh, it's Palmdale. Okay.
Okay, cool. Makes sense. Shout out to Palmdale.
Shout out to Final Flash. Appreciate you.
Yep. Thank
I
you,
know
everyone in
where
the
that
chat.
I know where that name came from. For those of you that know, his name is a reference to, of course, Dragon Ball, Vegeta.
I would not know that in the slightest,
I
but I'm
figured
glad
you
that you
wouldn't.
do. Thank you for pointing it out.
I got Vegeta the Funko right there. That's him. Boom.
I
So
gotta send you. So by the way, we need to keep talking about the NFL, but
yeah,
I need to send you. So as people who are familiar with our show now, I am slowly but surely making a new setup to record that is going to look probably similar to Jake's ish. I'm turning my bedroom into also like a little like I'm gonna have my big desk set up with my mic and everything. I just have to do the process of like getting everything in there. But that's not the point. The point of it is I do have my Funkos on my new vinyl shelf, Jake, that I need to send you. I set that up earlier and I need to send it to you. I've got Allison Hightower and Rio Vidal on my shelf underneath my vinyl
well, there you
player.
go.
So that was the point of, you brought up the Funkos, so I wanted to share that mine are going to be a part of. I don't know if they'll be in the shot though when I get my desk
Do you
and
have them still
everything
in the
set up.
box like I do? Most
No, I
people,
don't.
not everybody does that, but I don't know. I kind of like them in the box. I don't know.
I didn't think about it, and then after I had everything when I originally got the Funkos, I was like, should I have saved the box? But then I was like, no, like I don't want it for I just like them to have them, and you know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to like preserve the box,
No, that's
and
fair. And I mean,
which I get why people do.
they get beat up. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. If you get them directly from Funko, they're not beat up. If you get them from Amazon, like mine was beat to crap. Like the one there, Trunks, absolutely beat to crap. You can't tell from here. Looks totally fine. Nah, it's beat to crap. So, yeah, I still kept it in the box, but it looks kind of ridiculous. Real quick question for anybody that is a Funko Pop fan, which, by the way, very new Funko Pop collector here. Box or no box? Just put that in the comment section. Box or no box? I'm very curious to see that. We have another super chat here. This one is from Edwin again. Shout out to both of you. I hope you know both are always welcome in LA. With that being said, before the Rams moved to LA, did you ever want to visit the city? If yes, why? This is a great question. What say
Thank
you?
you, Edwin. So the question, so with that being said, before the Rams moved to LA, did you ever want to visit? Yes. I mean, yes, as everybody knows, I am in the improv and sketch comedy community, and a lot of friends of mine live in Los Angeles who I have done improv with and have met through that. So I've always, been a fan of the city of Los Angeles, and just for, the historical context of, the entertainment industry as well. Jake and I have both been to the Hollywood Improv, and we love that place. When I go to Los Angeles, I literally go there by myself and just sit at the bar because I know people there.
Yeah.
And it's like feels like a second home to me. So I love the city of Los Angeles. I really do. I love going there. There's so many places there that I enjoy. And so yeah, it's not just about, the Rams for me. But now when I go there, obviously I like to go during the season if I could next time. I've only been to SoFi once. And it was for the NFC Championship game. So I'd love to go to another game at SoFi. Maybe if, the Rams make it further in the playoffs, I'll have to figure something out and get myself out there. But yes, I've definitely always enjoyed visiting Los Angeles. Jake, what say you?
Yeah, I would say this. So my dad grew up in Irvine, California. I always wanted to move to, that area, and like SoCal, LA, that whole area, right? Was always interested in it. You and I almost did, by the way. There were obviously COVID got in the way and we ended up not doing it. But before the Rams got there, I was always interested because, my dad lived out in that area. And I always wanted to, experience just like, California. And I don't know, when I thought of California, I always thought of LA. So even before the Rams moved there, Laker fan. So obviously I always wanted to go to a Laker game. I actually did that for the first time at the end of last year in November when I went out to the Rams-Eagles game. And yeah, just being a fan of the Lakers, being a fan, that's... I did actually want to go out there and visit before the Rams moved. And when the Rams moved there, obviously it made it even more sense. But yeah, I mean, I always heard stories like my dad used to tell me all the time, like, Rams playing in, that area and playing at the Coliseum and playing at Angel Stadium. And yeah, it's always been something that has been on my mind. And yeah, I think that's a great question, though. Did you ever
Yeah,
want to
thank
visit
you.
the city before the Rams moved there? I like that.
Yes. I never made it out there though. Ironically,
I
before
didn't either.
my first time in LA was with you and Tyler and Jillian. We
That
all went.
was 2019.
Well, that was technically my first time. I'd been to LAX many times, but I'd never
Yeah.
actually like been to the city. Um,
Yeah,
so
my first time was actually with my father. We went Sean McVay's first year, his second ever game. They lost to, at the time, the Washington Redskins. Yep. I was there. Remember the game where Todd Gurley leaped over the guy and then like went into the end zone?
I kind of
I was at that game. I was
nice.
at That's the one play that I really remember. I remember Jared Goff missing Robert Woods wide open, throwing way too late at the end of the game, and that's why they lost. Not the main reason. That was also Aaron Donald's first time back because first game was Sean McVay because the first game he held out of against the Colts, and Donald played in the Washington game. So, yeah, the more you know. It was at the
The more
Coliseum.
you know.
So was our game
Well,
too.
yeah, went to the Saints game.
You remember the Saints fans? They were so pissed from the NFC title game,
Yeah,
and oh yeah, they were everywhere. And
they were not happy with
that
anyone in their way, anyone in their sights.
that was a blowout. But if I remember correctly, I think Drew Brees got hurt in that game.
He did, and we
It,
saw it. We were like right because we were sitting like behind the Saints bench, and so we like saw him come over, and he it was his like hand or his thumb or something, and we were like,
that's right.
well, that doesn't look good. Yep, it was that game, and then we went to MetLife together
Yes,
with the
the
crew.
38-11 is that against the Giants?
Something we blew him out. Yeah, it was
Yeah, it
something like
wasn't
that.
close. I went to the Jets game and I went to the Eagles game this year. I don't normally go to two games in a season, so that was kind of cool. Um, you
Bobby,
know,
I see your question. So Bobby would really like us to answer what's Matthew Stafford's contract situation. He should retire here whenever that is 3 years plus. So his like current contract, I'm pretty sure, is through.
So his current contract, while it acts like pretty much a 1 year deal, there's no more guaranteed money on it. They're gonna work out kind of like an extension or rework this off season. My guess would be a 2 year deal with a third year opt in. So if he does choose to retire after the second year, he doesn't have to opt in the third year. Rams aren't held liable for that cap if he does retire. Whereas if he chooses to play, it's a third year opt in where you opt in the third year. But I just really don't expect Matthew Stafford to retire for another 2 years at least. I think he's going to play out this year, or play out next year, and then I think he's going to play out the year after that. I think he has 2 more years in him for sure. That third year's a little murky, but those are my thoughts. Obviously, he could change his mind if the Rams win the Super Bowl this year. Maybe he feels some sort of way and is like, you know what, I'm going to end it on this. 2 Super Bowl 2-time Super Bowl champion. Can't take anything away from there. But I would be stunned. Even if he won the Super Bowl this year, I'd be stunned for him to retire after that game. To me, it just feels like it's always been kind of, he'll play close to 40. Does he play until 40? Maybe not, but he'll play until he's probably 39. He's not going to play until he's 45 or 46 like Brady, but he's got another 2 years at least, maybe more. But there's no way. I just don't see him leaving if he wins the Super Bowl. I think if they were to win this year and then they won the following year, well, now it's like, all right, why would I retire? We can go after a three-peat. I just feel like this is kind of this is a guy who is so competitive. I don't see him retiring unless he really has to retire.
Yeah, I don't know. I definitely don't think he retires if the Rams don't win. If the Rams win, I don't know that I see it. There is a little bit of a part of me that I think after the fiasco win you had when the Rams won the first time and everybody considered retiring, and then they ended up not, but we know that they all like were kind of like toying with the idea. I have that fear in me that now if they win it again, that they're going to be like, okay, now this time we'll retire, and so I don't know. I haven't been dwelling on it. I just
No.
think it's a good question though. But I don't think. I mean, I don't think that there's any situation where Matthew Stafford doesn't retire Ram. I'll say that. I think that if he wants to keep playing, he's going to keep playing for the Rams, and they're going to let him. So we'll see. When and if that happens. Do we want to talk about the Steelers Ravens game now?
Yeah.
Because that's the other game tomorrow, which is a big. I feel like for the past.
That's the Prime Video game too. It's their first ever playoff game. Because I talked to Andrew Whitworth and he's stoked. I honestly had no idea. I did not know this was on Amazon Prime. And they are absolutely stoked to get this game. It's unprecedented for them. He's excited about the cold. I was telling him, you can have the cold. I don't like the cold. I live in New York and I don't want the cold. So it's going to be a cold game, Alexis. You got a night game in Baltimore in mid-January, and it's against the Steelers. The Steelers just feel like they're coming apart at the seams. It's really unfortunate. I mean, this was a 10-2, 10-3 team. They like lost every game after that, so that's not great.
Yeah.
But when you look at say like the point spread right now, like I see 9.5 for Baltimore. That just feels wicked high. I think this is going to be a close game. I'm going to take Baltimore because I think they have what it takes to potentially win a Super Bowl this year. Not saying I'm picking them, but they have enough. The Steelers right now, Alexis, just don't seem to be trending in the right direction.
Yeah, the Steelers are like a team where I don't believe in luck in the NFL, but they are one of those playoff teams where you're like, I don't know. Not sure that I've seen enough from them to really warrant feeling like they should be there. So I think Baltimore is going to blow them out.
You do.
Now it's a but it's a playoff game, so it's I feel like I say that and then I kind of get like nervous about it, but I just feel like, it's not close. when I've watched the Ravens this season, I've watched the Steelers. I don't think it should be close, but it's a playoff game. Anything could happen, right? I have a feeling that Baltimore's going to run away with it. But I will say, Baltimore is missing Zay Flowers. I believe they did rule him out for this game. He's a very good receiver for them. I don't know if that's going to really impact them on an offense that has Derrick Henry and, Rashad Bateman and Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely and Lamar Jackson himself, right?
Yeah.
But, it's a loss. He's a good receiver for them. And again, it's the playoffs. You've got TJ Watt on the other side they're going to have to deal with. I definitely don't foresee the Steelers winning in any way. I'll say that. I don't think Russell Wilson
Steelers fans don't. So,
well, yeah. I mean, I don't. They're the biggest underdogs in my mind this weekend.
I just think when you have that divisional matchup, you think blowout?
Well, blowout, not like a blowout of like 40 points. Like I could see like a 14-30, 14-35. Like I just don't like it for the Steelers. I don't like that matchup. Like, I don't know. I just doesn't, I don't see a situation where the Steelers make it competitive. But again, then I guess the flip side of this, it is a division rival. It is a playoff game.
I'm just concerned about Lamar Jackson.
Well, right. I mean,
so I think they can win that game, Alexis, but look, I've been one of the biggest Lamar Jackson defenders. He was my number one quarterback the year he came out, despite the fact people were saying he should move to wide receiver. But Lamar Jackson is 6 for 6, 6 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, and has a passer rating below 80 in the postseason. He has got to step up. He has to. With no Zay Flowers, he's going to have to play above and beyond because Zay Flowers is a 1,000-yard receiver in his own right that can make plays after the catch, that can be dynamic. When you don't have that, you don't have the dynamism that he brings to the table, well, now you have to step up and make plays. And if you just rely on Derrick Henry, that might work. But if they just stack the box and Henry doesn't have a great game, well, now Lamar Jackson, everything is going to be on him. So BC is saying he also lost 3 fumbles too. Exactly. So 9 turnovers, only 6 touchdowns. I'm concerned about Lamar Jackson. Love the guy. Hope he figures out his playoff woes. But yeah, until I see it, I can't sit here and be like, this is the year, Alexis. He's been this way his whole career. But this is the year where it finally clicks without, Zay Flowers. I can hear myself talk now.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to answer people. We've got a chat going on, but I'm also getting messaged on like Twitter and Facebook. And I was trying to open a Facebook message that we got, and it started playing our live stream.
It's funny.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. We'll see. I could be wrong. I have a feeling that I don't know. I would like it to be a good game, but again, it's like I said earlier, I'm going to be doing improv. I'm not watching it, unfortunately. It's not. But speaking of close games, apparently it's really close right now between Ohio State and Texas. It's 14-7 in like the third quarter, so not a very high scoring affair over there.
I kind of want Texas to win. I'm not a Will Howard fan because he comes from Kansas State, and I'm a Kansas fan, and I did not like the way he showed up KU when the starting quarterback was banged up, the backup quarterback was banged up. KU lost on the final play of the game to Will Howard's Kansas State Wildcats with, you won't even believe me when I say this, Chris Ballard's son. Okay? Cole Ballard, who had not played all year, and they almost beat Will Howard and K-State, and he was like, yeah, we're Big Daddy, or like what he did something and like showed them up, and ever since that I've just kind of been like, I don't really like this guy, and maybe that's just me. And Alexis is probably like, no, I wanted to interview him this off season and you ruined it. Like, sorry, I just don't like him.
Well, then I won't send him an invite for the show.
Okay,
but
good.
I here's the thing. I'm a Notre Dame fan, as everybody, who listens to our show knows. So, Notre Dame is going to the championship, so I'm rooting for them regardless of, if Texas or Ohio State makes it. And I also, Notre Dame's going to be the underdog no matter which of those teams win by a lot. So it's kind of like it doesn't really matter to me. I just don't like Texas. I just don't. There's just a lot of people on that team that bother me, and a lot of their fans. I've not liked some of the behavior that I've seen. So I'm not rooting for either one of those teams. I would rather
That's
play
fair.
Ohio State because I think I'd rather lose to Ohio State than I would lose to Texas. I think would bother me.
I
But
mean, I would have rather
regardless,
had last night be the national title game because I liked both teams.
yeah,
I
and I
don't like
liked Penn
either of the
State
teams
too.
today, but I prefer Texas
Yeah.
over Ohio State. Texas also left the Big 12, so I'm not exactly in love with them either.
Yeah,
But
I don't know. I just think that I know that Notre Dame's going to be underdogs. I know the odds aren't going to be in their favor no matter if they play Texas or Ohio State. I would rather lose to Ohio State, but also let me be real. I believe in Notre Dame. I think they could be either of those teams.
they could.
It just, you look at stats, you look at whatever, Notre Dame's path to getting to the championship, it's different than a school like Texas and Ohio State. So
How do you root against Marcus Freeman? Like, to me, I just don't think you can. Unless
it's
you're a fan of
impossible.
one of
He's
the
the
two
best.
teams. Yeah, he's awesome.
He's awesome, and I'm so terrified the NFL is going to poach him, and
They are
somebody's
so going to
gonna
poach him. He is going to be a head
they
football coach in
well
the NFL very
a
soon.
lot of a lot of teams really have tried, already, but he just signed a big contract with Notre Dame. It doesn't matter. He obviously can
Yeah,
get
I
out of
mean,
it,
buyouts happen.
um yeah, I'm hoping that the country can get behind Notre Dame,
I
and
think they will.
we'll see. I'm rooting for him,
No one
obviously.
wants to see Ohio State win another one. No one. I mean, Ohio
Yeah.
State fans, but no one outside of Ohio State.
I mean, are people really like cheering for Texas on a mass scale though also?
No, I think people are looking at this as like, all right, like whoever wins, whatever, but we're rooting for Notre Dame in the champion. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. You guys tell me in the comment section, who would you take? Personally, college football right now doesn't mean too much to me, but I would like to see Notre Dame win. So
Thank you. So would I. Everyone in the chat, drop if you would rather see Notre Dame, Ohio State, or Texas win the national championship. While you do that, we have a super chat that Jake is going to pull up. We'll read that while you guys are dropping
yes,
that in
we
the
actually got
chat.
four. We got four to
Ooh,
do, and then we'll get back into because we already. I mean, we pretty much touched on the Steelers Ravens. Well, we could break it down a little bit. We didn't really talk too much about it, but Edwin, thank you for the 10. Living in Oregon, I'm surrounded by sea chickens and Weiner fans. I have Rams memorabilia all over my office at work. How do you guys represent the Rams in your day to day, Xbox or PlayStation? Um, I it was like two questions there. Like, how do you represent, the Rams in your day to day, and then Xbox or PlayStation? Did not expect that. I have both. I prefer PlayStation. Very much prefer. Although I have a PC that beats both of them probably at this point. But as far as day to day, I have a Rams lanyard that I use every day, right? I very rarely wear hats anymore, but I do rock a Rams hat here and there. I always got Rams in the background of my videos. Of course, a lot of my profession is covering the Rams, so that's probably why. St. Louis Rams license plate throwback. I can't get rid of it. I know I should probably have a Los Angeles Rams one, but hey, I don't know. Like, showing that you've been a
nostalgic.
fan. Yeah, it's nostalgic. I've had it since I got the car. Well, not the car. Well, since I got my first car in 2014. So yeah, St. Louis Rams license plate, always repping that. Yeah, and I wear a Rams jacket here and there, Rams hoodie, stuff like that. Rams jerseys. Very, very rarely do I wear jerseys anymore, but when I do, they're Rams jerseys, if that makes sense. So, Alexis, what say you?
So as far as Rams memorabilia, I mean, I have like Rams, clothes that I'll wear occasionally. I have Rams hat, hoodie. I've got this Rams blanket. I've got two Rams, or you know what? I just have this one now. My other Rams blanket is in St. Louis right now. I brought it down there, and then someone ended up in my family taking it. But I have this Rams blanket. I have like Rams cups that I use a lot. I don't have anything in my office that is like Rams related. I have like Harry Potter stuff that I use instead. So yeah, I guess that's how I rep the Rams, in my daily life. And then on social media, obviously, I've got it plastered all over my social media. And then Xbox or PlayStation, Xbox for me. I had PlayStation for many, many years, from the time I was a child until like I think I got my first Xbox in 2020, like during the pandemic, I think. I don't remember if that was my first one. I'm pretty sure the first one I got was in 2020. So I was very faithful to PlayStation, and then I made a switch, and I'm not so much of a gamer anymore. But I have it right over there. I have an Xbox.
That is, a lot of people don't know this, but during the COVID pandemic, when I was on furlough, I mean, I no longer, have the full time. I just do this full time. But back when I had that full time job, I was on furlough, and you and I and a bunch of my friends, we had an NBA 2K tournament on Xbox, and it was awesome.
I got slaughtered.
You did,
absolutely,
but it was fun.
It was fun. I was in my defense, I just started playing 2K. Like I did the whole thing during the pandemic. It was like I got like laid off from my job at the time. The whole company, went, whatever. So I was like, I'm going to get an Xbox. I'm going to get 2K. I'm going to get into it. And I was over eager about it. And so I started playing with people who were very experienced 2K players. And I just got absolutely bodied. Like it was so bad.
But it was
I eventually got better. It was fun.
It was a full-on league that we fantasy drafted. And it was just so cool because we'll never be able to do something like that again. We're way too busy. But this was this was back when like we still felt somewhat like kids and not adults. Somewhat.
Well, and the world was, we had all the time in the world. I mean, and the world was shut down. So it's kind of like we weren't, we had no responsibilities.
Exactly. So yeah.
So that was on Xbox.
I miss those days.
I know, me too. Everyone in the chat, by the way, when I said drop who you're cheering for, it was like a vast majority Notre Dame. There's a couple Texas. I don't see any. I see anyone but Ohio State. I don't see anybody rooting for Ohio State. But this is like I used to dream of times like this.
Yeah, well.
Or you used to pray for times like this. Everybody rooting for Notre Dame alongside me. Super chat on the screen from Jesse Johnson. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in. Temple Hills Funk, thank you so much. Another super chat on the screen for those listening. They said Stafford is a wizard against the blitz. If I'm the Rams, I would invite the blitz by going 4 wide receivers, and it opens up scoring opportunities. Thoughts?
You would invite the blitz by going 4 wide receivers, and it opens up scoring opportunities. The problem is you got 5 guys on the offensive line, quarterback is 6. So that leaves you with 5 left. So if you go 4, are you going to have a tight end out there? Are you going to have a running back out there? That's the thing, is that you couldn't do that the majority of the game. I actually kind of expect that the Rams are going to go 12 personnel a little bit more than they have. I think we're going to see some things that we haven't seen all year because it is the playoffs. There's a lot of film out there, on what they've done all year, their tendencies and everything. And so, yeah, I could see them going with 12 personnel. Here's what I'm praying for. Not just Jordan Whittington involvement, but give me that jumbo package at the goal line. I want to see Jonah Jackson, okay, as a 6th offensive lineman, damn it. Like, he's too good to be a backup, but they don't have another option. He kind of has to be a backup. Jonah Jackson should be the 6th offensive lineman that comes into that jumbo package at the goal line, and I want to see them actually utilize that. We see it all the time with the Lions. Porting is eligible, right? A Dan Skipper. We hear it all the time. People still bring that up all the time against the Dallas Cowboys. Well, I want to see it with Jonah Jackson. I do. And I'm not saying I need a trick play. I'm not saying I need Jonah Jackson to catch a touchdown pass. I'm just saying I want to see that they're using that. I want to see that on 4th down. Give me that 6th man on the offensive line. That's what I'm asking for. I mean, I'm asking for a lot. I'm asking for a win. I'm asking for Whittington to have the most snaps of the year. I'm asking for Tyler Higbee to have 2 touchdowns. But no, all jokes aside, I don't know how you have a guy who's that good, because let's be honest here. He is better than most backups in the league. Like, of all the offensive linemen in the league that right now aren't in a starting lineup, Jonah Jackson is among the best, like, without a doubt. So I want to see them use him more. That's all I'm saying.
Well, let's talk about, while we've talked about Chargers, Texans, Steelers, Ravens, let's talk about Broncos, Bills, because we're going in order.
Yes.
We've already talked about the last game, which will be the Rams and the Vikings. By the way, Guy Smithson, super chat, thank you so much.
We got one more.
Oh, and another one?
We do. Boom.
Boom. Thank you so much from
Mike Danite. Thank you for the 50. Love the show and the support for LA. Heart goes out to those who've been impacted. Go Rams, and let's go get this W. Thank you so much, Mike. We really appreciate you there. That is awesome stuff.
And remember, everybody, everything that we get this episode, whether it's a super chat, whether it's ad revenue, whether, it's from the GoFundMe that's linked in the description, everything from this episode is going directly to wildfire relief in LA and to charities that are helping people in Los Angeles get the help that they need during this really, really horrible time. And we want to help everybody in whatever way we can. Jake is going to refresh the
you already know
the charity stream. We have raised $3,580 via GoFundMe. Thank you so much. Remember, there's an additional $1,300 that Colton donated. He had sent me, Jake, I can send you how he did that. He didn't donate directly to the GoFundMe, but he had funds that he was able to donate as well to these charities. So, thank you so much for that, Colton, and thank you to everybody who has donated super chats throughout the night. We really, really appreciate it. It means so much, to us and to all the listeners, especially, all the Rams listeners who are not able to listen to Downtown Rams tonight because they're working on rebuilding their lives. We know that so many are dealing with that, and our hearts go out to them and everybody who supports us and supports the Rams. So we appreciate it. Another super chat.
Before we get to the super chat, I wanted to give Alana a shout out. Alana likes messing with me on here, all JE lives and stuff, but really appreciate this comment because I'll tell you guys right now. First off, Alexa's making a sacrifice tonight. She is spending her 4 hours doing this with me and with you guys instead of spending it with her Papa Don, who it's his birthday today. And by the way, that guy is one of the nicest people on the planet. I can attest to it. I spent, a week with you guys, and I got to know him pretty well. Nicest guy, like, honestly. So appreciate Alana for coming out and saying that.
Yes, thank you, Alana. That means a lot. It is his birthday. So everyone in the chat, if you say happy birthday to him, I'll show him those messages. He'll be very flattered, that people are sending him birthday wishes. I was going to show him, I got some on Twitter as well earlier today that I'm going to show him. But yes, he's 93 years old today. 93. But yes, that's right. We're doing this tonight. And then tomorrow night, we're going to do a birthday dinner for him. So yeah, very exciting. Very exciting time. Thank you, Alana. Appreciate it. Thank you for all these comments.
A lot of different.
Everyone wishing Grandpa Don a happy birthday. Appreciate it. He might be watching right now. I don't know if he is or not. I know that he did tell me that he was excited we were doing this, and he wanted me to let him know how it goes, at the end of the night or in the morning. So thank you for all these messages on Grandpa Don's behalf. I really appreciate it.
No, it's awesome. And we got another super chat from Edwin, who's just given us some awesome super chats today. I personally have hated the Lions since last year's playoffs. Why do you think Kirby Joseph keeps talking shit about Stafford? I hope send the Lions home.
I think that Kirby Joseph doesn't realize. I think that he holds personal contempt for Stafford based on that clip that circulated of Stafford calling him out.
Yeah.
And I think it's a scapegoat for him to say that that's why people think he's a dirty player.
Very scapegoat.
when, obviously this is a widespread issue, and many players believe that about Kirby Joseph.
Tucker Kraft,
Yeah.
Hawkinson, yeah.
So, it's not just Stafford. Stafford basically got caught saying it on a hot mic. And because of that, I think Kirby holds a grudge to him. And you know what? Fine. I think he's acted pretty immature about it, but
You ever see The Incredibles,
yeah,
Alexis?
I have.
So Kirby Joseph is syndrome in this situation. And the reason I say that, I have this theory that he actually liked Stafford in some capacity, maybe growing up, because if you go back and you watch that video, like Stafford says, yeah, that was a good hit. And you could see Kirby kind of like getting all like, oh, wow, he's giving me credit. And he said, but you're dirty as you know what. And as soon as he said, oh, come on, man. Like, I feel like Matthew Stafford created an enemy for the rest of the league to an extent. It's like his villain origin story. Like, maybe the first hit on, Hawkinson was by mistake, and then this one was bad or whatever. But there is some truth to, I guess, like kind of that villain origin story, maybe. Just because the way he reacted, it was like you meet your hero and it's just a disappointment. And that's kind of how I saw that. But at the same time, I'm not giving him any pass, and you're not giving him any pass, and he's from Illinois. So what does that say? I mean, and that had to hurt for you because you like your Illinois prospects. We've interviewed quite a few of them. And I mean, I like Kirby Joseph in the draft. I think we both did. But yeah. I don't want to spend too much negative, energy on that. But yeah, it's disappointing.
Yes.
Anytime you have, a violent and dirty player that, maybe goes a little bit above and beyond, like, say, Avantez Perfect, right? So, yeah.
Yeah.
We got a hundo from Megan, who, by the way, if you don't know Megan, because Alexis, I don't know if you've seen Megan before in the chat. Megan is from very, very loyal viewer, listener of the NFC West Roundtable I do every Tuesday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Comes over from the Seattle Seahawks fan base, the Hawks Nest, with Brandon Kane, who's become a friend of mine doing the show. He is our Seahawks representative. And Megan is awesome. Megan donates a lot. I see it all the time. Just not just in that show, but I went on the Hawks Nest. I've seen it. So shout out to Megan. Jake,
Thank you, Megan.
As one who visited LA in 2022 and am a proud Seahawks fan, here's a little something to help. And happy birthday, Grandpa Don.
Thank you. That's awesome, Megan. Really appreciate it. The donation that's going to help people, in LA with the wildfires, but also thank you for the happy birthday message for Grandpa Don. That's awesome. Appreciate
He's going to see that stuff. I'm telling you. He might be watching right now, but if he isn't watching right now, you get to show him after the fact.
Yeah, I will definitely show him if he's not watching. But yeah, again, appreciate everybody so much for these messages and the chats, the super chats, and the donations. The GoFundMe is still linked in the description. If anybody's just now tuning in, we're at 1,391 viewers across all platforms right now. Thank you to everybody who is watching. Again, GoFundMe is linked in the description. And again, super chats will also go towards wildfire relief. Matthew, thank you so much for the $50 super chat.
Appreciate you, Matthew.
Yep, little something to help out. Wish I could do more. You guys are doing a great job. Matthew, we appreciate it. And you're a very loyal listener of our show as well.
Very loyal.
And so we definitely are fans of you and appreciate you for supporting us. So thank you so much for your donation. Another super chat from Tyler Story. Thank you so much for your donation. He said, thank you, Jake and Alexis, for using the show to help LA. These fires are not normal. They were absolutely wild, combining a fire with 100-mile-per-hour winds. Yes, that's just, it's been devastating to watch. And, like we've said, it's really hard for us to watch so many in a community that we love suffer. And we hope that everybody is safe and getting the help that they need, and will be able to rebuild their lives after this tragedy. And so, we're going to do what we can. Every little bit helps. So thank you so much.
No, that's awesome. Matthew, longtime, listener and member of the channel. Tyler has donated a ton. A lot of people don't even know because he goes under a different name. But really appreciate it over on Kick and everything. And I've gotten a chance to talk to him quite a bit, and he's a great guy as well. So we really appreciate you guys. It's really awesome. Like Nolan says, W Super Chats. Really appreciate that. If you'd like to donate directly to, the fundraiser that we started, anybody, it is in the description below. If you're on YouTube, if you're in Facebook, if you're on Twitter, it should be below the video. But if it's not, we'll post another comment about it. But yeah, really appreciate all the donations, any ad revenue, because I know, people don't love ads on YouTube, but all of that ad revenue is all going to be dispersed between the 4 foundations that are a part of this fundraiser. So really do appreciate that. And yeah, I think it's time for us to get to Bills Broncos.
Yes, let's talk about the Bills Broncos. Ricky, thank you so much. He said happy birthday, Pops. I just saw that chat. So the Bills and the Broncos, we kind of talked about earlier the Texans and the Chargers. I mean, another AFC West team I slept on was the Broncos. I mean, who would have thought, that the Broncos, they kind of felt like their team was going through somewhat of a rebuild, new quarterback. They trade Jerry Jeudy, they've kind of made some moves over the past couple of seasons that kind of indicated that they were trying to rebuild. You got a rookie quarterback in Bo Nix, who was taken a lot higher than I know a lot of people wanted him to be taken. But wow, I mean, look at what the Broncos have done. If you would have told me that the Broncos would be playing better with their roster than the Chicago Bears would be playing with their roster, I would not have believed it. Yet here we are with the Denver Broncos. I think what was their record? The 10-7. I'm not looking at it right now off the top of my head. I believe they went 10-7. Yep, they went 10-7. They're going to be playing against the Bills, who went 13-4. Bills, one of the AFC favorites, I would say. Very good team. Josh Allen is an MVP candidate. Has been having an incredible season. Broncos, obviously the underdog team in this game. So, I think, Jake, I'm going to take the Bills personally in this matchup. I'm high on the Bills. I admitted I was wrong about the Broncos. I slept in the Broncos. I just don't know how you're going to stop Josh Allen. I don't know. I mean, what are your thoughts?
Well, I was definitely wrong about the Broncos, but I will say, yeah. It goes without saying, I spoiled it at the beginning of the show that the Bills I have in the Super Bowl, and obviously they can't make the Super Bowl, Alexis, if the Broncos win the wildcard game. So doing the simple math there, I'll take the Bills here, 8-0 at home. They play another home game. I mean, Buffalo in freaking January is going to be cold. So first and foremost, I just think when you look at what the Bills have done this year, I know the defense can give up points. They can give up yards. We saw that against the Rams. The Broncos are definitely going to be throwing this thing all over the field. Like, this is, if you are a betting person out there, going after somebody like a Bo Nix there and just having his yards, I think would make a lot of sense. He's going to have to throw a lot. I just think Josh Allen's going to be too much. I think they're going to try and run the football at James Cook. I think that, what they're going to do as far as, getting Khalil Shakir some opportunities, his yards after the catch ability. I don't know if Amari Cooper plays or not. You got Dalton Kincaid, you got Dawson Knox, and you still have Keon Coleman, right? Offensive line's pretty damn good. I just think with the Bills' defense, that's the only thing that kind of holds them back. But it's been very simple. Are the Bills the best team? Like, do they have the most balanced team? Probably not. But I'll tell you right now, the Bills' offense with Josh Allen on any given Sunday, any given Saturday, any given any day, they got a shot. And so I think This is going to be one of those games where, maybe the Broncos scare the Bills fans a little bit. I know some Bills fans are concerned about this game, but I'm not betting against Sean McDermott's crew. I think this is a good football team, and I think they're going to the Super Bowl. And I currently think they're going to beat the Rams in the Super Bowl. That's how I have it. So I know people might not want to hear that, but I just think the Bills are really good. And, Josh Allen, his time is here. And also, I mentioned they're undefeated at home, Alexis. Forgot to mention that the Broncos are below 500 on the road. Below 500 on the road in the regular season, and now it's the postseason, and now it's January football, and now it's January in the freezing cold. Give me Josh Allen over Bo Nix.
Well, I think we're on the same page as that. I do want to point out a super chat that I just saw come in.
That's the biggest super chat I've ever seen. You can't even see our faces how big this thing is.
Thank you. Me trying to... This is from ID 189.
ID 89.
He said, as someone who, and he donated $200, which is amazing, by the way. Thank you so much. He said, as someone who lost a home to the car fire in 2018, my heart is with everyone in the path or aftermath of these blazes. Thank you both for doing everything you do. P.S. Happy birthday, Grandpa Don. P.P.S. Some love for Vikings, Cardinals, etc. for being there for the Rams in L.A. You are so right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much
for your chat. We really appreciate that. Very sorry to hear about, the loss of your home in the car fire. I hope that you've been able to rebuild what you can and are doing well after that. And we appreciate your support. And it means a lot. You're a very loyal listener to this show, and I appreciate your message for Grandpa Don as well. And you make a really good point. A lot of respect is due for the Cardinals organization for what they've done, to help the Rams during this time, and the Minnesota Vikings as well. They have donated money to the Los Angeles area to assist with wildfire relief. So very classy of them to do, and we appreciate it.
Yeah, no, that's incredible. ID89 is one of our go-to people during the draft streams. Always has the pick a little bit before everybody else. So always appreciate you. Thank you so much for the biggest super chat I think I've ever seen on here. And there's something about the red, like, red means stop, right? Like, okay, red stop sign and everything. But when you see red on YouTube, you're like, oh my God. Like, as somebody just dropped a bag. That is huge. And like I said, every single super chat is going to be distributed to the 4 foundations that are a part of our fundraiser. So we really do appreciate that. We're over 3,600 donations over on the GoFundMe as well. So, currently, doing the math, we're almost at 400, or nope, that's wrong. We have almost $600 in chat revenue. Okay. And I believe that that's straight up. So I know YouTube does take a cut, like I said. But when the final number comes out, everything will be dispersed to, those 4 foundations. So we really do appreciate it. Super chats do help. So do the GoFundMes. We're using both. So we really appreciate it again. And so I think, did we touch enough, would you say, on that Bills Broncos game? We're good on that? You're muted.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say, I think so. We've got a lot to touch on. Okay, so Jake's camera is blurry for everyone and not just me.
Sick.
That's what I was checking on, but it's all right. Hey, as long as I look good, guys. I'm joking. But I did want to just touch on the Broncos-Bills game, and I'm glad that we did, because we've been going through, these games and talking about just the playoffs in general, because it's going to affect, the Rams potentially, right? If the Rams advance, we need to know who else is going to be playing, which brings us to this next game, Packers-Eagles. But first, we've got another super chat from Edwin. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jake will put that on the screen. Edwin said in his super chat, he said, if the Rams offered you both a position with the Rams, what would be your dream position within the organization? And then 2, what was your favorite AD moment?
So Obviously, the Super Bowl was my favorite AD moment, and my position with the Rams would be something I've wanted since I was in second grade. I wrote it down on a piece of paper, and people are like, "Really? No astronaut, no famous baseball player, nothing like that?" No, I wanted to be the general manager of, at the time, the St. Louis Rams. That's what I wanted. So I've always wanted to be the general manager of the Rams. I love player personnel and, just roster building and all of that. It's just always fascinated me. I was the type of kid that would be invited over for a play date back in the day, and my friend would want to play Madden or ESPN 2K, NFL 5 or whatever, 2K5. And he'd be sitting there ready to go and be like, "Why are you still in the rosters? What are you doing? How are you still fiddling around with the rosters?" And I'd just be like, "Well, this is my favorite part of the game." Like, "You don't like to play the game?" I'm like, "I do, but I spend the most time with the rosters, the screens." And I'm like, my friends aren't the only ones that know that. My dad knows that. My brother knows that. So yeah, since I was a young kid, I've always wanted to be a general manager for the Rams. That's what I would say.
I I would say general manager as well. That's always been my, with sports teams. Like when I play Madden, I always wanted to do franchise mode, that type of thing. So I'd say if I could be anything, I would be a GM as well. My favorite AD moment would probably be, yeah, I'd say either the moment in the NFC Championship game with Jimmy that hit on Jimmy G towards the end of the game, or the Super Bowl moment, either one of those. But
Oh
there's
yeah.
so many, because I saw Aaron Donald play in St. Louis as well, and he had some big games that I was at um, a lot. So yeah, I don't know if I could pick one, but I'd say obviously the biggest ones would be those moments in the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl. Um, yeah.
I mean, yeah, now that you bring it up, I don't know how your favorite moment can't obviously be when you were at the NFC title game and you
Yeah.
watched him
Well,
just
but
kind of
here's
toss Garoppolo, and then he throws the ball up there and Traven Howard picks it up and Greg Gaines like tackled him to the ground. Like,
well, what's unfortunate is I didn't see it, because what
oh, that's
happened
right.
is we were all kind of sitting and people stood up before it happened, and then I just heard cheering, and it's fine. But so I didn't actually, people are like, "What did you think when you saw it?" I was like, "Well, if I'm being honest, I saw it on the screen after. I didn't, I was there was a lot of like men in my section, very tall. Like there was a lot of moments through the game, even when we all were standing, I was kind of having to like crane my neck around, which is fine. I was just happy to be there. I mean, I don't judge them at all for standing, but I had a hard time at times seeing.
That's
But yeah,
crazy.
I'd say either one of those moments. I mean, AD was my favorite player since the moment he got drafted. I mean, everybody who has been following me for a very long time just knows that I have a very long history of being a diehard Aaron Donald fan. He was always my guy. He was always my favorite. I've been very lucky to have some opportunities to speak with him, in the past, and I think he's great. And he's my all time favorite Ram. Um, might be superseded by Kyron Williams at some point. Kyron Williams is obviously my current favorite Ram, but yeah, so I'd say those would be my two moments. Nolan in the chat said AK was crossfaded. I was after the game. I was after the game. What he's referring to is a viral video that took place of me celebrating the Rams win in the NFC Championship game. It was a great time. There was a tailgate going on. We all were having a good time. We had just beaten the 49ers in the NFC Championship. It was insane. Um, so yeah, that was a very fun game to be at. Another super chat from Rams Let's Go. He said, "Will the real Alexis Kraft please stand up? Glad you got your account back. Rams will be caravanning to the desert like a rampede." Thank you so much for the super chat. First off, what they're referring to is I was suspended on Twitter for 24 hours after the Twitter algorithm made a mistake that they did acknowledge finally when they reinstated my account. But I basically, for no reason, got suspended on Twitter for 24 hours. It was chaos. Everybody was thankfully very much in my corner and was tweeting free Alexis Craft. I was joking about it on Instagram stories, but I actually really, really was panicked that I would never get my account back. And then I appealed it and I did hear back from X, and they said that they had accidentally, whether it was really an accident or not, we don't know, but they said they accidentally flagged my account as inauthentic. Like they were saying I was impersonating Alexis Craft. I obviously was not. It was my real account. And yeah, I don't know. It was, they said they made a mistake. Obviously, you know, hadn't done anything to warrant a suspension, but that's what he's referring to. And I'm very happy to be back. But I did go and, you know, make sure my passwords and everything were locked down after that, and to avoid that happening again.
That was fun.
That was a very rough. I was not happy about that, just because, you know, they had suspended me, and they're like, we've suspended your account because it's been deemed inauthentic, and you know, the whatever bullet points were like impersonation or not being who you say you are, and I was like, but this is my account. You know, like I was like, wow, I don't know what's going on.
Speaking
So
of not know what's going on, I think a lot of people don't know what's going on between the Packers and Eagles. So we should probably
yeah.
clear the air on that. Who do you got?
So I am going to take the Eagles, I think, but it's like weird because I don't know. The Eagles have been in a weird spot because the Eagles, when they're fully healthy, are a very good team. Jalen Hurts, have we heard if he's even going to play?
Oh, he'll definitely play. But to your credit here, Jalen Hurts has been in the concussion protocol.
Yeah.
So he was still in it this week. I mean, I'll look into it like now, but I'm pretty sure.
I don't think he's been practicing though.
Yeah, like he's gonna play. There's no way he doesn't play in the playoff game.
Oh, somebody just said he is practicing and he's good. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't hear that. So yeah, I'm taking the Eagles. I don't. There's a weird vibe. There's a weird vibe coming from that team right now. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I still think they're gonna win. The Packers have been very hot and cold. You know, we've talked about it on our show, I think, before. I just don't know that they're going to have the firepower to take down, you know, Saquon Barkley and A.J. Brown and Smith and Hurts.
It's not going to be easy.
You know, I just think it's
in mind,
probably going to be the Eagles.
No Christian Watson, no Jair Alexander. Jordan Love's banged up. I'm going to take the Eagles in a close one, but I think the Eagles are the better team. I think they're going to control the line of scrimmage. I think Saquon is going to be able to run in this game. And I think that the weapons that they have, not having a Jair Alexander to shut down A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, that's going to be a problem. So I'll take the Eagles in this one. But I do think that they're beatable. And I don't think people want to hear that, but I think they're beatable. And I think the Rams are going to get revenge on them in the divisional round if they make to the divisional round. I think that they're going to end up playing the Eagles.
I would love a
could just be me
revenge game.
Seeing
you also
watching Saquon Barkley run for 250 something yards in person. It was the most dominant performance. Oh yeah, most dominant performance I've ever seen in any sport. It was crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm taking Philadelphia, but I do feel like there's a weird energy coming from, you know, that team, and I do agree with you. I think that they are beatable. I don't know that the Packers are the team that is going to do it. But you know what? When the Packers are hot, they're hot. It's just like you said, Christian Watson's now out. Alexander's out. I don't know. I don't have a good feeling. That's another game. That's another game that I could see getting out of control very quickly, if I'm being honest. Like the Eagles are at home. If Jalen Hurts is back to his, you know, normal self, I don't know. I'm taking the Eagles.
So the Packers are a decent road team. They're 5-3. The Eagles are really good at home, 8-1. So we shall see. Eagles are 5-point favorites. Bills, by the way, were 9.5-point favorites. I don't love like the really big spreads. They freak me out. I don't know. Like, especially the divisional one, like we were talking about earlier with the Ravens Steelers, like 9.5 in a divisional game. I don't love that. All right. This is, by all accounts, would probably have been the game of the week, but everybody's going to be tuned into the Vikings-Rams, considering everything that's going on. Yeah. But before the Vikings and Rams had everything that happened, this was by far the game of the week, in my opinion. Commanders-Buccaneers. There's a reason this got Sunday Night Football. And Tampa is a 3-point favorite at home, which is standard. So they're basically saying Tampa is a standard favorite. Like, what you are, like, you're just a regular home team gets 3 points in general. So really, I just think this is going to be an absolute barn burner. I think it's going to be crazy. I do. I think we're going to see a lot of points. And I'm going to take the Commanders in this one. I am.
I am taking the Bucs.
I think it's going to be like 41-38. I think it's going to be freaking crazy.
Well, listen, I think I will not be shocked if either team win. I think it's going to be close. I think I like Baker and Mike Evans and Bucky Irving, you know. But Jalen Daniels, yeah, you know, I don't know. Jaden Daniels, sorry, not the Kansas quarterback.
Not my quarterback.
I was looking at your Kansas poster when I said that in your frame, and just my mind into Jalen
I knew
Daniels.
It too. I used to have a Jalen Daniels KU hat in the background. You see, I just banged my head like on the freaking mic stand. I'm not used to wearing a hat with this.
Well,
anyway.
So we did. That's the first game that we differ on. Is I'm taking the Bucs and you're taking the Commanders.
Yeah.
But you know, I don't have like a preference. Like I'm not. You know, obviously they're in the NFC, right? So you know, I'm not strong. Well, I guess preferences in like I'm not rooting for them to like win at all. But I guess if I had to play either one of those teams, I don't know. I'm inclined to say I would rather play the Commanders, but, you know, Daniels, I feel like could give the Rams a problem.
And, he could.
You know, so maybe I'm more inclined to say play the Bucs. I don't know. Regardless of who we'd rather play as Rams fans, I'm taking the Bucs in that game.
So my thing is the offensive line is sneaky good for Tampa. Like, sneaky good. They have a good offensive line. And the Commanders' offensive line is kind of bad. But Jaden Daniels has been so good at manipulating the pocket, and he's so good at escaping, and he's so good at destroying you when he does get out and he gets, you know, into the open field, that I think that's enough. And you got guys like Terry McLaurin, and I just think the way Olamide Zaccheaus is playing, Olamide Zaccheaus, I forget how to say his name. He's killing it. Then you got your running backs. You got Austin Eckler out of the backfield. You got Brian Robinson Jr. Of course, you got Chris Rodriguez, who had a really good game against the Falcons. And then you got the defense. And the thing that the misconception about the Commanders is you look at the rookie quarterback and you just say, this is a young team. I don't know if I buy it. And then you look around and you're like, oh, that's Zach Ertz right there. Oh, that's Dorrance Armstrong Jr. Oh, that's Dante Fowler Jr. Jeremy Chin? Oh, Bobby Wagner? Frankie Louvu? And Dan Quinn, who's been in a Super Bowl before. The Cowboys really missed him. I mean, he left and they were not even the same team, right? You got Biotish at center. There's a lot of veteran presence on this team. So while people are going to look at Jaden Daniels as this young quarterback and, you know, kind of just clump everybody into being a young football team, I'll tell you right now, I think the Commanders are more experienced than people realize. I think it's what led them down a 12-5 win season. I mean, what Dan Quinn did this year is just not talked about nearly enough. And then you have Cliff Kingsbury, who since he's entered the NFL has been highly scrutinized. I mean, the job he did with the Arizona Cardinals. Yeah. And, you know, and he still got to the playoffs and everything. But the job he did with the Cardinals was heavily scrutinized, and then he comes here, to Washington, and he's done a really nice job with a rookie quarterback who just doesn't look like it's too big for him. And so now, the question remains with the Bucs. We watched Baker Mayfield in some positions this year where they probably should have lost, and he came back and did everything he could. He leads the league in touchdowns over the last 2 years. He's been huge for the Bucs. Bucky Irving, to your point, that was the quietest 1,100-yard rushing season I've ever seen in my life. Who was talking about Bucky Irving? I mean, he hasn't been talked about nearly as much as he should. Then you have the most consistent wide receiver maybe in the history of the NFL at this point, Mike Evans, 11 straight 1,000-yard seasons. You have him. No Chris Godwin, true, but McMillan's been playing a lot, and I don't know. I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to stick with the Commanders here, but I think it's going to be wild. I think we're seeing a lot of scoring, a lot of yards, 41-38 type territory.
Hey, it's on Sunday, so I'm going to be watching those games. So as long as it's a good game, I'm not going to complain. Someone just said in the chat, Nolan said Evans versus Lattimore is the main event. I mean, I think it could be a very good game. By the way,
those two
guys,
hate each other.
We now have 1,500 people watching us live right now across all platforms. We've reached an all-time high for the night. It could be because, now people are getting off work on the West Coast, home. They've eaten dinner at 7:30 on the West Coast. It's 10:30 on the East Coast. It's 9:30 in the Midwest where I'm at. 1,500 people tuning in right now. Thank you so much, everybody who's tuned in right now. As a reminder, in the description of this YouTube stream, we have a link to a GoFundMe where we are raising money for wildfire relief across the Los Angeles area. As many Rams fans have been personally affected by the devastation happening in Los Angeles right now, and we want to help in any way we can. So all proceeds from that GoFundMe will go towards helping the victims of the wildfires in Los Angeles and getting aid to them, as well as all revenue earned from this stream. We will donate all of that as well to wildfire relief, and all of these super chats, everything that we're getting as a super chat is going towards these charities as well. Speaking of that, we just got a super chat from Aiden.
Thank you, Aiden.
Thank you so much. He said, went to the game last week and had Verse and Kyron sign my Rams flag. Are you guys planning to go to a game next season to meet up with fans? Yes, we are. We just don't know which one.
I'm not sure.
Won't know until they release the schedule in May. But that's so awesome that they signed your flag.
Well, I actually do know which one, because I think my dad is gonna come with me, and I want to go to the Lions game.
Ooh.
I did a meet and greet with RWO this year before the Eagles game. You guys showed up and showed out. It was great meeting up with everybody. We had probably over 200 people. It was crazy, Alexis. So a whole week, a whole year of growth going into next year. I don't know. That might be crazy. That might be absolutely off the chain. So, but I'm down.
I'm definitely going to do it. I just don't know. I haven't done it since the NFC Championship. That's not true. I was at the Rams Bears game in Chicago, but unfortunately there wasn't a tailgate situation, so we didn't get to meet at the game. But I did do. There was an event the night before at the Chicago Athletic Association where I got to meet so many different Rams fans, which was awesome, and everybody seemed to be having a good time, which made me happy because they were in my city of Chicago, and everyone seemed to enjoy it. So I'm definitely going to go to a game at SoFi. I also am thinking I'm going to go to the Atlanta game because the Rams play in Atlanta next season, and I really wanted to go to a city that I'd never been to before, and I've never been to Atlanta, so I thought that would be a fun one to go to as an away game for the Rams. So thank you so much, Aiden, for the super chat. Thank you so much to everybody dropping questions in the chat as well. Tyler said you think you'll...
Oh, sorry. We're getting closer, by the way, to $4,000.
Yep. As Jake just pulled up on the screen, we're currently at $3,730 raised on the GoFundMe. So thank you so much to everybody who's donated towards that. We're getting closer and closer to our goal of 4.5K. But also keep in mind, we had a very generous donation from Colton of $1,300 that was not made to the GoFundMe, so we got to account for that as well. And then we've got all the money coming in via super chats. So we've definitely felt very, very grateful and blessed tonight with all the donations coming in for our Rams community in Los Angeles. We appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, it's been awesome, and we love doing these. I mean, Alexis and I, when we were able to do an event like this, was the NFL draft, and keep in mind, day 3 is just wild. We are live for 7 continuous hours. Now,
yeah,
people might remember, might not. Alexis probably carried 4 hours of that because I had food poisoning.
It was a run. That was my Michael Jordan flu game. Really, it was your flu game, but like it was my flu game because I was the one that had to. But you were still there. You came back. You did the best that you could when you were fighting illness, but
it was not easy.
It was a long day, but all those streams are always long regardless. As people who watch our channel know, I mean, we're live the entire draft, and I've already made sure that I'm going to be free for that day. We're going to do it again. And it's so funny and it's not funny, I should say, but it's heartwarming that so many people love those days so much. And we get so many messages from people that are like, every year during the NFL drafts, I watch your live stream the entire time. I was at a wedding and I had somebody tell me that. They were like,
That's crazy.
They're not like big football fans, but every year during the draft, they just turn on our stream because they enjoy watching our event. And I was like, we love doing it. And it's like a tradition that we do. Everyone in the comments are talking about my pizza. I do order a pizza during the draft that everybody hates.
Because it's repulsive, but that's neither here nor there.
It's not repulsive. It's pineapple and black olives. That's not that crazy. Okay, you say that, but then there's people that put like mushrooms and peppers and like
I don't like that either. You know what I like?
Okay.
I like exactly how Dave Portnoy rates a pizza. Give it to me plain, just cheese. That's all I need. Cheese, tomato sauce on bottom. Give me that. Although I will say, I don't know if you'd enjoy it. Do you like crisp, like for your pizza?
What do you mean? Like a crisp crust?
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
not just like the crust, not like the edge, but like just all around the pizza. Do you like a crisp bottom?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I'm from St. Louis, and St. Louis style pizza is, I guess it doesn't have to be crisp, but it usually is. It's a very thin pizza.
So I gotta get you to try. Oh my God, what the hell's the name of it? New Haven style.
I think
I'm a New Yorker, and I believe New Haven style is the best pizza. I have relinquished the title of New York being the best style. I think New Haven style is the best pizza, and Dave Portnoy got me to try it because, like, I saw it and he called it the pizza capital of the world, and I was like, is it? And then I gave it a try, and I was like, oh my God. And I still haven't even had it in New Haven. Like, I've only had it at a place not near me, but kind of far from me, that makes New Haven style pizza. And it's crazy. If you guys have ever had New Haven style, then you know. But we got another super chat. Halos 34. Thank you for the 10.
Thank you.
Love what you guys
so
are doing.
Appreciate it. That's very kind of you.
Appreciate
I'm seeing
you.
in the chat, somebody said New York style or New York pizza versus St. Louis pizza. I mean, so if I'm being honest, I would choose New York style. Okay, listen, I'm not psychotic, but the thing about St. Louis style pizza is it's comforting to me because I grew up on it, right? Like everyone in the chat, if anybody's familiar with like Emo's Pizzas, like kind of the main, St. Louis style pizza. Like as a kid, I got Emos all the time. Every time I go back to St. Louis, I still get Emos. It's like a comforting thing for me. And I like it. I think it's really good. But, it just, I understand. Like if I'm given a choice, between like a nice New York style pizza, it's a little doughy, it's a little greasy. You go get a slice at Joe's, right? That's better. Okay? I can be realistic about this. But I mean, the pineapple on pizza that everybody hates me for, it's I can't it's not as crazy as everybody make. People act like I should be like sent to prison. Like I'll post a picture of that pizza on Twitter and people are like, I'm calling the police. I'm like, guys, it's not that crazy. People put dead fish on their pizza. Do you guys understand that?
I still
Like
think I'd take anchovies over.
you would take anchovies over pineapple?
Absolutely. Pineapple does
That's
not belong on pizza. But you know what? You know what? I believe that everyone has a right to have the pizza the way
Thank
they
you.
want it.
Yes.
So
exactly.
I'm not going to call the cops on you. I am going to potentially vomit, but it's not. It's your right. I can't take it away from you. I live in the great United States, a free country.
If I'm still,
you know,
somebody in the chat just brought up Emo's Pizza. Valencia said Emo's Pizza is definitely nostalgic from my childhood too. Yeah,
no. People are now thinking I like anchovies. I don't like anchovies. I would just prefer anchovies over pineapple. I would rather have nothing. I just want plain. The only topping I like is grilled chicken. That's it. It's the only. I'll have pepperoni here and there, but give me plain pizza every day. A nice, crisp, plain pizza.
Nolan is saying my order is a war crime. People are very dramatic about my pizza order. Okay, listen, Jake just put it on the screen. I'm still eating my pizza after how many, do you remember it wasn't last year, it was the year before maybe, where I was eating my pizza during day 3 for our tradition where we eat pizza. And I was like, I had 300 people, like absolutely losing. There was more than 300 people in the chat.
It was crazy.
Like, there was just so many people that were really deeply offended. O'Shea Jackson Jr., by the way, if you guys know who O'Shea Jackson Jr. is, he's a very talented actor. He's the son of Ice Cube, if you know who Ice Cube is. O'Shea Jackson Jr. is a very big Rams fan as well as an actor. He is a supporter of, what we do. He was watching that stream where I had the pizza and he tweeted that he turned it off after I ordered the pizza. And I was like, all right, fine. I can be the villain if people want me to be the villain. But I don't think it's that crazy.
We got the villain origin story.
Someone else in the chat said they love pineapple on their pizza. All right, let's move on from pizza because this could get very contentious because anytime this comes up in the chats.
Now I'm starving and want pizza.
I legitimately was just thinking that. I was like, I wish I had pizza right now.
Yeah, there's not going to be anything open for me, sadly. Yeah, so you have the Bucks, I have the Commanders, which means based on our predictions, because we already did the Vikings and Rams.
Yep.
You have the Rams playing the Lions in the first round, and I have the Rams playing our second round, and I have the Rams playing the Philadelphia Eagles.
I would rather play the Eagles if I'm being real. I would rather play the Eagles than actually. I stand by that actually. Yeah.
I was horrified of the idea of having to go to Philly. And then I had when Whitworth told me that he would rather go to Philly and the reason behind it was that this isn't an explosive team like it has been in the past. And, they play more of that grinded out style football. It makes sense. And then Alexis, when I was freezing my ass off at freaking MetLife Stadium at the Jets game, think about it. They already have gone through that. And I know some people will be like, well, Jake, they did not look too hot against the Jets. So why would you feel good about them playing the Eagles? I get that, but I feel like almost being in that cold, they're already used to that. They're used to that. They play in the pouring rain against the 49ers. They have won multiple different ways. And by the way, what if it snows? This is very interesting. BC, I actually think that would be better for the Rams if it snowed. How is Saquon Barkley running for 400 yards with no traction? When it snows, you're slipping, you're falling, all that. Now, what I will say is I'd rather have no snow because I hate injuries, and injuries are the root of all evil. And I don't think there's any way that any team is going to make it out of a full-on snow game without having an injury. And when this is the postseason, you're talking about survival of the fittest. Well, you know, the Rams could win that game and lose some key players. So I would root against snow. I also hate snow. I know I live in New York, but it's nice on Christmas to look out the window. There you go. That's my take on snow. It's nice on the holidays when you're not outside. Like, there you go.
My take on snow is just like, as an adult, I don't like it because you don't get snow days as an adult. Like, typically you
I didn't
don't.
get snow
I
days.
guess if you're you know, a teacher, I guess, but like most people, like as an adult, I know for me, they don't care. Like, it doesn't matter. You're working. Now maybe you're working from home or, you know, whatever, but like I liked snow as a child because of the snow day factor. Now that that's gone, I don't want it. You know what I mean? Like, now that I don't get to just
I didn't even
go
get
outside.
that. Do you realize our school district was made fun of, like clowned all the time because we never, ever got snow days. And when we did, it was like everyone closed. But most of the time, when you get up early in the morning and mom had the news on and you're looking at the ticker and you're not seeing your high school and you're like, are you freaking kidding me? It was every time. And you're seeing all these high schools that are like 5-10 miles away. You know, delay. Like, we always either had a delay. We would very rarely get a snow day, but it was always like 2-hour delay or no school. And like the time where like our school had the 2-hour delay, everyone else said no school, closed, 2-hour delay. And you're like, are you kidding me? Like, and 2-hour delays were pointless because the periods go from 40 minutes to like 24. Like, you don't get anything done. It's just a waste of time. Everybody's having their time wasted. So yeah,
I miss being a kid. That brought back so much nostalgia of just like looking at the ticker. Waking up at like 5 a.m. and you know, you've got to leave at 7, just being like, oh my God. Please,
first world
like,
problems though. It's
I
the
know.
most first world problem thing ever.
It is.
And but I mean, that's how like you brought up how you felt as a kid. That's always how I felt. And I hated school. So it wasn't like I know there were some people out there that were like, I like school. I hated when it was closed. It's like, come on. Even the people that like school, they would always be psyched for a snow day. And I mean, to be fair, when I was
fun. You get to go.
Well, what did you do for a snow day? Because for me, it was just, all right, I'm going on Call of Duty with the guys.
I mean, I think when I was younger, when I was a child, I mean, I would get together with like the neighborhood kids and we would go. So in my backyard, I had like a hill. So we could take our sled up the hill and we would just slide down it. But then when I was like in high school, I was playing video games or watching movies or, you know what I mean? Like, I wasn't playing in the snow like I was when I was a kid. So yeah, I mean, in high school, I just wanted to, you know, sleep in and play video games all day and hang out on the computer. But by the way, guys, we are now at 1,600 people watching across all platforms. So thank you so much to everybody who is tuned in watching this live stream right now. I'll reiterate, we have our link to the GoFundMe for relief for Los Angeles wildfire victims and people affected by the fire. You can donate to our GoFundMe in the description of this video, and you can send in super chats, and all ad revenue and everything earned from this stream will all go towards charities in Los Angeles to help those affected. So we appreciate everybody who's been helping us raise money on this live stream.
Alexis now knows who's going to play Notre Dame. It's Ohio State.
There we go.
They just had a scoop and score. Looks like I'm really confused by this because I see the what is it, the game cast, and I just saw this line go all the way across the field, and now they're saying it was 11-yard loss. Oh, there we go. 81-yard scoop and score, 28-14 with 2:13 to go. Texas is done. There's no way they're coming back from that.
Go Notre Dame. Don't care. What's that mean? Could be Notre Dame, or it could be Ohio State, or it could be Texas. I don't care. Go Notre Dame. But yeah, it looks like the college football championship, now we know, is going to be Notre Dame versus Ohio State. If you guys are unfamiliar with our show, I am a Notre Dame fan. That is my team. So I, was going to be rooting for them regardless who they play. But like I had said, Notre Dame's going to be the underdog anyway. So I, would rather lose to Ohio State than lose to Texas because I do not like Texas. But I don't want to lose it all, and I think that Notre Dame could win. So, um, yeah, Monday, January 20th, college football championship, Notre Dame, Ohio State should be a good one. I
Yeah,
hope. I hope it's a good one. I hope it's competitive. I think it will be.
we will see. Is it so funny how what if it snows? Philly could rush for 400 yards. Led to us. Yeah, remember that ticker with the snow days
Yeah.
in high
I had a
school and
really
middle
there's just
school?
so many moments I remember of that. Like I remember one time being at when I was I was 16 maybe. I was at my friend Elena's apartment where she lived, and we were like waiting to like there was maybe it was maybe gonna snow, it maybe wasn't. It was the night before, and we got like a call system where they called a snow day. We were like, "Oh my God," and we were like cheering. There's so many memories. Snow days are fun. I know a lot of our friends listening on the West Coast in Los Angeles and SoCal are probably unfamiliar with the feeling of having a snow day. Although I did say somebody in the chat said something about like a smog day, or like maybe, I mean, if there's wildfires, right,
Smog.
and air, like, you could get,
Okay. Yeah.
I'm sure that there's other reasons like weather related that you guys get off school, just not snow in Los Angeles. But
Yeah, that's
Matthew in the
tough.
chat, he said, Alexis, did you see that effort from your Notre Dame running back? Dude should have been stopped 5 times. I didn't. So Notre Dame played last night, and last night I had an improv commitment that I had to be at. So I didn't actually get to watch the game, which devastated me. But I'm assuming you're talking about Jeremiah Love, who is a very, very good running back for Notre Dame. And yeah, he's great. I mean, he does that all the time. He's a really, really good running back. And he's from St. Louis. And the last time there's a really, really good Notre Dame running back from St. Louis, he was drafted by the Rams. And his name is Kyron Williams. So, hey, are the Rams in 2 years going to draft Jeremiah Love? I don't know. We'll see. But I'll be rooting for him regardless. I'm a very big fan of him, and he's a very, very good player. And people are going to, I think, catch on to that when they see him play in the championship. Um, but yeah, so Jake, what we've talked about all the playoff games now for the NFL. We've got an hour left in this stream for
Got an hour left.
the last hour, guys. So we've got an hour left. Our goal was 4.5K. We're at 3.7. So that means let's do math, a little under $800 that we need to hit our goal in an hour. But remember, we have that $1,300 from Colton, who donated through a different avenue, not through the GoFundMe, and then we have all of the super chats. So we might technically, I mean, we are closer than 3.7.
Yeah. No, I
But
mean,
if we could hit it alone on GoFundMe, that'd be great. Every little bit helps.
oh, absolutely. No,
So
definitely.
we'll have to add it up, at the end of the stream, how much we've made. But we do have another super chat that just came in from Kevin.
Oh, we had one from Nuisance.
Oh,
Super sticker,
Nuisance.
but it just says super sticker.
Thank you,
So
Nuisance.
appreciate that. And Kevin, thank you for the 10. Since I can't do it, someone make a fundraiser shirt, etc., called Pray and Play for LA. Hashtag PNP for LA. Love you guys out here in the islands. Go Rams, baby. Awesome job, guys.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin lives in Hawaii, I believe. I think I've seen
That's
him say
awesome.
that in the chat before. So that's awesome. I'm very, very jealous of anybody who gets to live in Hawaii. And I know
And
that you guys in Hawaii, I don't know where you live in Hawaii, but they had fires, a couple
yeah,
of years ago.
they did.
So
Maui.
they're familiar with the hardship that LA is going through, unfortunately.
Well, and also I want to touch on, what we're doing here with the charity stream and everything, because, there's some people that are like, well, the fires are dying down. But the problem is it's the aftermath. we're not talking about like, this is why like donating today or tomorrow or the next day, like even if you donate after we close this thing up and we send it to the charities, even if you donate 4 or 5 months later, whether you realize it or not, that still helps because there's always aftermath. People have lost their homes. People have lost their pets. Maybe not, they're alive, but they're lost. See, that's what these displaced animals and what have you, like these people, they lost their pet, whatever, they got off a leash or whatever. These animals are at these shelters and they're going to hold them for people for a while, I would imagine, to try and get them back to their original owner. But, it's not just that. It's, the food shortage and water shortage and things like that. So, it's shelters, all of that. There is a dynamic here that's not just about what's happening now. It's about what happens afterwards, how you repair, how you recover. And I think that's the thing, is that this process is going to take a long time, like a long time. And I don't mean to be blunt or, down in the dumps here, but it's going to take a lot of effort from a lot of different people. And this is only, just a speck of dirt, compared to what needs to happen. I mean, what we're doing, people also have to do this. And, there's going to have to be a significant fundraisers and what have you that go to actually really helping out the city of LA and, all these different fires. And I also have to make mention, I mean, there are people out there, and this isn't necessarily how it started, but Alexis, we've talked about this. There are people out there that are straight up committing arson. And, I give people a lot of credit. Instead of using social media in a negative way, like using it like, hey, spreading the word, this is happening. Okay. And by, you spreading that word and you getting that on camera, now they can identify who that is and they can go after them. And I just feel like right now, people know, like there's a lot of innocent people and they're trying to fight back and they're trying to, rally back from this. And you got people that know LA is vulnerable right now. And you got evil people all over the world. Does not matter if it's in LA. It doesn't matter if it's in, I'm sure there's somebody around where I am, around where Alexis is, that's evil. They're bad people in this world. And unfortunately, these bad people are taking advantage and they're adding to it. They're literally pouring fuel onto the fire and they're starting these fires, and it is happening. And so that awareness needs to be spread. But, I just want to point that out there because, Alexis, I want these people to stay safe. There's a lot of these neighborhoods that were unaffected, and now you have these hooligans that are going around and just pouring fuel on something and trying to light it on fire. It's happening. And, I just be very cautious. If you notice somebody in your neighborhood that maybe looks out of place, looks up to no good, call the cops, because this stuff is happening. And while they're trying to, focus on, the smoke and the aftermath and all this, you have other people that are committing bad acts. And so sometimes you have to do what we call kind of a citizen's arrest. And you have to at least, take action here. If it means taking video and anybody can go and stop that, it is what it is. But, there's more to it than just these fires, Alexis. And it's really upsetting because you can't even fathom that anybody would have that in their right mind to do something so awful.
Well, a lot of the fires, a lot of the wind is also, impacting a lot of this, that's still going on. And I'm looking in the chat, people are talking about the wind where they live. And so, even in this chat here, as, I'm reading and scrolling through right now, people are talking about the wind is now, getting bad in the valley, and, fires are now spreading to the valley, which, it wasn't before. And people right now, these people I'm reading are affected by everything going on. And it's really sad. What's happening out there, and, hopefully, thank you. And I saw somebody talking about the firefighters, and, Mexico sent a ton of firefighters that are helping out in Los Angeles. Canada, I know,
That's
also
awesome
as well. sent firefighters. So, shout out to them. That probably goes, unnoticed.
It does. I didn't even
As
know that.
well.
That's huge.
And yeah, so, very, very big kudos to our neighbors who certainly don't have to be, sending help. Those wildfires are not going to spread to Mexico. They're not going to spread to Canada, but we appreciate them helping, and the firefighters in LA. A lot of firefighters local to LA that serve in the LA Fire Department, stepping up to the plate. A lot of men and women out there fighting every day. We appreciate that. And I know
Absolutely.
LA does too. So kudos to that. We
And
now
the
have
pe-
17. Oh,
and the
sorry, go
people that
ahead.
are actually doing it too, because it's one thing to send, it's another to actually do this. And
Mm,
I mean, firefighters are one of the most thankless jobs out there. I mean, they don't get paid nearly enough. We talked about that earlier today. I think at max they get paid 100,000, but that's only a few, and really the average is around like less than 60,000 a year. So understand that when you see these people that are risking their lives, could have irreparable damage to their lungs, and what they're doing, what they're sacrificing, realize that that's what they're going through. And there's a lot of training. I've had, family members and friends that, I've been volunteer firefighters in the past, but even if you're a full-time firefighter, you're not getting paid bank. This is a sacrifice in itself, and it's intense. While people are running away from the flames, and rightfully so, these people are running into them. They're running into them. They're rescuing cats and dogs, people, using the jaws of life to try to get people who are trapped in their cars, maybe under a coffee table after their entire house collapsed. I mean, that's what really needs to be talked about more, is that it's not just a sacrifice, it's the ultimate sacrifice. When you put yourself and your body on the line, just like in the active duty, when you're serving the country, it's like, these people, these first responders are a different breed. We talk about all the time. You look at Josh Allen, dude's built in a lab. He's a different breed of football player. Well, these guys they're different breed of human beings. And it doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman doing it. Like anybody that's willing to do that, I don't care what background you're from, that is incredible. It's incredible. It really is. And so I'm actually really stoked to get that Rams LAFD shirt. I'll be wearing that proudly, because I'm so blown away by, the job that they've done. And, it's just really cool, to see these people that, okay, we're here podcasting, and there are other people that were unaffected, and, maybe they're watching Netflix right now, which is nothing wrong with that. But these people right now, literally around the clock, maybe they haven't eaten anything, food wise. They're just doing this thing, and that's the thing that is huge. So I just want to add more awareness to that, because, while, yeah, I was saying that, people are, committing arson and what have you, regardless of that or not, these people are still working around the clock, and it is unreal, and it's not healthy. I also want to make that very clear. To work that long without food, to be in that type of temperature, be in the flames, if you will. Yeah, they have, suits, they have fire, retardant suits, but it does not matter, because this is still incredibly hot. This is still incredibly dangerous, and it's the ultimate sacrifice. And so, if you see a firefighter just out and about, grab them a cup of coffee, do something, because these people are different. They're built different, and they deserve more respect. And I'll say this, they deserve more pay than they get.
Yeah, I have a good friend of mine who's a firefighter in the city of Chicago, not in Los Angeles, but very thankful for, the sacrifices he makes, and him doing his job. But we have a super chat. I do want to point out, I don't want to miss it, from Mike A. Thank you so much, Mike, for the super chat. He says, appreciate you both. Thanks for organizing this tonight. New to DTR this season, but enjoy listening to you both. Would love to hear the DTR origin story. Happy birthday, Papa Don, and go Irish. So I will let Jake start with the DTR. Well, first off, thank you, Mike, so much. And thank you for wishing my grandpa a happy birthday. I'm going to show him all these comments later on, so appreciate it. And appreciate you for rooting for the Irish alongside me on January 20th in the championship. But I'll let Jake start with the DTR origin story because he started it. I came around like a year later. But Jake, if you want to give the pre-Alexis.
Oh my God. Okay. Well, yeah. So it started. It's actually really funny. I was at a point in my life where I hit rock bottom in my mind because you're told when you leave, when you're in high school, there's nowhere to go but college, right? Like that's it. That's all you can do, whatever. And so I went to community college and I dropped out. And I basically was sleeping on a broken futon until 3 p.m. every day, like just getting nothing done, being a schlep, didn't have a job, whatever. And my cousin, one day we made plans, who you guys probably know because I did the AJ show with him, Adam Grego. We did plans. We made plans and I overslept them, but we made plans at like 2. And it was like 4 or whatever. And so he showed up at my place and told me, he's like, all right, you gotta, we gotta fix this, whatever. And so, at that point I kind of got my act together, and I really, I always loved football. And he told me just straight up, he's like, focus on something you love. Like you love the Rams. Why don't you do something about it? Write about them, whatever. And so, yeah. And he actually came up with the name, believe it or not. The Steelers fan came up with the name Downtown Rams. Adam got me the push that I needed. Was not in a good place. And at that point, I met Blaine Grisak, who was the very OG original host, co-host with me on the podcast. And I met Blaine, funny enough, because the entire Twitter realm, when the Rams had the number 1 overall pick, they traded up to get. They wanted Jared Goff. Blaine and I were like the only people that wanted Carson Wentz. So we became friends just through Twitter doing that. And we did it for a while. We did, quite a few episodes and everything and interviewed all sorts of people from, the producers of All or Nothing and, Hard Knocks to JB Long and, former Rams reporter Joe Curley and Nick Hamilton and just all sorts of people, right? And then eventually Blaine and I, decided to go differently. I mean, Blaine didn't really want to do the podcast anymore. And, we just went our separate ways. In a sense, we're still very close. So then Joe Curley takes over. At that point, he is a Rams reporter for the Ventura County Star. And, we do the show for a while and then, things get busy and it's right after the first Super Bowl that they go to against the Patriots. And I'm sitting there and knowing that like I was going to host the show by myself, I was kind of like, I really want to co-host. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to just give away the co-host opportunity, maybe have somebody like earn it, whatever. And, really Alexis, she posted some like photo of her in St. Louis and it spread like crazy on Twitter. And I like reached out because I was looking for writers for downtownrams.com because at the time I was really writing and podcasting, no video really. I might occasionally go live on, Facebook Live, which I used to do, but that was about it. And so I reached out and, you said you'd be, interested. And then, we talked about you coming on a show and I had you and, former Downtown Rams guy I think he's with Syracuse now. The guy's killing it, Alex Kelly. And I had you both on and you just impressed me so much that I was like, I think this is going to be more of a long-term thing. I don't think we're going to have featuring Alexis anymore. And you were down. And then after that, you started booking guests and we had all sorts of podcast, guests, including, just some, Colin Saunders and, Dalton Reisner and Quentin Lake. And I mean, just so many that I'm probably not forgetting, but we interviewed over 400 people. That's fair. But no, I mean, that's the origin story of DTR. I mean, it started with just, me feeling like I hit rock bottom, hating my life, not having any sort of direction, to then my cousin kind of gave me a kick in the ass, and I started this. And I, obviously I'm leaving some parts out where, I was writing for the most part, but as far as the podcast, man, Blaine Grisak, Joe Curley, and now Alexis Kraft since 2019. And it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good. Yeah, that was in like February of 2019 was when I think we got in touch. But yeah, I mean that's kind of what I remember. I mean, I was gonna write I think I wrote a couple things for the website back when we had articles, and then you invited me on to do a draft episode. Me and Alex Kelly did an episode with you. And then I got invited back for another episode, and then I think maybe another episode. And then finally it kind of was like, people kind of liked what you had to say. Do you just want to be my co-host? And I was like, sure. I didn't know anything about podcasting. I didn't even listen to podcasts. And it was funny because at the time I was in grad school. And so we would record Downtown Rams in, like, you were where you were. I was literally in my closet at my house.
Weren't we using Skype at one point?
Probably. We were using like Skype or something. And I was literally in my closet. I had like a little walk-in closet. I had my computer, and I had that Blue Yeti.
Oh my God. You could hear everything that's happening.
You could hear everything. And we weren't doing video. I had the Blue Yeti, and that was the season. Because, shocker, people didn't like the fact that I joined the podcast for no reason. They kind of like, there was like a lot of Rams fans that for whatever reason were just like, who is this girl and why is she now on the show? And it had nothing to do with what I was saying on the show. It just was like, whatever. And so, and then I booked, was it 250? I was basically like, I'm going to message every single person in the draft.
Crazy.
And I'm going to make them come on the show. So that year we had, I think, 250, give or take, draft. Like, it was insane. Like, we were interviewing everybody from like second round picks to like people who ended up being UDFAs. I was just like, I don't know. I'm going to get every single person that's willing to come on the show. And Jake and I would literally, I was in grad school and Jake was working full time. And so he would get off work and I would get out of grad school. And then from like 5 o'clock to like 11 p.m., we would do 30-minute slots for all of these draft prospects. And we would just go back to back to back to back to back, to the point where we would literally, like, on the third day in a row of this, we would be like, it sounds bad, but we would be like, oh my God, I hope one person cancels, so we have like a 30-minute break. But you know what? It was a really fun time. It was a really fun time. It got the podcast kind of like into this new space, and it, like, we just have, we've grown since then, and we do it every draft season now. Not as many, not like that.
No,
That's
that
not
was
sustainable.
wild. Like,
that was wild.
That was early 20s for both of us, and so a lot of people might not remember this. Well, I didn't have a YouTube channel yet, which is crazy to even think about. I was working 2 jobs. So I would go with my father. We were working at this toll company. It was at 8, and I'd be there until say 5. And then I'd have to haul ass home. Sometimes I wouldn't be able to even stop home. And I'd have 6 to midnight at a grocery store. And then I'd go home and pull just all-nighters, essentially, to do that. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to one-up you, but I was working 3 jobs, if you remember.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying is, like, we were busy.
Like we were like, I don't know what possessed us, but we were out of our minds.
Crazy.
And we did that. We really did that for 2 years, because we did the same thing during COVID. Just during COVID was different because, like, we weren't working.
Yeah.
And we really
But we were trying to start the Downtown Sports Network brand, which is the LLC that, Downtown Rams is under. But we were trying to start like a legit brand where we just covered all the teams. And obviously the expansion was a little bit premature, but we tried our damnedest to do it. So
we tried, but in terms of our show, I mean, what really ended up was interesting about the COVID time is, so many draft prospects were finally getting used to like video interviews or like phone interviews, because when we first started the first 2-3 years that we were interviewing prospects, it wasn't even video, it was over the phone. Like Terrell Burgess, right, who the Rams ended up drafting. When we interviewed him during draft season, I mean, that was like he called on a cell phone. We were all on cell phones, or Jake and I were using our mics, and we were recording interviews with these guys, and they were kind of learning. A lot of these like players were learning the ropes of that when COVID started, and that was a big opportunity, I think. But 2019 was, that was a really crazy. I don't know what happened to us, but that's the lore. So we've been doing that now since February of 2019. And it's been really, really fun, and our show has grown massively since then. We could not have imagined. I mean, we could. Yeah, I guess we could imagine. We believed in ourselves, but it is it's not a different show. It's only a different show now in terms of like we do video. We're now on YouTube. We have bigger followings. But the essence of the show, I think, is the same. Like the episode structure has not changed at all since February 2019. But we've got some super chats, by the way.
Yes, we do.
That dropped during our lore telling.
And by the way, we are $5 away from 4,000.
We're almost there, guys. If we're $5 away from 4,000, that means we're $555 from our goal.
Mm-hmm.
But we might be at our goal technically if you count the $1,300 that we got from Colton and then the super chats. But it would be nice if we could hit the 4.5 on GoFundMe.
Yeah.
Really fun.
Yeah, no, I definitely would.
So thank you, everybody who is tuning in and who's watching this.
Thank you,
$50 from Jose. He said, thank you guys for what you are doing. Go Rams. Thank you. We really appreciate that. That's
Absolutely.
very, very kind for you to donate. We appreciate it, as we do all the super chats. I think there's one from Deb. Oh, Ram fan Ashton, thank you so much for your donation.
Thank you, Ashton.
They said for the city, let's hope the offense and defense finally both show up in one game. Key will be to limit Hawk and let our depth wide receivers, Cup, Witt, and Tutu be productive. Proud of where you've come from, Jake.
Thank you, Ashton. I appreciate that.
Yes, thank you for the super chat, and I agree with your take on we need all the receivers to be productive.
He's a Rams creator as well. He's got a good podcast, the East Coast Rams podcast. I think you met his co-host.
Yeah, I do. I do know Zach, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Zach. Yep. I know Zach very well. We were at the game in Chicago together.
Yep. I saw the picture, so I was like, I think he posted it. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
So
Zach's great. We had a good time. I mean, the Rams didn't win, but it was fun otherwise. Super chat from Deb, $20.
Thank you, Deb.
Thank you so much, Deb. She said, thanks for doing this. You both are awesome. Donations are so needed and every little bit helps. My heart breaks for the people of LA. Hoping for a Rams win and my guy goes off. If you know me, you know who my guy is.
Glock 9.
Yep. Number 9, Matthew Stafford. Jake's repping his jersey right now. We appreciate you, Deb. Another very loyal supporter of ours. Thank you so much. Fantasy Cares just sent a comment, Jake, in the chat. If you want to put it on the screen, Fantasy Cares says, hit the 4,500 and we will add another 1,000. You heard him, guys. Thank you so much, Fantasy Cares. First off, thank you so much. It's awesome. They said earlier, for you guys who weren't around when we started the stream, They were going to match everything that we raised up to 5K. So, we really, really appreciate this. This is awesome. Everybody check out their work. If you're on social media, go follow them, Fantasy Cares. We really appreciate it. They do a lot for the fantasy football community and for a lot of different charities.
A lot of different charities. They do a great job.
Charities. They do. So we appreciate you guys. Thank you for tuning in. And we have 1,800 people at this moment in time watching us live right now across all platforms. So we appreciate all 1,800 of you who are in the chat. We appreciate all of you who have donated. And
we've now passed the 4,000 threshold.
There we go. We've passed the $4,000 mark. We appreciate it. Everybody, this is like we said, this is all donations from this episode, including ad revenue, including super chats. Everything is going towards wildfire relief in California. Everybody in Los Angeles, this is going to benefit all of those who are in need, including, people who are Rams fans and, listeners of our show who have had to evacuate and are struggling right now, who, our hearts are with them, and we're doing this for them and everybody else affected. So we appreciate all the donations, everybody. It means a lot.
You know what? I think it's time to read the donations.
Should we read read the names, maybe not the amounts. I don't want anybody to feel weird about it.
Well, I was going to show them, but
okay, that's fine, yeah.
I mean, it's all out there, obviously.
Yeah, people made their names public,
Let's
I guess.
See.
Or anonymous.
How are we going to do this? Okay, here we go. Let's start from the beginning. Is it the newest? Okay. Let's do... Okay. So, obviously, you and I... Adrian. All right, shout out to Adrian real quick. Because Adrian donated like 8 times.
Yes.
He kept really pushing it on Twitter.
He did. He shared it a lot, which was awesome.
So we really appreciate that, Adrian Lopez. Matthew C. DeSantis, thank you for the 22. Stephen Bradshaw. I won't say I'll just name the name because that'll take forever. Stephen Bradshaw, Alexandra Osborne. Also shout out to Adrian for adding Alexandra Osborne, getting her in on it. So really appreciate that. Jason,
she's a Chiefs creator, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's like a podcast or a show, but she's a Chiefs content creator. Lexi Osborne, I think, is her name on Twitter.
Yeah, Jason Reich. Sorry if I butchered that name. Jill Radley. That's the Rams fan, Jill, in our Rams Twitter. Emily Ellenbogen. I don't know who that is. My sister.
Who could that be?
Sebastian Johnson. Dino Parenti.
Big
Jesse
supporter of ours.
Acevedo. Kevin Tompkins. Adrian Lopez again. Alan Medinilla. I'm so bad with names. Steven Solis. Adrian Lopez. Pablo Chavez. Christopher Ariola. Andrew Gelsomino. Rams Germany with the biggest donation. Appreciate you. Philip Herrera. Sarah Jutner. Emily Petty. Anthony Alvarado. Adam Budemeyer. Juan Ruiz. Drew Lawley. Jay Ligas. Jack Mitchell. Pops. Jason Ellenbogen. Your sister, Madison Kraft. Nick Biot. Daryl Hall. Roger Morales. See Roger in here all the time. Rob Duran. Blake E. Faulkner. Greg Dills. Brian Edwards. Julian Dotson. Joseph Harris. Paul Morales. Julian Dotson. Carter Van Zee. Anthony Hodge. Greg Dills. Deb Wisniewski. Appreciate you, Deb. Jorge Santalanis. Brian Stradling. Anthony Aidlet. Sorry if I butchered
Andy.
that. Andy Aidlet. Good Lord. You see all these names, you're like, oh my God. Tyler Sweeney, who's been in here tonight. Jesse Johnson, who's also been in here tonight. JC Del Vale, or Vile? GC Del Vale. John McGonigal. Felix Figueroa. Jake Shavink. He's a fantasy and an NFL football creator, also a Packers creator as well. Appreciate you, Jake. Alex, Alex Marin. That's my guy. Love you, Alex. Ricky Lee Reynolds. Omar Garcia. Brandon Bennick. Jim Bartram. Zach Wolf. Jesse Naylor. Big shout to Jesse. He's a 49ers content creator. I believe he's actually the best 49ers content creator. But I work with him, NFC West Roundtable. Shout out to Jesse. Appreciate you. Dakota Field, Daniel Moody, and Henry Lovos. Thank you guys so much for the donations to this point.
Thank you, guys.
We're not obviously done, but we wanted to, of course, read every donation, of course. That was something that we were going to do. Just wanted to wait until, towards the end. But, man, awesome stuff. We still got...
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we still got 30 minutes left. And we are going to keep this up. We're going to keep the GoFundMe up until after the game. So we'll still allow people, but we wanted to use this event as a way to kind of, center this event around this and get people to donate. So the graphic is going to look a little outdated, but it is what it is. We really want to help, and we appreciate everybody that's allowing us to do this because, man, it's awesome to have over $4,000 raised, 89 donations to go to a really good cause in between those four. And in case you guys weren't here when I announced them, or you don't know, the four charities that it's going to: LA Fire Department Foundation, LA Regional Food Bank, California Fire Foundation, and the Pasadena Humane Society, because not just humans, but also pets matter to us. And we want to make sure that everybody is taken care of to the best of our ability, obviously, trying everything that we can. So
yes.
Fantasy Cares, of course, if we raise $495, the rest of this show, they're going to add another 1,000 on top. So,
yeah. And they were matching it up to 5K. So Fantasy Cares really stepping up to the plate for the Los Angeles community, and we cannot thank them enough for it. They're awesome. We really appreciate them, especially Scott Fish over there, who is awesome. People in the fantasy football community might be familiar with the Scott Fish Bowl.
Yes.
Fantasy football league that Jake and I both participate in.
I lost, but I
lost
did pretty
very
well.
Badly as well. But
I had so many injuries.
I had a very bad season in the Scott Fish Bowl. But you know what? It was for charity, and it was great. So we appreciate you, Scott. Very much appreciate you, Fantasy Cares. Comment on the screen from Last Second Sports.
This is Jesse Naylor, by the way.
Oh, from Jesse. He says, "You are the best. I love this. I was in LA this week. It was awful. Thank you to everyone who donated." Thank you, Jesse, for being here and watching and supporting.
He's a special dude. I got connected with him last year when, Dan Mitchell came up to us, with Round Table Sports and was like, "Hey, we want you to be a part of this, round table. We have this idea, NFC West." And, it's really cool. I've gotten to know Jesse. He's met with Rams fans, at SoFi. He went to the 49ers Rams game at SoFi, met with them. He's just a really freaking good dude. And you could just tell. I mean, you have one conversation with him for 10, 15 minutes. We text. I mean, he's a really good dude. So that's how I feel. And he knows how I feel. But, if you guys haven't, checked out NFC West Roundtable, that's where we got, acquainted. He's been a guest on JE Live on this channel. probably should get him on Downtown Rams because I'd like Alexis to get a chance to meet him and create some content with him. But yeah, like I said, 49er creators are awesome. Like I'm not gonna lie. You got Crocky, you got him, you got Rob Guerrera. I mean, you got Grant Cohn.
I go on their show a lot whenever we play the 49ers. So it's been very nice all the other fandoms have been very, very kind, to the Rams fandom, in this tragic, situation with these wildfires. Someone in the chat just said, how do we donate? So there is a link in the description of this YouTube video to a GoFundMe, and that is where people are donating to. So that link is up in the description of this video. We have 1,800 people. We have 1,840 people right now in the chat, watching, I should say, across all different platforms that this is streaming on. We've got this streaming through multiple different social media. So thank you everybody who's tuned in at 11 o'clock Eastern time on a Friday night and 8 o'clock right now Eastern or Pacific time over on the West Coast. We appreciate it. This is all helping people who, are affected by these wildfires, and so many of those people are in the Rams community and listen to our show as well. So we appreciate all the donations.
Alex Harmon just donated, so shout out to
thank
Alex. We read everybody, so now I'm just going to read everybody that donates from this point on. 90 donations, over 4,000. 938, I'm here. Let's see. Oh, CMDR Carney. Horns up, LA Rams and Heroes. Appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat there.
Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. We appreciate it. All super chats are also going from this episode are all going to wildfire relief as well. As is, all ad revenue, everything. This episode is all going to wildfire relief. So we appreciate it.
Yeah.
Still got 1,800 people in here. We've got, we said we were going to go, we got another 20 minutes at least. So, any last minute questions, guys, drop them in the chat. If you're able, we are so close to, we're, I don't like to do math on the spot, but we're theoretically, we're what, $485 from hitting our goal. So we're really, Jake, I'm willing to take the stream an extra 10, 20 minutes if it means that it could get us there. I don't know. We'll see. We'll reassess when we hit the clock.
Kenny Alvarado.
Kenny, thank you so much. Very big supporter of ours, by the way, Kenny. We appreciate you. Just so many, people in need of help. And we appreciate everybody who's chipping in.
By the way, I remember I said Kevin Demoff has been literally reaching out or has been responding to everybody. People have been asking if, the video board and all like kind of the presentation, is that going to feel like a Rams home game? And so there's some interesting stuff coming from this because Kevin put out, let's see here. Our staff is on the ground in Arizona and working on installing as many graphics as we can to make it a home game type of feel. Not all segments translate from Infinity Screen, but we are doing the best we can to make it. So I know some people were a little curious how that thing was going to go. We are going to see the signage. It is going to look like a Rams home game from that standpoint. There were 35,000 plus Rams season ticket holders that purchased tickets, according to Demoff. My expectation is that they're at least going to have 65,000 Rams fans, or 65% Rams fans. Obviously not 65,000. 64,000 is the, I guess they can move it up to the capacity. I think it's 73,000 for big events. I don't know if this counts. Maybe it does. But 65% Rams fans is my expectation. I think there's a chance they get to 80,000, but it's hard because a lot of people don't know the pre-sale code was leaked by somebody. So I don't know if you saw that. Vikings Reddit got a hold of it, so there were a lot of Viking fans trying to get those tickets, even though those are for Rams fans and Cardinals fans. So, it is what it is. But I would imagine. Oh, sorry. What were you saying?
Someone just dropped in the chat, said buses just got back from picking up the Rams from the airport. I detail the buses at night, and I'm going to the game on Monday.
Awesome.
So the Rams are. It sounds like the Rams are already there in Arizona.
Yeah.
Exciting that you're going to the game. I'm hoping a lot of Rams fans are at the game. It's a very weird situation. Right? You get home field advantage for the playoffs, and then due to this tragedy, you got to go play in like a third city, right? Like a kind of like it's the Super Bowl, right? Neither team is the home team, technically. But except for when the Rams played, I guess it can happen. Except for when the Rams played the Bengals. But
yeah,
I digress. It is a very weird situation for a wild card playoff game. But really hoping the Rams make the most of it, the fans make the most of it, and everybody has a good time. So,
Demoff wants people to come up with a new name for the stadium.
Oh, right, because you can't say Rams House because you're not. You can't be like Rams House, but you're not.
More so what we were talking about earlier with the whole State Farm debacle.
Well, I agree.
I agree too, because that I don't want to get into it because it causes all whatever. But
State Farm did a bad thing. So Alex in the chat just said, "I'm going to the game from Missouri. Let's go Rams." Driving from Missouri. That's a drive.
Wow. All right. That sounds like fun, though.
I've made that drive. Me and my family have made that drive from St. Louis to Phoenix and then to the Grand Canyon. So I've done that drive. That's not a short drive, but I commend you for doing it. Hey, we need people coming from all over,
Oh, hold on a sec. We just got a big donation. We're almost at 5,000.
What? We hit our 4.5.
Yeah. So, shout out to Jay Legas, the words of support there. Thank you, Jake and Alexis, for making this idea possible. Also, go Rams. They will win Monday. I've actually never seen a comment on GoFundMe. Maybe I just live under a rock. I don't know. Okay, so we got an anonymous $150 donation that got us there. Ronnie Brown's donation, and Ram fan Ashton Spencer from East Coast Rams got us over the threshold. So everyone go give East Coast Rams a follow.
Everyone go follow them,
subscribe.
Right? And follow East Coast Rams, follow Ashton Spencer, and follow Zach Meyer.
Yes.
Both of them are on East Coast Rams, but follow all
Huge.
of those accounts. Thank you so much, guys. We hit it.
We did it.
We hit 4.5K. We hit our goal. Fantasy Cares, I see them in the chat. They're celebrating. They're going to match. They're going to add another 1,000 on top of that. And then, like we mentioned earlier, everything that we get to 5K was going to be matched. Fantasy Cares has stepped up to the plate for the Los Angeles community and everybody in need over there. So we appreciate you. Thank you for helping us. Thank you to everybody who's donated. And we still have 15 minutes to spare.
This is true.
We still have 15 minutes left in the stream.
All right, let's do something here because...
Let's get crazy.
Well...
Come on, guys.
Let's see here. So we got... So East Coast Rams literally just did a live stream an hour ago. Okay. They are constantly putting out Rams content. They do pretty much weekly live streams. And I didn't even realize I wasn't subscribed to them. That's wow. Okay. So that I just subscribed. I am going to drop that link, and Rams fans, if you could do me a favor and just go and just absolutely raid the hell out of East Coast Rams YouTube. I would just love to get them. I'd love to get them to 1,000 subscribers. I understand this is the charity stream. This is the focus, but come on, let's help Ashton out. So Ashton and Zach are some of the nicest people I'll ever meet. They cover the Rams. They've never once said any negative thing about us. Maybe some other people have. Happens. They have always been supportive. He's always been supportive. So if you could do that, go ahead. It'll take you 2 seconds. The link is in all Facebook, YouTube. Be sure to subscribe. And yeah, let's get those numbers up, because I'll tell you right now, he's at 343. It's now 348. So let's just absolutely just full send, because when you do good things come back on you. And this should be a good thing for him, because he did a good thing. And they've been making good content for a while. So I feel like, we have a nice platform here. Let's, while we can help people in the, LA fires and everything, let's also see if we can, help out his little business there with East Coast Rams.
Yes, thank you so much, Ashton, and big shout out to East Coast Rams. Like I said, I've only had the pleasure of meeting Zach, and I met him in Chicago at that unfortunate outcome, right? We lost to the Bears, but it was fun because I got to meet him and I got to meet so many good people. So, big shout out to them. And yeah, everyone go subscribe. I mean, he was the final donation to get us to our goal.
This is true.
So yeah, massive shout out, and we're going to keep going. We're still going. Hey, we're less than $400 away from 5K. I mean, that is amazing.
The dynamic there, did you see it? It changed to 8K. It just keeps going up. That's the thing.
Well, if we hit 5K, I mean, Fantasy Cares is going to match that. So, we have an opportunity to really raise 10K tonight for the Los Angeles community and Rams fans who have been affected, by this. And it doesn't matter if they're in the Los Angeles community and they're not Rams fans. It's a city that means so much to us and Rams fans and the team, and we just want to do what we can to help out, because this is just an awful, awful event that's taken place. So we appreciate everybody who's donated and who's tuned in tonight. We are at 1,900 people live right now, with 10 minutes to go. And I did share the link again on Twitter. I was like, come on in, we're still going. And, we've hit our goal, but we want to keep going. Every little bit helps. So we appreciate it, guys. Feeling love.
Yeah, it's been awesome. Really, really cool. I mean, just the, people showing up on a Friday. We always said, Fridays, it just doesn't get the same amount of people. Everybody has something to do on a Friday. It's not like a Thursday or a Wednesday or whatever. So the fact that all these people are showing up on a Friday is really cool. So we do appreciate that.
And, I know, a lot of people want to help, and that's what they've done tonight. A lot of people, like I said, are affected by this, or they have loved ones who are affected by this. And even if they don't, they want to, just help out when something bad happens, and that's to be commended and honored. Ashton said in the chat, if you want to put it on the screen, he said, thank you guys for doing this. I didn't want y'all to stay late, didn't do it for any attention, but I appreciate it anyway. We just hit 100 episodes.
Oh,
that's
congratulations.
Awesome.
That's awesome.
Yep, congratulations. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Ashton. And we really appreciate it. That means a lot to us that you made that donation. And yeah, everybody check out their content. You're a Rams fan, East Coast Rams. Super chat from Frank. Thank you. $20 from Frank. He said, thank you both for stepping up and using the platform you've created to support a community that's not even your own. LA appreciates you. God bless you both, and God bless LA. We will make it through, my brothers and sisters. Thank you, Frank. We really appreciate it. Like I said, Los Angeles means so much to both of us. I love visiting LA. I hope to be back soon. I have so many friends there and, people there that I care about, as well as the Rams, as well as the Rams. But on a
Frank is great,
level,
by the way. Sent me a care package. in the mail.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So
Thank you, Frank.
yeah, we had a beer together and we were taking a picture, and behind us Saquon Barkley was running for an 80-yard touchdown. I feel bad. That's how I remember Frank. No, it's all jokes, but no, he's a great guy. You know, you have 1 5-minute conversation with him, you could tell he's a very cool dude. So appreciate you, Frank, for that. And then Matthew, good night, guys. Here's $20. Go Rams.
Thank you, Matthew.
Appreciate you,
it.
Matthew.
Thank you. He sent a few super chats tonight, and he's a very big supporter of ours. So we appreciate you. Thank you.
He's been an OG member of my channel since I actually like earned memberships. Like I don't even think YouTube had just put memberships out, I think. And if not, I just earned them. And he's been a member since then. So he's one of the original, like the OGs of this channel. Massive supporter, and he's just awesome. He's anytime I'm doing something, whether I'm on another channel or whatever, he's always there. So shout out to Matthew. Really appreciate that.
And I'm gonna make a call. I'm gonna make an executive call. Jake, I think we should keep going.
You think so? Oh,
because we were supposed to go till midnight Eastern time. That's in 7 minutes. And listen, we are so close. We're at 4,000. We're less than $300 away from 5K. We have almost 2,000 people watching across all platforms right now. So we have, YouTube and Discord and Twitter and Facebook and all these different platforms that this is streaming out to. Jake and I can see how many total people are watching. We're almost at 2,000 people. I mean, it's still early in LA. Every little bit helps. I don't know. I'll stay up.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking to the night owl.
Yeah, we're talking to Jake's sleep schedule. By the way, Jake's sleep hygiene is unlike anything I've ever seen in my life. It makes no sense. He's up until like 9 a.m. and then he sleeps from like 9 a.m. to like 1 o'clock, and then he's awake again at 2. Like it defies human logic. I don't know when to text him because I'm like, is this a day? Like,
just text me, like regardless of the time. I'll answer it if I'm up. If I'm not, well, it's not possible to answer it.
I wish if I didn't have to be up at a certain time every day, I'm a night owl, so I would prefer to be able to live in the night, but I can't, sadly.
Frank, the Mango Cart is easily one of my favorite beers, so I appreciate you. And I'm not like a huge drinker, but love Mango Cart. Oh my God, I love it. That just sounded like Will Ferrell and Elf. I love syrup. I love it. Is there sugar in syrup? Yep.
Yeah.
Oh man,
I love syrup. Yep. We're still right
Edwin's
near that.
Just like 24-hour street.
You know what? Our draft coverage is essentially a 24-hour stream.
Have you ever?
Those of you.
Did you see any of the 24-hour stream I did with Gary? Oh my God. It was.
I don't remember. Wait, you guys did do a 24-hour stream.
We did. I was literally. So here's the thing. If you wish to do a 24-hour stream, all the power to you. But you need to remember this one very important thing. You have to sleep before you stay up for 24 straight hours. And I didn't. I was up for 14 hours before the 24-hour stream. So I was literally up for 38 hours. I started seeing fuzz all over my vision. I was seeing lines. I was hallucinating. I came up.
I couldn't do it.
This was back when I lived with my folks. I came up from the basement and I couldn't really see. It was just like squiggles. It was like I could see every molecule. It was ridiculous. And I had just done 24 hours. Gary passed out. So he orders food and he passes out. And he's like, apparently he had some gluten allergy that got him to the point where he literally passed out. He didn't pass out from no sleep. He passed out from the food. So people would just, and the whole thing it was a subathon where if you sub, it tacks on another hour onto the stream. So his friends just kept subbing to him. So he had to stay longer. And oh man, it was so funny. I don't even remember what I did. I
I
played
couldn't do it. I think our 3 day, our like day 3 of the draft, when we have like a 7 and 8, 6, 7, 8 hour stream. I
yeah.
can't, like, that's enough. Like, I get up and I'm like, my bones feel different. Like, I feel contorted, and we've been sitting there for so long.
Oh yeah. I
And,
don't recommend 24-hour streams. I don't think I'll ever do it again.
well, speaking of
I mean, I guess I
streams,
could.
let's check. Let's see if the Fund Me. Let's refresh it, because we're 3 minutes away from when we said we go, and
Another donation. We're 4
another
donations
donation.
away from 100 donations.
We're 4 donations away from 100 donations. We are. I can't do math. If you all can do the math for me in the chat, that's 40. That's $32 away from our goal of 5K, or from 4,800. Wait, no.
Okay, so that's
That would
what I
be
was doing.
4,800.
Is that bad that I have to rely on my audience to
232.
remind me what I did in the 24-hour stream?
Someone in the chat said we're $232 away. I said, thanks, guys. I'm math deficient. $232 away from
That's
hitting our
wild.
goal of 5K. We hit 5K. Fantasy Cares is matching everything up to 5K, so that's 10K raised. Let's do it, guys. I'm not leaving. What's that? Wolf of Wall Street. I'm not leaving. Frank in the chat said, "You're a G, Alexis. Are y'all on caffeine right now? What's your coffee order? Iced hot." I am not on caffeine. I wish I was. I guess I could have went and got some coffee. I prefer iced coffee.
I
Jake
do
does
too,
not
actually.
drink. Well, are you drinking coffee again?
Oh, I didn't tell you that?
Oh, okay. Well, last
so-
I heard you weren't.
Yeah, so I have oh god, what the hell's the name of the company? I cannot remember the name. The Black Rifle. So, all proceeds go to vets, which I love. Or I think some of the proceeds anyway. So Black Rifle, they have this like Cactus Squatch, like a Sasquatch. It's like called Cactus Squatch, and it is a dark roast. And I've been in love with the dark roast. I've been pretty much making cold brew with it, and just like waking up and just like drinking iced coffee. Because like while I like just hot coffee, I absolutely love iced coffee. Like throw in like just a little bit of International Delight, we'll say hazelnut, like just a splash, and I feel very good about it. So that's what I've been doing.
Well, do you remember when you weren't drinking coffee and I made you go to Starbucks drive-thru with me?
Yes.
In New York?
Yes. And I was like,
so
how
mad.
do you sit in this? How?
Because
What is
you
happening?
just do, because it's that good. You just sit in the drive-thru, and he was really not happy. What song was I playing too? We were in
We
the
did it.
Starbucks. Do you remember what was I making you listen to? $5,050. We did it.
Touchdown.
Touchdown. We got it. It's good. $5,000. $5,050 raised, guys. So that really means $10,000 raised, plus everything in the super chats. Let's see. Jake, pull up.
Natalie Thieler, appreciate you.
Thank
Rocco
you.
Simonello and Joseph Cusolito. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. And you know what? I think we did it exactly at midnight.
No way. That's crazy.
Divine intervention.
That is crazy.
Divine. We hit our goal exactly at midnight. Everyone in the chat celebrating. Guys, that's amazing. I mean,
Hell yeah.
that's so awesome. We've raised, $10,000 plus, everything that's been super chatted and sent to us, and then whatever revenue we get from this episode we'll give. So yeah, I mean, it's
going to be, let's say, hold on a sec. It's
so
going
Jake's
to be
adding the super chats, I assume. I'm looking at everybody go off in the comments. Thank you guys so much. We're almost still at 2,000 people. We're at 1,950 people watching right now. We appreciate it. I mean, I'll keep going. The link is up, but I mean, we hit our goal.
Yeah. No,
Ashton,
it's huge.
Ashton's logging off. He's got to wake up early for work. Yes, definitely. Thank you so much. Get some sleep. You've really, really helped us out tonight. We appreciate it. And yeah, everyone go subscribe to East Coast Rams if you haven't already.
Absolutely.
Thank you, everybody in the chat celebrating. Jake, are you adding up those super chats to see what we're at so far?
So I've actually never known for sure if I don't think they put in the cut beforehand that YouTube gets. Actually, they don't, now that I think about it. So currently we have had 763.77 in super chats. Now that is going to be 30% taken by YouTube. And there's a reason for that, as I've explained. Mm-hmm. YouTube giving would allow it to go right to a charity, and there would be no cut. The problem is YouTube giving, I would have had to select one charity, and they didn't have any of the charities I wanted to send it to. So that's the thing. But we're going to take everything that we receive, from YouTube super chats once we have that money, and that will all be dispersed. And by the way, in the effort of transparency, which I believe transparency is everything, all receipts of donations will be posted all over social media, will be posted on said GoFundMe, as long as they allow me to. I don't know if they lock you out after you finish it, but as long as they allow me to, the receipts of the donations will be posted. Yeah. And by the way, ID89 dropped $232. That was the final one. So
thank you so much, ID89.
Ian Dalziel.
Yep.
So
Ian,
there you go.
Appreciate it.
It's
awesome.
Seemingly like lagging. Like there's definitely a lag because it was showing, and I was like, wait, the math ain't mathing. How did we get over 5,000?
Yeah.
When we were 232 away. There you go.
It does lag a little bit. I noticed that when I was trying to check it earlier. But guys, we appreciate it. I mean, again, none of everything about this episode, this all goes towards wildfire relief. None of this is going to us this time. This is all,
including ad revenue. All of it's going there.
Including ad revenue. All of it is going to go to wildfire relief. So we really appreciate everybody watching. The more people that watch, the more people that comment. Everybody, please like this video if you haven't already. I mean, every little bit helps, and all of it is going to go towards people who really need it in Los Angeles, who have, lost so much to these wildfires. And we want to be a part of helping people rebuild and get the care that they need and get the aid that they need. So this really means so much to us, and it means so much, I know, to many Rams fans who are suffering right now. And hitting $5,000 at exactly midnight.
That's wild.
That is poetic, and that's divine timing, and we appreciate it. And I'm so excited. This means so much to us. It'll mean more to the victims who are getting relief from this aid being provided, but it means a lot to Jake and I as well. And so many of you, there's so many of you in the chat who've been here for 4 hours.
Crazy.
That's amazing.
Crazy.
Spending your Friday night with us. We hope we're serving you well.
I mean,
we hope we've been cool.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like the average view duration, like to have it over 18 minutes on YouTube, at least just my YouTube that I'm looking at right now. I mean, that's crazy. Like the average view duration, like normally that's like 7 minutes when you do a live stream this long, but to have it that long, that's wild. But we have some just absolute diehards on this channel. While I was out there in LA and, people like the channel and they like JE Live and all that, I had quite a few people ask about you and like, oh, where's Alexis or Downtown Rams? And it's interesting because people are like, why do you put it on your channel? Like, why don't you have the Downtown Rams channel? It's like, well, I already have, almost 30,000 subscribers. And it's like, if we're going to have all those eyes, we might as well put it on this channel to have all those eyes on it. Maybe someday down the road, we'll figure out the DTR channel, what that looks like. But yeah, I mean, I'm all about just, eyes on the product and everything. And The fact that you guys have allowed us to build enough of a platform where we can raise $5,000 in 4 hours is insane. And we really do appreciate it. We don't take it for granted. You know, it really does mean a lot. And it's, you know, people on Twitter, you know, if you're not on YouTube, you know, or, you know, people on Facebook, I mean, everybody, you know, did their part. And whether you realize it or not, just you viewing it, well, that got people, you know, that got people's attention, because what you don't know is on the YouTube homepage, the counter goes up and people will be interested. And when they see something that starts like, oh, okay, that has more views than the last time I saw it, they're interested. They click on it. There you go. So, just awesome stuff. I'm not blown away, because this is what I expect from just getting to know this community and building this community. This is what I expect, but, you know, it's awesome. And we did get more donations, by the way. So we're at 5,100 now. We now have 100 donations. And let's see. Robert Biangazo. Wow, I'm so bad at reading names. This is not good.
You're telling me. I'm like, I'm the worst with names, as everybody who listens to our show knows.
Oh, man.
But thank you, Robert. Appreciate it. We're at 100 donations. We are 10 people away from 2K watching, by the way. We're at 1,990 viewers right now across all platforms. Incredible. And it's just raising, you know, this money. And we're going to leave this link up, of course, you know, up until the end of the game, you know, Monday night, so people can donate then as well. But just to raise 5K in 4 hours, as Jake said, is just a testament to how amazing this community is and how much people want to help. And we're really excited to be able to send this money to people who need it and who are going to really benefit from all this aid and who are in need of it. You know, for a city that means so much to us, and a city that's just going through such a nightmare right now. And, you know, hopefully in the coming days, winds ease up, things will get better. You know, they've got a lot of firefighters, like we said, a lot of firefighters coming in from other cities as well, which is awesome, you know, and countries helping. So Jesse said, Jake can't read names and Alexis can't math. Good thing you were both entertaining. So fair. So fair. But what is also true is I also can't read names. So I've got...
okay.
I've got even less going for me than you think. But
and what's weird is, like, with names, like, I'll study them because Alexis knows I'm obsessed with pronunciation. Like, when, you know, what was it? We were talking about Levi Onwuzurike, and you're like, I don't know how to say this guy. You're gonna have to take over. And I was like, oh, it's Levi Onwuzurike. I looked it up, and you're like, of course you did. That's one that stands out to me. I want to be better with pronunciation. My thing with names is like, and I do the same thing. I do the same thing in improv. If anybody's, I try not to, but sometimes I do like not want to mess up, and then out of fear of messing up, I just don't say it. I'll say, you know, which I'd rather, maybe I should try and get it wrong other than not saying it. By the way, we're over 2,000 people watching right now. We hit the 2,000 threshold. 2,005 people are watching us live right now. We have hit 5K raised for Los Angeles wildfire relief. It is past midnight on the East Coast. It's 9 o'clock ish on the West Coast. Jake keeps refreshing the GoFundMe. We pull it up so we can see where we're at. I think we're a little over $5,100 right now. Shout out Miguel Martinez, latest donor.
Thank you for donating. We're at $5,110 raised. Appreciate it, guys. All of this is going to do so much good for the community in Los Angeles.
I have to say something to you, Frank. I've only had this today. This is water. I've only had water today. Oh, you know what? I think I had cranberry pomegranate earlier. I can't remember, but that's pretty much been my day. I've had cranberry pomegranate juice. I've had water, and I can't remember what I ate. Yeah.
Nice.
I had a chili lime salad.
Ooh, that sounds good, actually.
It was fire. I don't know why it was so good. I just got it from Walmart and it was fire. Like I had them. I got like my groceries from Walmart Plus, and they just had one of those like salad kits, and yeah, chili lime salad. It was good.
That does sound very good. Super chat from Edwin. Thank you so much. Another super chat from Edwin. He said, fun fact, Oregon, Nevada, and Arizona sending firefighters. Yes, that is very, very awesome. As we've talked about throughout the entirety of this episode, so many firefighters coming from across the country, from other countries, from Canada and Mexico as well. That's awesome. People going to help out. Ian, thank you so much. Appreciate that. To your comment in the chat. 2020 people watching right now. This live stream is gaining life right now.
It just continues to go up, and
as we go
now
into the night.
You know what I go through when I do my live streams after the game, and I have 1,400 people, and I'm like, I don't want to say bye to you guys, but like I gotta go. It's not easy, man. But it's a dedicated community that cares, and they are loyal. No one can say they're not. That's why I'll always defend Rams fans when people say there are no Rams fans that exist. You are out of your mind. With that said, though, this is for the LA fire relief. This is not for Rams only. So obviously,
right,
everybody going through it. We just wanted to put a spin on it in a little sense because right now the Rams are playing Monday night. They are very much a headline. And, this is what we've built. It's a Rams podcast. So use that to your advantage. Use your niche. And, that's what's happened. It's been awesome.
Yes, this is going towards everybody who lives in Los Angeles, whether they're Rams fans or not. We're just helping out the community and helping out the city. We're having a good time. Jake, should we just start naming out old Rams? We do that one time. We started naming what was it, the Mob Squad? Anybody in the chat remember the Mob Squad era of the Rams?
Oh, yeah.
I'm so nostalgic for the Mob Squad.
We need to create a we didn't start the fire, but it's just Rams, like old school Rams names.
Oh, the song. Yeah. Well, we're doing a live stream about wildfire relief. My mind went to wildfire.
No,
I get what you're saying. You're saying that we didn't start, and then you're like,
yes,
Alec
the song.
Ogletree, Mark Barron,
Corey Chavis.
Yeah. Just start all these.
Corey Chavis, Lance Kendricks, Sam Bradford, Tommy Polley.
If you do that defense, where it's like Chris Long, Michael Bruckers, Aaron Donald, Robert Quinn, James Laurinaitis, Alec Ogletree, Akeem Ayers, Mark Barron. Oh my God, that rhymed. And then you'd say T.J. McDonald, T.J. McLeod, Trumaine Johnson, Janoris Jenkins, Ronnie McLeod. Oh yeah, Ronnie McLeod, T.J. McDonald, Janoris Jenkins, Trumaine Johnson. Coached by Jeff Fisher.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, William Hayes. Yeah, William Hayes was in the chat.
Trouble with the Spy Gate. Sorry, I had to.
Yeah, William Hayes. And then who else was rotated on that defensive line? Because the starters were left to right. It was Chris Long, Michael Brockers, Aaron Donald, Robert Quinn. And then
you're
William
better than
Hayes.
me. I was just random names. I don't know why the first random Rams name was Corey Chavis, who, by the way, is a former Viking. And he's known as being a Viking. Why of all names did I say his name? I don't know. He wore 25, I think.
Yeah, Frank, you're right. Right, it was Nick Westbrook. Oh, and Eugene Sims. Yeah, Chris said Sims. It was Eugene Westbrook and Eugene Sims.
Ethan Westbrooks?
Ethan Westbrook, yeah. Did I say Nick?
Yeah, he plays
Ethan.
for the
Ethan Westbrook
Titans.
And Eugene Sims. Thank you, Bobby.
Appreciate you, Bobby.
Appreciate you. Red Boy Legend 12.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your service as a firefighter. He's saying that, we have 8 of our firefighters in LA surrounded by Niners fans here, but thanks for everyone's support. Go Rams. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for your donation and all that you do.
It's awesome.
Yeah, Alex talked about tailgating at the Dome in St. Louis. Yeah, that was fun. The team wasn't good, but the tailgates were fun. I think I'm so nostalgic for the Mob Squad era because that was when I really took it upon myself to like really start following the NFL in like a different way than I had been. And so, and that team, like I've talked about before on the show, like this was when like social media was first starting. So like a lot of these players were super interactive because it was not how it is now. So if you had a Twitter or
Yeah,
you had an Instagram, like Aaron Donald and Chris Long were like having conversations with you. Like it was a different time.
that's
And so
right. I remember that.
we just felt way more connected to the team, and like William Hayes, chatted with him, and Akeem Ayers, and it was Alec Ogletree who I was forgetting the other night when we were talking about middle linebackers. But
Ah, gotcha.
Frank said, Alexis, I might already know this, but how did you become a Rams fan? I was born and raised in St. Louis. So my parents had PSLs when I was a kid. So they got them so the Rams moved to St. Louis in 95. I was born in 96. So I was like raised, you know, literally like in that era. I was at all the Greatest Show and Turf games. I just don't remember it, sadly. But yeah, that's how I became a fan.
That's awesome. And you stuck by them.
I did. They relocated back to LA, and I stayed a fan. Um, Chat on the screen, Nolan Cromwell, you're right.
Nolan Cromwell and Leroy Irvin, number 47. This is somebody that we interviewed, you and I. I interviewed before you joined DTR, and I was able to take my dad and go to his 60th birthday party. I'll never forget that. Reggie Doss was there. I tried on the NFC Championship ring that he had. Man, that was a rock. That thing was huge. I also tried on a Super Bowl ring. It just wasn't the Rams. It was Cephas Weatherspoons. He was there, a Saints wide receiver. Everybody got a ring sent from the Saints organization when they won. So everybody that had ever played for the Saints got a Super Bowl ring sent to them. I thought that was pretty damn cool. I'm not going to lie. I don't know. I thought that was
Sounds cool.
I mean, that's like the whole, Ram for life or whatever. Like we talking about, you have Kansas Jayhawk up there. Once a Jayhawk, always a Jayhawk. It's always been like kind of that model. Like there, obviously this takes it way too far, but there are people that are like, yeah, Jamar Chase once committed to the Jayhawks. So Jamar Chase, once a Jayhawk, always a Jayhawk. It's like, I don't think it works like that. I think you kind of have to wear the uniform.
You gotta wear the uniform and play.
But it is cool that he once, committed to the Jayhawks, and so did, Keon Coleman, yeah. So, yeah.
Yep. Somebody in the chat said, did you know McVay had to evacuate? I didn't know. I don't think I knew that he personally had to, but I'm sure a lot of them on the team did. A lot of people in Pacific Palisades or Woodland Hills, Hollywood Hills area. Someone in the chat said Rams legend Janoris Jenkins. That's right. I spoke with him quite a bit when he was on the Rams, and I met him. He came back to St. Louis to do a meet and greet for all of the St. Louis fans after the
Cool.
Rams relocated, and he came back to St. Louis and did an event. And so I took my little brother and my boyfriend at the time to go meet him, and we got pictures with him, and he signed stuff for us. And yeah, my little brother was on the news because of that. My brother Kyle, because the local news station came, and it was like him getting his football signed by Janoris. And yeah, he's really cool. I have a video of it. He was really nice.
That's cool. Yeah,
that was a fun era.
Yeah, I've had some good experiences meeting people. Like when I first went to LA, I met. Actually, I don't know if it was my first time or I think second time, because I think Tyler was there with us. My dad and I. Shout out to my Uncle Chris. family friend. He's gone through a lot, obviously, with Alexis. I've told you this. His family being in the Palisades and going through that is actually the first person I thought of. When I heard that, because we were going to link up and we didn't get a chance to when I was in LA in November for the Eagles game. And my Uncle Chris got my dad and I and my friend Tyler into this like business expo event that Aaron Donald was supposed to talk at. He drops out like last second and Robert Woods shows up. And he was just, oh my God. Like, I still got, you can't see it, but I got the football. When you guys see my football, I'll just show it to you. Might as well for just the time being. So you see like in the background, that football to like the side, it's like to the left with the Super Bowl logo. That's the Robert Woods signed football I got at that event. And he knew who I was. And that was like really cool because I didn't even have a YouTube channel yet. I didn't feel like I was like big at all. I didn't feel like anybody knew me. And I went up to him and I was like, talking with him, and he knew who I was. He knew that I wrote an article about him, and this is a guy that I always wanted the Rams to get. And when they signed him, I was so hyped. So that was that. I met Kurt Warner when I was a little kid with my brother. We were at the Giants training camp. They did a joint practice. It was so funny. Alexis, sign of the times here. Kurt Warner's a superstar, and he's in the Giants market. Now, they did this at UAlbany at the time. They don't do it anymore. That's where Jared Verse played his football before he went to FSU as a transfer. But they did it at UAlbany, and so Kurt Warner was there. Eli Manning was the rookie, so he had a lot of press at him. And you would not believe who got more press than anybody, like more attention than anybody. It was Jesse Palmer, who was the third string quarterback because he was on The Bachelor. And everybody was freaking out about Jesse Palmer. And I'll never forget that. And then I'll never forget my brother got like pinned against a gate because there was like this mob of people when Chad Pennington came out for the Jets. And I'll never forget that. And it was just a sign of the times. Like, you're talking about Kurt Warner, Eli Manning, Jesse Palmer, and Chad Pennington. Like, crazy.
Yeah, who would have guessed that he would have been?
Yeah, but Kurt took a picture with us, and then years later, my co-host here and I interviewed him.
Yep. We did interview Kurt Warner. And the St. Louis News covered it. Do you remember that? They put it on the local St. Louis News.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was awesome. He was a great interview. But I've never been more nervous. There's only been two people I've been nervous to meet in my life. One was Aubrey Plaza. Mm-hmm. The second was Dick Vermeil. Those are the only two. And it's so funny because now Dick is like a friend of ours.
Yeah,
and he's the awesome. Nicest person. But when we first talked to him, I was so nervous. When we interviewed him, I was like, I was having heart palpitations. My hands were shaking. I was so nervous. My heart was racing. And now it's like, yeah, he's the best. And he sent in a video when I made that 500 surprise for you.
I remember that.
The episode. Yeah, he's nice. He's the best. And now it's like, he rocks. But I was so nervous
he never
when
should
we
have
first
left.
talked to him. I know.
Never should have been forced out. Ooh, did I say that out loud? Come on.
By the way, guys, I'm listening. I'm posting this on Instagram real quick, just so more people can come join here as we wrap up. But I'm listening. I'm just looking down so I can post.
Speaking of Mike Martz, Final Flash said, I met Mike Martz in Vegas once and I blew it. And blew it. I froze. Have I froze? I don't know if I've ever froze. Like, because I mean, there's also been times where I've been in like the friends and family section after like the Rams games. Like, Aaron Rodgers and Andrew Whitworth were right in front of me, and I opted not to say anything to them, because I just didn't. I wanted to be respectful of their time. But yeah, I don't know if I've ever just gone completely frozen in front of like a celebrity or somebody.
I've never frozen, but like when I met like Aubrey, I was like, very like I blacked out. Like I was genuinely so like because you
That's
know she's
that's
my
close to
hero.
freezing.
I mean it's close, but like I had a conversation and I was normal and it was fine. But then afterwards, I was like, oh my God, what just happened? I don't remember anything that just happened. So I guess I froze. But it was like my friend was there and she's like, you had a normal interaction. Like it wasn't. So I've never met somebody and just like been like I don't know that there's anybody that I would
I've had
do that for.
yeah, I mean, I've had some really good experiences. My worst experience was not the person's fault. It was with Van Jefferson, who has since, given me his contact info and, has kept in touch. But Van and I were interviewing, well, I was interviewing him after the Senior Bowl practices, and NFL Network took him from me and wouldn't give him back so he could go on Bucky Brooks' show. I'll never forget that. And it's nothing against, Bucky Brooks, but I was like in the middle of an interview. I'll never forget that because guess what? Van Jefferson ended up being a freaking Ram. I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, I got that guy on interview once. I still have it like the record somewhere, but I wasn't going to post it because it's just like, yeah, we're talking all of a sudden be like, I'm sorry, I have to take him away for NFL Network. I was like, what? Hey, she just grabs him and just I'm like, what is happening?
Yeah.
So yeah, I never ended up
We had a
finishing
weird
that.
we ran into a couple. Remember when we went to Jones on Third in Studio City?
Oh yes, I mean
It
yeah,
was
those were kind of different.
I mean, it
They're,
was
they're
just was
cool
a
though.
random like so Jake and I fun story. I mean, I don't know if it's really fun, but it's a story. So we were at the Hollywood Improv for a comedy show because somebody there is a fan of our podcast and was able to get us tickets. So we went to a show and we didn't even know who was performing. It was just we were like we're going to be in town this day, so like whoever, and it ended up being Chris D'Elia, right? So he was who we saw performing at the Hollywood Improv. So we saw him one night. The next morning, we go to Jones on Third in Studio City, and we're sitting in Jones on Third, and all of a sudden, Chris D'Elia walks in with like a posse, and we're
And
like, "Oh my
like
God,
looks,
that
he has
we."
holes all over his clothes too.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
like
remember that. I just remember being
I
like, "This is
do.
so weird. This city is so large, and what are the odds that we're in the same place back to back nights?" So weird. And we did tell him on our way out. We're like, "By the way, we saw your show," and he was nice. Um, But then anyway, so we're sitting at our table and like he sits down next to us and we're like, okay, this is like kind of weird. And then as we're getting up to leave, like well, I guess we're not getting up, we're getting ready, we're clearing our stuff. Somebody like a guy like comes up behind me and he's like, hey, can we take your table? And I turn around and it's Topher Grace.
And he's got like a disguise on,
And
like
he's got like shades on inside, but it's very clearly Topher Grace.
yeah.
And I was just like, yeah, you could take our table. And he's like, thanks. And so then we were walking out and I was
You're
like,
like that's
that's
Eric
a
Foreman.
really I was like, that's Eric Foreman from that '70s show. That's a very weird thing to happen. But
It's
yeah, that was
crazy.
weird. That was a weird interact. Not like weird in any way of like the
I
interaction was
like that.
weird.
I think it's a fun interaction.
It was fun
We
and it
saved
was
his life
cool.
essentially because he was like worried about being noticed. He wanted to sit all the way in the back.
I just thought it was a funny, just like this dude behind me. He's like, hey, like, and I just like turn around and there he is with like shades on inside the restaurant, Jones on Thirds. But he was very nice. And I'm a big That '70s Shows fan. So
Yeah, I mean it's
that
one of
was
the greatest
awesome.
sitcoms ever.
And you know what's weird is when I was at the Rams Bears game in Chicago this season, Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher were there. But I didn't know till afterwards. Like
Mm.
after the game, I leave and the Bears social media team posts a picture of Mila and Ashton on the field or whatever that day. And I was like, oh my God, those guys were also in that '70s show. But I didn't get to, I mean, I didn't speak to them. They just were there. Um,
My parents went to. Do you remember the ranch? Did you see that? I
oh
mean,
yeah,
it
you
has.
told me that. Yeah, they went to
Yeah, they went
the
to the
taping.
premiere. Yeah, the taping, and yeah, they said Ashton was super nice. Went and shook everyone's hand indirectly and thanked him for coming to the show. I thought that was cool. His kids were there and everything. Mila was not though. Mila was not, but
Was not great or was not there?
was not there.
Oh,
So yeah. Yeah, I
Yeah,
should probably specify that because I could see how that would be the other way. No, I really haven't had. The only negative interaction I've had is, I mean, obviously having the interview taken away. That was kind of annoying.
I would never say I've had an interaction, even if I had one, though, if I'm being real.
I'll
I might
say
have
it.
pissed
I
people
mean,
off.
the rock band Saliva. I didn't. The lead singer was kind of a jerk. It is what it is. But I'm not a huge Saliva fan, so I don't really give a rip. I was there for Starset. It was their first time I ever saw Starset, and I've now seen them 12 times. So
I don't know that I've ever seen a band twice.
oh well,
I
thanks.
was supposed
I now look psycho.
No, well, I'm not like a massive concert I mean, there's people I do go to for concerts, but I don't go to a ton of concerts. I was supposed to see Modern Love twice. I like that band, but then I got COVID. The second time they came in town, like, was the day that I got COVID.
That's not fun.
So I missed them, and that was a bummer. Super chat. Thank you so much. From Dex said, went to school at Palisades Charter High. Such a tragedy what happened to many of my friends' homes. Many fond memories there. Appreciate you for this. Thank you so much for the super chat, and thank you for your kind words, and hope your friends are able to rebuild. I'm very sorry to
Absolutely.
hear
Thank you,
that.
Deck. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Oh, we got Star Setter. Oh, I've been to like 100 shows. Yeah, I have too. But I really have cut down my shows because they're expensive and they start to like I just felt like they were bleeding together. You know what I mean? Like, Alexis, when you go to all these different shows and you're going to bands that like you kind of like, or you like them, but like whatever. Yeah, it just kind of takes something away from live music, in my opinion. So I try to go to the best shows that I could go to. Unfortunately, no one knows how to book here in upstate New York for the most part. I mean, I have a Saratoga Performing Arts Center not far from me, and I feel like the booking there is pathetic. I'm sorry, I just do. I'm very blunt with my the fact that I have to drive 3 hours every time to see my favorite band really kind of ticks me off. But it is what it is. I like this though. Jordan says Starset are really good. Hey, shout out to the Starset fans in here. Alexis actually got me a Starset shirt for my Christmas gift, so
I did.
Appreciate her. It's actually become one of my favorite songs, Toxic, that they came out with. That's what the shirt's based on. But I do have over here, I have the other one, but if anyone is a Starset fan, this is autographed. I think you sent this to me.
I think I did buy that for you.
You sent this to me. So this is autographed. Starset. This is Divisions. This is their third studio album. So I have that, and then I gave the first one. Probably stupid of me that I don't have the original Starset record. I gave that to my mom, but I got this signed when I was at the show by the band. This is Vessels, their second studio album.
That's the one that I like by them.
That is
Vessels.
Widely regarded as their best album. Even Dustin made a joke about that, or the last show I was at, and he was like, "All right, show of hands, how many of you favorite album is this?" Just kidding, I know it's Vessels. So everyone vibes with that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. We love music. We love your last concert was Sleep Token.
Yeah,
that is a flex.
In May.
It's like
It was
hard
a
to
really
get Sleep
good show,
Token
too.
tickets.
It was. Yeah, my friend bought them for us. Like,
Damn.
we did the pre-sale, and there was a queue, and he ended up getting in, so he ended up doing it. Did you just refresh the screen, or is my mind playing tricks on me?
I did. Mike Sanchez, I believe it was. Mike Sanchez donated 20. So
Thank
shout
you,
out to Mike. You can see it right here.
Appreciate it. Yeah, the last concert I went to was Sleep Token in like May. I mean, it's been a while, but that was it is hard to get tickets. It was such a good show too.
You got me bringing up setlist.fm because I have to look up my concert going, whatever.
You can track that?
Oh my God, you don't know about setlist.fm?
Well, I have Last FM that I use to like track my like music, but
Nah,
I don't know that I go.
setlist.fm allows you to track every single concert you've ever been to.
Well, I don't know that I mean, I'll download it, but I don't know that I go to
Oh,
enough concerts to like.
I'm wrong. Starset, it's 13 times. So the most times I've ever seen bands, Starset 13. I've seen Foo Fighters 6 times, Fall Out Boy 6 times, King's X 5 times, State Champs 5 times, Royal Blood 4, Nothing More 4, Paramore 3, Ice Nine Kills 3, Dream Theater 3, Nothing But Thieves, and Hailstorm 3. I've seen Avenged Sevenfold twice, Green Day, Incubus, Blink-182, Sick Puppies, Trapped for some. I don't really like Trapped, but I've seen them twice for whatever reason. Shinedown, Rush, Periphery, We As Human for some reason, and Chevelle. So yeah,
Send me that app because I just
I
looked it
see.
up
I
and I
do
didn't
it.
see
I
it.
do it. It's a web based though. There's not an app, so that's the only drawback. But I did just send it over to you.
Someone said, "Yo, Jake is a metal fan." Jake and I are both metal fans. Although I
Oh
do
my
think
God,
that
I'm a huge metal
you
fan.
you like, I think, heavier than
Yeah,
me. I'm more of like a post-core or whatever they call it now, like metalcore, but like or like hardcore. Like I'm
I'm like
more
post
like
hardcore. Thank you very
yeah, like
much.
I don't know what they'd call it now, but I mean, he likes you like heavier, I
Yeah, I'm into
think,
metalcore.
than me.
For sure. I mean, don't get me wrong. All right, this is hilarious. Last summer, I saw Foo Fighters, which was really cool. I also saw Drake Bell in August. So Drake Bell was one of my first shows. It was actually my first show I ever saw. It was after he had his car accident and his jaw was wired shut. Like his jaw was not wired shut then and there, but he had his car accident. And so I saw him at the mall, Lexus. This mall in Albany. I saw him. And then I think, was it the next week? I actually saw my first real concert because that wasn't like a real concert. A mall concert, is it real? I don't think so. So my first actual concert was the Honda Civic Tour, and Fall Out Boy was my first concert.
My first
You
technical
remember Cobra
concert.
Starship? They played there.
Yeah.
It was Cobra Starship. The Academy is plus 44 when Blink-182 was on hiatus. So that was cool. And Paul Wall, who I did not listen to. And I've never done this at a show before. I literally put my hands over my ears. I'm not a Paul Wall fan.
My first technical concert was Raven Simone at Six Flags
Oh, there you go.
in St. Louis. So that was my first, but my first like big stadium concert was Taylor Swift because like obviously
Okay. That's a pretty big one, though.
it was her Red Tour. It was a very good show, and her opener was some guy that no one had ever heard of, Ed Sheeran,
See,
and
always it be like that. It really.
he went out there and all he had on this stage, this massive stage, was a guitar, and he had one of those little pedal amps. So he would do a verse and record it, so then it looped, right? It was a loop track. Then he would do another thing and then loop it, so he was building upon it. And this is like so cool. Like he is so talented. I was like, Ed Sheeran, interesting. Don't know who that is. And now he's like a very big star. But he opened that show for Taylor Swift Red Tour.
What's the craziest show? Chat. What's the craziest show you've been to? Alexis, what's the craziest show you've been to?
Ooh, I would say Sleep Token was pretty crazy. And it wasn't even Sleep Token themselves. The audience was a little rowdy for Sleep Token. But I also don't go
Doesn't
to
necessarily
like,
mean your favorite or the best, but crazy,
well,
like where it
I've
was like,
never,
oh my God.
I don't like, okay, so like, oh my God, isn't it was a really good show?
Yeah, but like also it was like rowdy as hell. The energy was
Well, it would have been
crazy.
probably Sleep Token. I don't see
Okay.
anybody in concert that's like, I don't go to like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I
I'm
mean,
not
the
like
Taylor,
a mosher, and I know you're probably not either. But I'm not in the moshing scene at all. So
no, the Taylor Swift show was really, really good. I went and saw Justin Bieber on his Purpose tour. That was a pretty like that was crazy in the sense of like he did a lot of stunts
Mm.
that were kind of wild. I wasn't expecting. So, the Justin Bieber show was kind of great, but I don't see anybody that's like does anything insane. I'm not seeing anybody biting the heads off of bats.
Okay, yeah. No,
Like
nothing like that. But I mean, I watched somebody get like fake murdered on stage. It was during. So I saw Ice Nine Kills to the shock of nobody. If you know Ice Nine Kills, that's right up their alley. It was the Michael Myers song, "Stabbing in the Dark," and they were like to the music, like doing the whole Michael Myers thing on stage. That was wild. That was such an intimate show. That was at Sonia in Boston, or not Boston, but in Massachusetts, around Salem. And it was their album release show, and it was crazy. Like they had chainsaws and stuff. It's all fake props, but they make, for those of you who don't know, Ice Nine Kills makes like horror movie themed songs and albums, and they're different, very different.
And you know what? I really wish I could get into. I've tried to get into them for you, and they're like a little much for me.
They're a little
But
much for everybody. I mean, it's hard. If you're not into that, I understand.
but I've recently started to get into collecting vinyl, and I've gotten like a ton of vinyl from and Ice Nine Kills. So I look at I only buy like I've been buying from record labels, so I want to make sure it's like legit and whatever. And so I forget who else is signed to their label that I like, but Ice Nine Kills has such beautiful vinyl.
It's insane.
And I'm like, oh my God, I wish I liked this record so I could buy it. Because
We'll
I
get
don't
you
buy
into them.
anything. I don't buy anything I'm not going to actually listen to. Like, I know people who like collect vinyl and if it looks cool, but I'm like, why, if you're not going to play it, I'm not going to spend money on it. So I haven't bought anything, but they just have such beautiful vinyl. Then I'm like, God, I wish I was into this band. I have a couple songs saved of theirs, to be fair, but I don't,
So there you go.
you know,
They got some. They just got some absolute bangers. But it's funny that you mentioned that because I knew exactly where you were going with that. I was like, oh, she saw the vinyl art because they take pride in that. They have a lot of like the exclusive stuff and what have you. Oh man, it's I just saw Holden. Yeah, they have some good stuff. I know Fall Out Boy has some limited edition stuff. Yeah, I mean
my
it's
Sleep
really
Token
cool.
one came in today.
Ooh,
I don't know if I told you
nice.
that. I got
The hoodie?
no, not the hoodie, sadly, but I got Take Me Back to Eden on vinyl.
Ooh, let's
And it's like
go.
it's like a black and gray marbled type vinyl. And I can't wait to listen to it. It came
Don't
in literally like an hour before the stream.
don't tell me because I'm gonna end up following suit. See, this is the problem when I find something I want to collect. Look at my
I
screen.
really think that you would like,
Like, look at this. Look at all the Funkos.
well, I know, but I do think that you
That's
would
not
like
normal. Like what? All right. I'm going to take everybody through them. So this is Goku Ultra Instinct. This is Vegeta Super Saiyan God. This is Trunks, Future Trunks. That is Gohan Beast from the superhero movie. That is Orange Piccolo. Below there, you can't even see it, is Mewtwo. Behind this thing, behind the Kyron jersey, you can't see, is Blaziken, because I also like Pokemon. I got Deadpool behind me, and I have Spider-Man. So, Alexis, help. Send help right now.
Well, the vinyls, I did kind of start it because I like the it's like an interactive, putting it on the record and it forces you to listen all the way through, right? And it's just like nice. You put on the vinyl, you hang out, and they look cool. And collecting them, their value goes up, and I enjoy it. And I'm not like a CD. Like I do have a lot of CDs, but I'm not like if I'm gonna listen digitally, I'll just do it Bluetooth, right? I'll connect it via my phone and connect it to my speakers. Um, you know,
We got Adrian Lopez with another $5 donation.
thank you,
So
Adrian.
wanted to update that. No, it's not Tutu.
Kyron Williams.
Yeah. So I got that. One sec.
So I think he wanted to know what you're wearing. You're wearing
Oh, Stafford.
number 9. Yeah.
And shout out. So we have a Discord, and I have some great people that reach out to me on Discord. Killer Toemate on Discord, and I don't know what Killer Toemate is on YouTube, so apologies for that. Killer Toemate sent me this, and I haven't been able to rep it because I'm not a huge jersey wearer. I like jerseys, I just don't wear them as much as I used to. So it is a 9. It is Glock 9 Matthew Stafford, who has been one of my favorite players pretty much since, I would say, 2012. I've been a huge fan of his since, he was on the Lions. Thanksgiving, I always root for Stafford. They'd always find a way to blow it, but Stafford would always keep him in the game. And I wanted him in 2015. There's a tweet out there. My friends, Will and Joe, were asking me who I wanted at quarterback. They said something about Johnny Manziel as a joke. I believe I think it was Johnny Manziel. And I said, no, I want Stafford. 2015. And years later, they actually traded for him. And I was over the moon, was actually live when it happened. Blaine and I were talking about the Senior Bowl. And I got word that Matthew Stafford was going to be a Ram. The comment section just started randomly saying, Stafford's a Ram, Stafford a Ram, Stafford the Ram. So I was like, oh, we have to change this thing up. So immediately, I feel bad. Like, Blade at this point put all this effort into covering the Senior Bowl. We're bringing him on as a guest and expert because I didn't really cover it that year, not to the level he did. And yeah, so, he's talking about the Senior Bowl, all this. And then this happens. So then I changed the thumbnail and pretty much make it like it never happened, like with the Senior Bowl conversation. Because at that point, it became Matthew Stafford to the Rams, which any good content creator would do, adjust on the fly. And I brought Alexis on, like where still the call-in was kind of like bad. We just found a way to do it, and it was just audio. And Alexis gave her thoughts on it. And I was like, they're going to the Super Bowl. They're going to win the Super Bowl. This is exactly what they needed. I'll never forget that day. That was one of the most exciting days that I've had since I became a content creator. And I do not take that one for granted. Not at all.
Well, my most exciting day as a content creator was when the Rams drafted Kyron Williams.
I remember that. The whole thing glitched. Do you remember that? The stream? The whole stream glitched out because they're like, the Rams draft Kyron Williams. The Rams draft Kyron Williams.
I blacked out, so I don't know. I just was screaming and I was excited, and it felt like a fever dream because I really didn't think there was any way that they were going to draft him. I wanted him. I just didn't think the Rams were going to draft him. And
when they got closer, I was like, maybe they draft Kyron Williams. You're like, don't play with me right now. I was like, I don't know. And then they traded up. I was like, I think this might be Kyron Williams. And then you're like, oh my God, it's Kyron Williams.
It was a moment. People bring that up a lot still. That's because people always, Matthew just said in the chat, she went crazy. Matthew, I thought you went to bed. Matthew just said in the chat, she went crazy. And I literally went crazy when the Rams drafted Kyron Williams.
Yeah.
Because I had been pounding the table for him for so long. And I was so excited that the Rams drafted him.
Can I play clips? Present?
Someone said play the clip. I don't even know how you would find it. You'd have to find it on Twitter. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, I tweeted it. I think it was
I
on
would need the
TikTok.
file.
Yeah. Well, you guys can just Google. Like, if you're on Twitter, you could find it. It's on my TikTok. I'm sure it's somewhere else, but
yeah, the last thing I'm going to do is
time.
take down the donation thing now. But
right. So I was going to say we've got 14 minutes left.
14 minutes left
till 5 hours.
Might as well just stick it out, right?
Well, right. That's when we got to get to 5 hours, and then we can call it. But let's write it out till 5 hours, guys. Last push for donations, everybody. If you haven't donated yet and you're able, the link is in the description. Let's see if we can get up. We're at 102. 102 donations. We've raised $5,135. Let's see what we can get to by it would be 1 a.m. Eastern time, which would be 5 hours on the stream. Every little bit helps. And if you can't donate, that's all right. Just sharing the link or supporting the stream by watching, because all this ad revenue also from this episode is going to go towards LA wildfire relief. So, there's a lot of different things we're, going towards relief and aid. We appreciate it. We've still got 2,000 people watching right now across all platforms. That's crazy. I wish I could see the breakdown of where people are watching from. I don't think I can, but we've got, we can see the number that there's 2,100.
I wonder how deep do the analytics go live? I don't think they're deep.
It'll break it out for us later. But that's, hey, 2,000 people watching right now, 1 a.m. Eastern time, almost 10 o'clock on the West Coast. We appreciate it, guys. You guys have been hanging out with us. I mean, we wrapped up our talk about the game hours ago. We did cover the game, believe it or not. Alex watching from Missouri. Somebody watching from Los Angeles. Yep, we're doing the Yonghua, California, San Jose, Florida. Earlier we had people watching from Germany and Kuwait and Hawaii. All over, people are watching, supporting California. We appreciate it. Illinois, I'm also in Illinois. Anaheim. Cincinnati. Palmdale. We had a few people watching from Palmdale earlier when we did the check-in. Alex is in Riverside, Tennessee. BC said, I've never been in the Midwest. Well, check it out. Take a trip. I've only ever lived in the Midwest, so I've always been here. Matthew's in South Carolina. We got people watching from all over. 2,000 people watching. 5.1K raise. BC is in NYC.
I'm currently making a post, so I apologize if I look like a bored.
That was me earlier. I've been having to look down at my screen and look at the camera, and I mean, again, like we said, and I will admittedly, I'm starting to get a little, I'm exhausted, but we've been writing this out. And Darren said, I think Alexis should do a little improv.
You probably should.
You need another person to do improv.
I don't.
We would both have to be doing improv.
Yeah. You can't do the one man army type of improv.
Well, that wouldn't be improv. That would be
I know. It's like you have to improvise off of something that is happening. You can't just be like, yeah, But
yeah, I mean, I don't even know how you would do. You can't. Yeah, you couldn't.
Well, think about this in terms of football. How ridiculous does it sound? It's like Matthew Stafford's improvising, and no one is running after him. Nothing is happening. It's just Matthew Stafford running in circles.
So I guess you could do, I guess, a one person improv. I think what you would have to do is you'd have to get on a stage and you'd have to get a suggestion, and then you'd have to give a monologue or act out a scene. But that's not really improv. I mean, I guess, but it's not how it's supposed to be. Yeah, you really have to have. If I did stand up, it would be different, but I don't do stand up.
That's true.
I almost did stand up in LA. You were there.
Yes. I
should have done it. Well, I was gonna do it, but that's a different story for a different time. We were late. We were
I did impersonations one time, and the chat was going crazy over it. I was impersonating random people on like ESPN anchors and Sean McVay. Be like, I don't know. I mean, I don't have the voice, but just the mannerisms and the way, So I've done that before, but I mean, I don't have tons of talents. I think I just make content. That's about it. I don't have a musical talented bone in my body. I can do a fry vocal scream, a harsh vocal scream if I was, asked to do it for metal, but I can't really sing. I mean, I sometimes I think I can, and then I listen to it back and I was like, oh, that sounded better than I thought. So yeah, it's like, I'm not an artist, although people have given me credit for my thumbnails. Shout out to Canva for making it easy. Man, I don't know.
JBC, if I ever make it out to LA, I used to, when I was trying to move to LA, I wanted to take class at the Groundlings, but I know a lot of people who did. Great, great institution, very historic institution. I took classes at Upright Citizens Brigade, through Upright Citizens Brigade. It's a pandemic, so I couldn't actually go take them. But I did their entire program at Upright Citizens Brigade, and then I did the Second Cities program in Chicago, and now I'm in the Second Cities Conservatory program, and I have just started the program over at Improv Olympic. So I'm everywhere right now.
Everywhere. It's crazy.
Darren says that Jake could do improv. Jake could improv doing improv with Alexis. Jake, do you even know what that would entail? Like, do you know what improv is?
I do. My problem is my brain doesn't like work on the level that he was just saying. Like, it just feels like my head's going to explode with Jake could improv while doing improv with Alexis. I can't even think about like what that means. Like, it's just like, okay, that's too much. Let's move on. Like that's how I get like those like riddles, like the riddles and puzzle games and all that. Yeah, it could be a little too much for me. I feel like I'm smart, and then I play those games, or I hear one of those riddles, or I see a comment, and I'm like, I am not smart at all. But
I think the thing that with like improv is people get intimidated doing it because it is like thinking, I guess, on your feet. But I prefer it to like scripts, I think.
I mean, that makes sense.
But if anybody wants to employ me by giving me a scripted job, I take it back. I don't dislike scripts. I've done both things, and I enjoy improvising.
So I actually go off script because I don't really have a script. So like when people are like, yeah, I got to script my video, I'm like, all the power to you. I've never scripted a video in my entire life. Ad reads are different because I turn into a babbling idiot when I'm doing an ad read. It just is what it is, man. I get all self-conscious about my eyes not being directly into the camera. So there's that. And then what's the other thing? Oh, yeah. I do like notes. Like here and there, if I really want like stats that I know I'm not going to remember, I'll do notes. But the thing is, as Alexis has learned, a lot of this analysis I already have in my head. Now, that might be a problem because other people have important things and I'm forgetting things. But I can tell you that, Lamar Jackson, for instance, has 6 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, and, less than a 77% passer rating. 77 passer rating in the postseason. I can tell you things like Ahkello Witherspoon had 3 pass breakups against the 49ers, and he's the only Ram to do that, since 2010 or whatever. 3 pass breakups in multiple games. There are things I can think of, like, just like, oh yeah, like I know batting averages. I used to say it all the time, like, yeah, I know Aaron Judge's batting average off the top of my head. They played today, but if he got out 4 times, then he's probably at 312 right now. Like, that's just, sometimes things just come easy to me. But at the same time, if I really have something I want to say and I know I'm not going to remember it, that is always going to be written down in my notes. Alexis, you should see my notes. It's crazy.
I would like to. I do have some thoughts on this conversation, but real quick, I want to point out some super chats because we got 2 new ones come in. Drew, thank you so much for your donation. He said, Drew. Big props to you guys for doing this. Go Rams and prayers for LA. Thank you so much. And then Paul, the seafood chef, thank you for your donation. He said, hey, Jake, can you please donate this portion to the relief fund? Hopefully the Rams could win this for the whole city. P.S. Let's use Jordan Whittington.
Absolutely.
All that sounds good to me.
I love everything you said. And yes, it goes without saying, in case you guys haven't been here the full time or you have or whatever, all the super chats and ad revenue that's generated from this specific video, because I still do have to, this is my profession. Survive. I still have to, survive. But this particular event, anything that's related to this, everything that goes towards this, if YouTube hit you with an ad over your head and you're like, ugh, ads, all that ad revenue is going to this. So ad revenue is going to this. The donations are going to this, all super chats. So what we're going to do is when this is all figured out, everything is going to, my screen just went orange. This is throwing me off. But everything is going to be put together, and I am going to go through and cut it all down to the 4, and then the 4 charities. We will disperse those out, and I'll have receipts for all of them. Every donation we make. In addition to that, we're going to be getting receipts from Fantasy Cares as well, who are matching $5,000. So just awesome stuff, really cool. And, we appreciate you guys. It's been fun doing this. I don't know why my computer did that. Is there some eye thing? That has to be it, right? Like the orange tint?
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on, Jake. It's asking me a technology question.
Okay, fair enough.
Should know better than this. You're out here throwing out sports facts, and I'm like, I can tell you that Judy Garland died in 1969 in London, England. No one gives a shit in this stream about your orange. See that
screen.
No, I'm just kidding. That was me just.
No, I know. What is this? Is this? Know. Oh, night shift.
Jake's computer's malfunctioning. It's pulling its improv of its own. It took a turn.
No, it's my monitor. There's like a super orange tint, which I guess I've always had and I just never picked up on until now. We're not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about how my eyes never once noticed that every single night at 1 a.m., the screen turns orange. We're just not going to mention that.
Maybe it's like a battery saver thing.
No, because it's always plugged in, and I don't have it charging currently because it stays at 80%, and then it's on hold, and then if it drops below 80%, it charges. So it's to save the battery life. But no, it's for your eyes because blue light is bad. But I just didn't know. Maybe, I don't know. It felt way more orange than it normally is.
I don't know, but yeah, I definitely prefer improvising to a script. But I do want to make it clear that I do like scripts, and if anybody wants to employ me to read
nice PR
something scripted, I'm more. I think it just depends on what it is. I shouldn't say I prefer improvise. I think it depends on what it is.
So this is definitely delayed because, damn. We got more donations. Ready?
We did. Refresh.
Whoa.
$5,400?
Yeah.
$5,400.
This comes from Nicholas Carlson, Shane Wilcox, Ryan Smith, and Augustin Figurace. I'm so bad at names. But yes, we appreciate
thank you
guys.
all so much for donating. That's amazing. We appreciate it. Shout out to everybody who has donated. Shout out to everybody who's been watching the stream because like we said, everything, every view, every ad watched, everything counts. Thank you everybody who sent super chats. Thank you so much. $5,400. We could get, we're at 2,172 people watching across all platforms. Hey, let's go to, we were celebrating at our goal of 4.5. Remember, that was our original goal for the 4-hour window. It was let's raise 4.5K. We knew that Fantasy Cares was going to match everything up to $5,000. We've hit $5,000, which means really we've raised 10, right? So maybe we could get to 5.5 now.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. And I know you probably want to get to bed here soon.
I'm hanging on. I'm not like Jake. Jake will be up for another 7-8 hours.
And the thing about me is I'll look tired, but I'll be able to stay up until 8 a.m. That felt so disgusting saying that.
I definitely will not be able to stay up till 8 a.m.
Because they're normal.
I could give you like another hour, but yeah, I'm my what is it? My
Circadian rhythm.
yeah, whatever it is, like I is functioning. So I'm
Oh man, it's so crazy. I don't even know, man.
I'm listening. I'm just looking at Twitter real quick, responding to some people.
By the way,
Thank you.
make this make sense. By the way, we're almost
Yeah.
at 2,200 viewers. Like it keeps going up.
Because I think people are having their night out on the West Coast or wherever they are, and then they're coming home and watching. Because it's earlier, like it's 10 o'clock at night on the West Coast. It's midnight where I am, and it's 1 a.m. where you are, but it's earlier for them,
That's
out
true.
there.
That's
John, thank
true.
you for your comment, by the way. John sent a nice comment. He said, "Y'all are the best. Been following you in DTR. Been following both of you in DTR for years, and thank you for always using your platform for good. Thank you. We appreciate it.
I appreciate
Appreciate
that.
the support. That's very nice." Um, yeah,
This
it's
is let's see. Okay. Yeah, so I made that post on Twitter. And after the post, yeah, we got some more donations. So clearly it did something. I feel like I'm missing something. Like I posted some places and maybe didn't post enough
I feel
somewhere.
like I am too, but
That's life
it's
of
a
a
lot to
creator.
task. We're over 5 hours, Jake. This is like getting close to day 3 NFL draft territory.
I know. Robert Forehand, thank you for the $50 donation.
Thank you,
We're
Robert.
50 away from 5,500. Boom. So awesome stuffs.
This is awesome, guys. So now we're $50 away from $5,500 raised. Like we mentioned, we've got that match from Fantasy Cares. We've got all the super chats as well, and then any ad revenue that we earn from this episode, and then whatever we get, I guess, ad revenue from audio as well. Spotify, Apple, everything that we make from this particular episode is all going towards wildfire relief in Los Angeles. So thank you so much, everybody who is tuning in and watching and talked football with us. New super chat from Paul.
We love that.
Thank you so much. He said, "Let's keep it going for our city and team. Horns up." Agree. Thank you so much, Paul. Appreciate it. Chacho in the comments said, "I'm getting tired. I'm hanging in there." Me too. Me too, buddy. I'm riding this out. We're at 2,200 people right now. We have 2,210 people watching. 5 hours into the stream. $5,450 raised, guys. We're doing it. If I didn't have improv tomorrow, I would literally go get some coffee. I'm still considering it. I think that's psychotic, though. It's past midnight at this point. I should just write it out. If I should have done it earlier.
I'm probably,
done it
because
earlier.
I don't think we have a ton of food here, so I'm probably just gonna eat fries. I'm gonna make like 2 bags of fries. That's what
I was
gonna do.
legitimately thinking about door dashing something earlier because I was like, I don't have time to get up and like make something because we're doing this, but I could just like order. But now
See,
I can't. Now nothing's
I know,
open.
because this is
Well, I guess
10:10
things are
on the West Coast. Like when I was in LA and I was working the last 2 days there, kind of a running gag there because people were like, "You were so excited to stay the 2 extra days," and then I was like, "Yeah, but like everyone left, no one could hang out." So it's like you're like, "Oh, you should go to the Ravens Chargers game." Remember, I think I had told you that, and I was just kind of like, I don't know. I like the logistics of SoFi kind of like scared me away from that, just because
Yeah.
it was gonna. I already went through that. The Rams had just lost to the Eagles, but anyway, I was working a lot, in the hotel, and it was just like cool to be able to like order pizza at 11 p.m. Like you can't do that here. Like,
Out of curiosity, I wonder what even delivers on DoorDash.
oh, let me check.
There's
There's
no
no way
way that I'm
anything
ordering
delivers at
it.
1:11 a.m. But let's check. Uber Eats.
John's comment said it's okay, y'all. Girl dinner is still dinner. That is so true. Yeah, the only thing that delivers to me right now. Well, I guess actually a ton does. Never mind.
Wait a
I thought
minute.
there wouldn't be
What?
anything.
What? This is
Um,
game changing. Wait, there's stuff that delivers right now?
I mean, it's not that late where I am, but like at this point,
It's
I don't. I need to
1:12.
just write it out.
Bro, it's 1:12. Pizza 7 delivers. What? I don't even know what that is. I just found out what that is just now. But they deliver, Wendy's delivers, Burger King delivers, Speedway delivers. Well, I don't want my
If it
food coming
meant
from a gas station. Like, come on now.
if it meant that we were about to raise a ton more money, I would go ahead and order like pizza, and I would sit here all night.
Wait, Pizza Lab? What? There's no way, dude. What? All right, I did not even know there was a 7-Eleven around here. The more you know. Papa
The more you
John's.
know. Do you have
There's
where
just
you
all
live?
this.
Do you have Wawa?
I do not. I think I've had it before.
It's like I don't know. Like I have so many friends in Philadelphia. And maybe if any of you in the chat are from like Pennsylvania or New Jersey, like there's something about Wawa that people there are so obsessed with. But it's
That's a
like a
grocery
gas
store,
station.
right?
No, it's a gas station. It's like a gas. I'm
But
pretty
I've
sure
had
it's
their food there. Like, I know they have food. I think people
it's like
like
a.
that.
I know, but it's like one of those gas stations that has food in it. So it's like you go into. It's like a 7-Eleven. It's like a gas station.
I mean,
Mario, thank you so much. Super
thank
chat.
you, Mario.
Jake seems like a hot chocolate guy, and Alexis a sweet vanilla cold brew gal. You're correct about me.
So I love the cold brew. Sweet vanilla, no. I like a drop of hazelnut in my dark roast. I pretty much, put a pot of coffee on every single day, just about, and then I just save the rest and just make cold brew. But hot chocolate, I am a hot chocolate guy. I just haven't had it in a while.
I
Yeah,
do like a good hot chocolate.
I mean,
I like to
it
get
slaps.
I like to get a little coffee before improv.
Do you know
And I
how
like to get
dangerous? I'm gonna let you know how dangerous this thing is. You got to try this. Ready? You probably already tried it. International Delight has this thing called cold cream. Have you seen this? Are you looking it up right now?
No, I use it.
You
Did I
use
not
it?
show you this? Yes.
Oh my god! I just
It's the
found
cold
out
foam.
about this.
It's the
Yeah,
cold
the
cream
cold.
and you it's like yes.
It's
When
insane.
I do use it.
I mean, it
I've
should be
had
illegal. It is so not good for you, but I don't care.
no, I stopped using it because it's terrible. I used to make when I made my own coffee, I would put that as like my own cold foam because
See,
when I go to Starbucks, I
yeah.
like their drinks that have the cold foam. So I was like, I'll buy my own. But now I don't go to the only time I go to Starbucks now, and people who've been following us for a long time know that I used to be like
Every
every
day.
morning at Starbucks. But now I don't go anymore. The only time I go is before improv because there's like a Starbucks by the Second City. And I like to go like get a little like tall hot coffee. I think it's psychological. It doesn't do anything for me when I perform, but there is like a little bit where I feel like if I'm getting like a little caffeine boost, I will like perform better. It's psychological because I don't do it before I do shows. So I don't know why. I don't know. But I that's the only time
I
I
don't
go is
know.
I go on Saturdays. But
Eric Hernandez with the 20.
there we go. $30 away from 5.5K. Thank you, Eric. Amazing.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm really digging this setup. I was very unsure how this would look. We're using StreamYard, full disclosure, and yeah, it actually came out looking pretty nice. We probably should have just kept this screen the whole time. I didn't think about that. Like going back to it periodically, whatever. But yeah, there was somebody that jogged it in my head in the chat. Like, why don't you just keep that screen up the whole time? It's like that makes a lot of sense. So.
I'm about to drop the coffee that I buy in bulk from Amazon in the chat. This will change your life, people.
Is
I
it dark
swear to
roast?
God. No. You probably won't like it. Well,
I
no,
mean,
you will like it, but like
yeah, I mean,
it's not.
coffee's coffee. I mean, if anybody's selling their coffee, it's probably not bad, but
This will literally change your life, guys. It's a draft oat milk latte. It like tastes like you're drinking like it's like the texture of kind of like a beer. I know that sounds crazy, but like it's frothy and it's foamy and it's smooth.
this just sounds dangerous.
It's so good. I literally subscribe. I get them delivered. They do sell them at the grocery store, but the problem is they always like I feel like I go to the store and they're out. So I'm like I'm just gonna keep a running Amazon subscription. Just get real capitalist with it. Like getting my deliveries of my Mario. Well, hey, I'm not asking people to ship it to me. Like I said, I do have an Amazon subscription, but I would never complain if people just if want to just buy these in bulk for me. But I think people should buy them for themselves. They're really good, and they make other flavors. That's just the one I get.
I'm very much considering getting Wendy's, even though I just don't like Wendy's, but I don't know.
I'm like tempted to get food, but I'm not going to because whenever we get off of this, I'm definitely going to bed. Darren, trust me, try it. If people aren't freaked out by oat milk, they make some that don't have oat milk, but this flavor, I'm telling you guys, I sent it in the chat. It's so good. I drink it every morning.
Though. I love it.
Oh my God, you're an adult.
I love whole milk.
But
I don't drink it. Like, just like, you know.
I know, but like.
I prefer whole milk.
Oh, damn, now I feel like, am I hungry or am I I'm having a lot of different emotions right now. I'm so psyched and like have adrenaline because we are raising so much money for such an amazing cause. But at the same time, I'm exhausted and I'm also hungry. And now I like want coffee. Very overstimulated. Battle tune.
I've only had a salad all day. Is that like not good?
No. So Battle Tune asked a question. He said, Alexis, is the coffee super sweet? I don't think it's super sweet. It's sweet. It's got vanilla. I think it's like just right for me. I wouldn't say it's not as sweet as like when I go to Starbucks and I get like a vanilla drink. I think that's more sweet than this. But I guess everybody probably has a different sweet tolerance. The only complaint I have about this coffee is the calorie count. That's literally it. It's not insane, but it's like kind of insane. It's like 160 calories a can, and that's not great.
I'm like going all in on this biggie bag or whatever. I've never done one of these before. Why did I just call Wendy's Arizona? Oh my God, I'm getting like out of
Jake,
my mind.
are we about to order food and go?
Why not? Paul, thank you for the 20.
Guys?
I have to go. I have to get back to work. I hope we reach the goal. Whose house? Appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Paul. Appreciate it. Darren.
Oh my God. Yo, what the? All right. We can't even. It's a massive donation, and it's an anonymous donation, and it is huge. We just raised over $8,000.
Oh my God. Thank you so much to whoever did that. That must have been
crazy.
Like a $3,000-ish donation.
$2,530.
Oh, $2,530. Thank you so much to whoever that is. That is incredible. Guys, we are at $8,020 raised, plus the 5K match from Fantasy Cares. That's $13,000 just. We're going to go for 10K.
Why not?
I just decided we're going for $10,000. I will sit on this couch until I am.
I'm ordering food. I am going to die.
I'm ordering food. We're going. Is everybody in the chat locked in?
Are we good, y'all?
Are we good? Everyone give me and Jake 2 seconds to be silent while we work our fingers on our phone and order DoorDash. Everyone lock in. Lock in for LA. Get it trending on in the chat.
Do they seriously not allow me to customize the burger?
Okay, unfortunately, I might have to order Taco Bell because I thought there was more available. It's either Taco Bell or McDonald's.
See, McDonald's is closed where I am.
See, Papa John, or I could do Papa John's, but like...
Oh my God, you are going to judge me so hard.
Why?
All right, so bacon double stack, chicken nuggets, fries, and a large vanilla frosty. I might not wake up tomorrow. Like whenever I pass out, I might wake up and it'll be Monday and the game will be happening.
People in the chat, what do I order? Do I order McDonald's, Taco Bell, or Papa John's? If it's Papa John's, I need to know like immediately because they stopped taking orders in 20 minutes. Man, I am so psyched about how much money we've raised, guys.
This is crazy. Because, like, I was just, I'll refresh it, you know. I haven't refreshed it in a minute, and all of a sudden, I just saw, wait, that's 8. We just got another big donation. $500.
Oh, my God.
And I don't know if it's, that's the thing, I don't know if it's anonymous, because there's, like, a lag.
Well,
but
we'll refresh it, and we'll see. But, guys, that's incredible.
Wow.
We're at 8.5K. We said we're going to stay on here till 10K. Again, all of this money is going towards...
All of it.
All of it. Wildfire relief. Every single cent of it. We're going to be posting receipts, so you guys will have proof of that. And this is incredible. And the chat is also, I think the consensus is Taco Bell.
It's a tough word.
I don't know when the last time I had Taco Bell sober was, but we're going to do it now. I feel like Taco Bell is like...
Taco Bell, you are going to have a stomach ache tomorrow.
I know. I don't know that I want to do it.
Whereas, you know, I don't know.
I'm going to do McDonald's. I'm going to do McDonald's, guys. I think it's safer. Guys, I am so... Oh, my God. $8.5 thousand. It's incredible.
That... It really is. I'm all right. I'm not blown away by the support. But when you get to $8,000 like that, yeah, I'm blown away. So we really do appreciate it, guys. This is awesome.
And see, I don't have a good link. Like my link when I
also an anonymous donor. So, do you want to give a shout out to Michael Mashia with the 20?
Thank you, Michael.
Obviously, we would shout out the 2 massive donations, but they are remaining anonymous. And by the way, there are people that remain anonymous because they don't want credit. It's not necessarily they have anything to hide. It's more so they just don't want credit for it. And
yeah,
it's bigger than them. So, yeah, it's awesome. Oh, my God.
It's very noble.
Drew says you got to get a Baja Blast. Alexis, I showed you the
Bell, guys.
I showed you the Baja Blast song that I made, right?
I think maybe it sounds familiar. But guys, I've decided against Taco Bell just because I feel like no, I don't want to.
Baja Blast.
I'm going to do the 2 cheeseburger meal. What do you guys think? Should I do that or like chicken nuggets? Nah.
Wait, what are you doing? You're doing McDonald's, right? Yeah, they're saying McRib. You kind of have to listen to the audience. No,
I am not getting... Listen, I would eat a McRib if somebody was like, I'll donate $1,000 right now. If you eat a McRib, then sure. But like something about ribs from a McDonald's, no.
Yeah.
There's a line. And I'm sorry if there's anybody in the chat who likes the McRib. It's really not personal. There's something that malfunctions in my brain when I
No, they don't. They have buy one get one free. Alexis, am I gonna have to turn down buy one get one free? just because of how dangerous that is. That is... Oh, no, it's the spicy chicken sandwich. Okay. That's cool.
Okay, someone in the chat said the spicy McChicken, and that actually does sound really good.
Do you remember my go-to?
At McDonald's?
Yes. Because I text you like 2 a.m. be like, this is my depression meal.
Wasn't like 100 McNuggets?
It is 100 McNuggets.
I don't want to laugh because that actually really was your depression meal. But,
it was 100 McNuggets and fries. And fries.
Darren, I don't have the McDonald's app. I really don't get there. I don't get it a lot.
Oh, you should do the McDonald's app because they'll give you like deals and stuff. Like on what you're buying right now, they'll give you deals.
Well, it's too late. I've already. So I got talked into the spicy McChicken. I'm so torn because I want that, but I also want.
I think I'm gonna get another
burger.
thing of fries because that's normal.
I love that this conversation. There's 2,300 of you in the chat, and Jake and I are like basically like putting together just.
I'm just trying to stay up so we can raise more money for
I know.
this cause.
I'm like, I need this. I'm gonna need to get caffeine.
Chocolate chunk cookie?
I'm not gonna get a McFlurry. It does sound good, but like I need to pick my battles, you know?
Pick my battles.
You know what I'm gonna do? And I don't want anybody to judge me for what I'm about to say, okay?
You're gonna be judged after saying that.
I eat leftover McDonald's, I swear to God. So what I'm going to do is
There's no judgment on that.
I'm going to get the 2 cheeseburger meal because I only eat one and I save the other one. And then I'm also going to get a spicy McChicken and save that.
Wait, so they give out, I can order this like cup of chili for $5 and it's a small ass cup. What is Wendy's thinking? All right, let's do 6-piece chicken McNuggets. You can't get McNuggets at Wendy's, but yeah, let's add that. Not ghost pepper ranch. We'll do.
Okay, so I just ordered it. So I don't want the chat to think I'm neglecting them. So everybody in the chat.
I do not have a Jack in the Box.
Drop your favorite fast food restaurant. I want to see if there's a consensus here. And this could be a very heated topic, I found. Just in life. People get very, very opinionated about food. Also, Mario, I don't have a Jack in the Box where I live now. Like, I've not seen one in Chicago, but in St. Louis, there was a lot of Jack in the Box. Okay, so everybody's dropping their favorite fast food places. So we've got Taco Bell, In-N-Out, Taco Bell, In-N-Out, Wendy's, Jersey Mike's, In-N-Out, El Pollo Loco, Taco Bell or Panda, Del Taco, In-N-Out.
I love Del Taco.
Blake's Lotta Burger, In-N-Out, Taco Bell, In-N-Out, Skyline Chili in Cincinnati. So here's the thing about In-N-Out, and I've never had it. But isn't it like very pricey for fast food? Like, could we? Is it considered fast food?
No,
it's not.
So okay, In-N-Out is actually cheap. That's why people love it because it's cheap and they give you like it's decent. So full disclosure, I've always kind of hated on In-N-Out as kind of like a bit. I never actually had it, and OG Nam on Twitter brought me to In-N-Out and made me try animal style fries and all that. And I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty solid. It's fast food, but it's better than like typical fast food, and the prices are better, which you'd be surprised because it's in LA and you can get a lot of food for that. So
yeah, I've always wanted to try it. You know what's funny is and as we've got, I'm assuming we've got 2,300 people in here. I'm assuming most of you are Rams fans, or at least a lot of you are. So after the Mario, you're right. I'm thinking of Five Guys. We do have Five Guys here though. I thought donation. In-N-Out was like Five Guys. Another donation. Now we're at 8,600.
Stephanie Wallum, and What does ESQ mean?
It's Esquire.
Esquire? What does that mean? I'm an idiot.
Isn't that like a formal? I think that's a formal. Let me Google it.
You're probably right, but she's a lawyer. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thank you very much for your donation.
Thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate
it. So what I was saying is the NFC Championship game. Wait, is that what I was talking about? Yeah, yes. What I was saying is the NFC Championship game. I had it in my mind that I was going to DoorDash in and out at the hotel because it was like we all were tailgating, we were drinking. I was like, I got to get back to the hotel. I'm going to DoorDash in and out, and it's going to be so good. Just to find out, once I got there, that they don't DoorDash.
Oh.
I was really bummed. I was very sad because I had been drinking. We just won the NFC Championship game. We're going to the Super Bowl. We were tailgating. I was starving. I was like, I'm going to wait till I get back to the hotel and DoorDash in and out just to find out that they didn't do it. So that was a bummer.
That's depressing.
And that was the last time I was in LA. So I haven't gotten in and out.
Damn. Yeah, that's crazy.
2,300 strong, guys. 8.6K raise. We're trying to get to 10K. I'm feeling I don't know why I feel nervous about it, Jake, because we were at 4.5 and we were like hoping that we could get to 5 and now we're at, but I'm nervous about it.
Well,
can we get there?
I think we can. And also, I didn't post about this yet. Like, I just kind of reacted and everything. So, let's see here. I see all these, like, people in my mentions that are fighting over the ticket thing that I had. It's like, come on. Oh.
So I think there was no general consensus for that fast food question I asked, by the way. I saw a lot of Taco Bell. I saw mostly In-N-Out. Ooh, Mario, that's controversial because I think Shake Shack is really good, but I've never had In-N-Out. So I've been to Shake Shack several times and I really like Shake Shack. And to me, I've always pictured In-N-Out as like the twin of Shake Shack, which might be blasphemous to say. I'm sorry if that is.
Yeah, I've had Shake Shack. I don't. It's weird. I haven't had actual Shake Shack. I had a shack, like a Shake Shack at the track. I'm done. I am done right now. But the point is, at Saratoga Racetrack, they had a Shake Shack. It like wasn't a full-on restaurant. It was just like a, you know.
Faithfully in like Vegas. Thank you so much. So Faithfully in the chat is Mariah, and that I go on their show a lot. She and Steph Sanchez have a really good 49ers show.
That's
so
awesome.
They are so when we play the 49ers, I go on their show a lot, and they're awesome, and she is super supportive of all my stuff, as I like to think I am of hers. And thank you so much for your comment. Praying for LA. Good luck in the playoffs. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Yes, thank you.
We've
awesome.
had a lot of really nice, and Jussie earlier, we've had some really nice 49ers fans stop by.
I told you their creators are like A1. You know, they're just really, really good, and they're good at what they do, but they're also good people. Just anybody that I've ever interacted with that covers the 49ers. It just feels like they're all really nice people. So maybe I don't know, maybe I'm missing people, but you know, the people that I mentioned earlier, what's his name? Wayne is another one. I want to look him up real quick. I want to give him a shout out. Wayne Breezy at the Wayne Breezy also covers the 49ers. Good people there as well.
For sure. And again, you know, a lot of our division rivals sending love to the city of Los Angeles right now, and the Minnesota Vikings, as
Oh,
we talked
Johnny
about earlier.
Dells as well. Can't forget about Johnny. He's a very good dude. Sorry,
Well,
go ahead.
well, I was going to say the Minnesota Vikings organization and fan base has been very kind and to the city of Los Angeles and to Rams fans. And so, again, some things are bigger than football, right? We're playing them obviously in the biggest game of our season so far in the wild card playoff, but they have donated $1 million, I believe the Vikings did to wildfire relief in Los Angeles, and their fans have been really awesome in sending us support. So, um, yeah, and Mariah in the chat said breezy. A lot of really good 49ers supporters. So, guys, we've got 2,362 people watching across all platforms right now. That includes all the YouTube's accounts that this is on, Twitter, Facebook, Discord, everywhere that this is streaming. We've got 2,367 now people watching. We've raised $8.6 thousand. Jake and I are trying to get to 10. Our goal was 4.5. And our goal was 4.5. Fantasy Cares, amazing organization, said that they would match us up to $5,000. So then when we hit $5,000 that we've raised, that became 10. Now we're at $8.6 thousand, and we're just going to keep riding this out with you guys. We were supposed to end this stream almost 2 hours ago, but we want to keep going, and we wanted to raise all the money that we can. So Jake and I just ordered dinner. We don't have time to get up and go make dinner now.
Crazy.
So the only thing that was open for me was McDonald's or Taco Bell, and I was not going to do Taco Bell. I wanted to. I thought about it, but then I was like, nah. And I have a very big improv thing that I've got to do tomorrow afternoon, so I really hope that I eventually can get a few hours of sleep in before that.
Yeah, well...
What is going on with this camera? I'm like moving throughout my, Somebody said it's more like breakfast for Jake. Thank you, Johan. Or Johan. I don't know. I've seen that pronounced both ways.
Yeah, I believe it's Johan.
Thank you, Johan, for your donation. He just sent a super chat. Said, love you, Jake. Rams house in Arizona sounds funny. Yeah, I wonder what they're going to say. Like, are they going to say Rams house? Because it does feel a little blasphemous if you're saying Rams house in the Arizona Cardinal. Like, because we want to be respectful, because Arizona's doing us a really big solid, and they're providing us a lot of resources to use their stadium, and their organization has done a lot for the Rams this past week. So, I would not want to go into Arizona Stadium and pull something like, this is Rams house. You know what I mean? We should think of another phrase out of respect. We're not playing the Cardinals, we're playing the Vikings, but I don't know. Let's see. I've got to see my AirPods. I've been having to rotate them in and out because I'm losing battery.
By the way, the Rams are 7-1 at State Farm Stadium under Sean McVay.
Nice.
This is the last time. This is the first time since, I think it was 2015. The Cardinals, like when there was a playoff game here, aside from the Super Bowl, it was Carson Palmer versus Aaron Rodgers, and the Cardinals won.
That was like a decade. That was literally a decade ago.
Yeah.
Darren, thank you so much. Darren said, just want to say what you're doing tonight is awesome, and Jake and Alexis, you two make a super collab team. Thank you, Darren. We appreciate it. It's very nice of you.
Thank you, Darren.
Lonnie said it's a home game, though. Yeah, it is a home. Like, it is a home game, so like I guess it wouldn't be that bad to be like Rams house. It just feels, I don't know. It just feels a little like snobby to say that in.
Oh man, Adrian, we're sorry about that, man. That's evacuating the Encino area.
I'm sorry to hear that, Adrian. We're thinking of him. Hope he's okay. Hope you're okay. And yeah, I mean, I haven't checked the latest update on the fires, because we've been doing this. So, I haven't checked in, 5.5 hours. But, I'm hoping that, you know, things can get contained and things don't spread too much.
Yeah. No, definitely.
John, I agree with you in the chat. That's my thought process. People are saying LA Strong. I think LA Strong would be a good slogan
LA
for the game.
Strong.
You could chant that, LA Strong. LA Strong. That would be a good chant. You could.
LA Strong. There's already there's a shirt on Fanatics for that. Because they're selling the LA Strong shirt and the LA
You guys are gonna think I'm so psychotic. But
yes, but right now isn't going to be the first time that they thought that.
No, we all know that I'm a basket case, but I ordered. So we were gonna stay up and we're ordering food or whatever. You know what? Now, not hungry. I don't know. I don't know.
What?
Like I said, my senses are so off, and I'm so tired. I was starving. I think I got that adrenaline rush, and I was hungry, and now I'm gonna eat. I ordered it. I don't waste. It's gonna get eaten.
That is,
yeah, it is heading my way. Let's refresh. Let's refresh the page.
Oh, I just refreshed it. It's it's the same.
Got it.
Which is okay.
Hey, I mean, we've raised beyond what we were expecting.
I mean, our ultimate goal was 12,000, but that's an ultimate goal. That's not
It's across, and I don't know if you can see, Jake, how much we still have from super chats.
I can. I just don't know the cut yet, but we are at $904 in super chats.
So 30%, right, goes to YouTube?
Yes.
So you divide.
No, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I'm too tired to do that.
Oh, hold on. I'll just Google it. 30% of 904. So that'd be 271 that's taken by YouTube.
So we're at 700 something.
Yeah.
Maybe a little under that. That's, hey, every little bit counts, guys.
This is true.
Like we said, every little bit, every penny that we get from revenue of this video, all going to Wildfire.
Tonight we chant Jake and Alexis, Jake and Alexis. Well, I appreciate that, Darren.
It's the least we can do. It is the least that we can do. People we know are suffering a lot, and we just want to help.
Yeah. That's what it's all
LA,
about.
help the Rams community, and this is certainly going to do that. It's going to be awesome. Guys, we are almost at 2,400 people watching right now. It is getting more and more people are watching. What do you all, everyone drop in the chat what you're doing right now as you're watching. Are you guys in bed, about to go to bed, and you're watching YouTube on your phone? Are you watching it on your TV in your living room? You on your computer?
I'm on my computer currently.
I'm on my computer.
I thought you were going to punch me through the screen for saying, duh.
No,
of course. You idiot. Someday we hope to repay you guys. Well, you guys already do. I mean, you do it all the time. You watch us. You follow us. You share our stuff. You share clips. No, we appreciate you. Thank you for the 2, man.
Appreciate you. So I asked where people are watching. Alex said playing Switch. Final Flash is at work. Battletune is in my room on the PC. John's cooking chicken thighs. People are having beer. People are at work. Mario said his whole family is watching. Hi, Mario's family. Jack said his pit bull is snoring on his bed. Drew's just getting off work. CMDR Carney said Skyline Chili. If you know, you know. Playing KCD. Edwin said watching this stream. Lonnie said literally doing a brat bath for my daughter's b-day tomorrow. She's turning 3. Happy early birthday to your daughter.
Yes.
JBC said watching local wildfire news and sipping soda water. Louise said Jake and Alexis do an ASMR mukbang when the food arrives. Definitely not. I will eat on the stream, unfortunately, because we're going to stay on, like we said, till we hit our goal, but I will be muted. Suga said eating cereal. It's 6:45 in London. That is fun. I've always wanted to go to London. Are you British or do you just live in London? I can't do the accent.
I thought it kind of worked.
Florian said just woke up because it's 7:45 a.m. in Germany. Rams Germany sent you $500 yesterday. Yes, they did, and they were in our stream as well. So they were in our stream, I think, before they went to bed while you were sleeping, and now you've waken up. We've been doing this stream long enough that there's a full cycle of sleep rhythms happening in Germany and people checking in. That's awesome. But shout out to you watching from Germany. That's awesome. Nick is TV and living room eating leftovers. You guys made me hungry. Farah, Dominic, winding down at home on PC. Darren said watching it from my shop in Northern Illinois, waiting to hear from my friend, director Annie Hamilton, who had to evacuate from Hollywood last night. I hope that they're okay. Go Speed Racer 19 said having bourbon and watching you guys. I got really into this winter bourbon cream. I got very into it, and I was either drinking it, not like in a problematic way, but I just liked it. And I was drinking bourbon cream either by itself or I was putting it in eggnog. So good. Drew said I'm a night custodian from an elementary school. I love listening to you guys and Jake when you guys do videos while I work. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
That's awesome.
Hell yeah.
And that's a very noble job, custodian at elementary school. Anybody who works in the school system, I have mad respect for. It's so important.
Absolutely.
Ben said, a bottle of water in British is water. I'm not going to get into trying to do accents because I really want to be able to do so. I want to be able to do a British accent so badly because I think it's so beautiful, but I can't do it. So I just embarrass myself, and it's disrespectful because when I try to do a British accent, it always ends up sounding Australian, but then also kind of Irish. It's like a mix of all these, and I'm like, this is just disrespectful. I need to stop talking. Like, I'm butchering this, and I just don't. You know what I mean? Like,
they added a British character in my show. Like, it was later on. I'm watching Suits, and I'm almost at the end of season 7, and now this British character is kind of taken into a bigger role. So it's cool. I like British accents, and I think they add something to, I don't know, the audio, I guess the sound ambiance, if you will. I shouldn't be saying ambiance at 1:50 a.m. There's just something that should be illegal. But Prince Harry, no. It's I already forgot her name. It's if you guys have seen it, no. I mean she's in it.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I was paying attention.
No, they added it. Harvey Specter, if you know who that is. Played by Gabriel Macht. Harvey Specter's, oh my God, therapist. She's British, and I'm totally blanking on her name. Dr. Agard. That's all I remember. I don't remember her first name.
I've never seen Suits.
Well,
so
you need
to see
Suits.
You there. I know. There's so many things I need to.
Did you see earlier when Final Flash is like, we got to get Alexis into DBZ? We do.
I tried to watch it.
You didn't watch the right one. They literally made...
I watched the one you sent me.
Oh, I know, but you got to watch... it's called Dragon Ball Z Kai, and it like summarizes it. So Dragon Ball Z is like 270-something episodes. Kai is not even 100 episodes. And it's
I
20
don't just
something minutes.
I don't know.
Someday.
I like Studio Ghibli movies,
I don't know what that means.
like Spirited Away, Kiki's Delivery Service. Okay, well, a lot of
No
people
idea.
like those and they also like anime.
Yeah.
Although I actually kind of don't know why because I don't feel like they're even remotely similar, but
I have a confession to make. I have randomly gotten into anime on a level that I never thought I would. I don't know why. I thought this was yeah. I started watching or not watching, playing Persona. If you ever heard of the game series, Persona 5. Yeah. It's a huge game series. So I'm sure there are people that know exactly what I'm talking about, but I'm really, really digging it. Persona 5 Royal. It's fun. But I was always just like, yeah, Dragon Ball's cool. It's my favorite. Actually, fun fact, this is kind of a shameless plug, but hey, we've had some shameless plugs in here. So my other show, The Lounge, I just had Akello's father, Lucky Witherspoon, on to be my first guest. And also, I am having Stephanie Nadolny on. And if you know who that is, then you know. But if you don't, she is the voice of Kid Goku from the OG Dragon Ball. She's the voice of Gohan. And she, Kid Gohan and Teen Gohan, as well as many other voices. So I will be having her on that show as well. And plenty of other guests. I'm excited. Alexis will come on at some point.
I am going to be on
Yeah.
either, well, we got to figure out that date. Um,
Yeah.
you know. By the way, my food just got here, so that's why I was on my phone. I'm gonna stop my camera, mute myself. I'm gonna go grab it. I'll be back.
Yep. My food is arriving now, it looks like. Let's see. Let's go through some comments here. I like GT. I don't know, man. Kyle leaves out all the filler. I like the filler, but if you are going to recommend something to somebody and you know immediately they don't have an interest, you have to recommend something that kind of trims the fat. So that's why I would recommend that. DBZ Kai, Jake is cooking. I love it. I love Kai. I love Kai. I love the regular DBZ. They both have a different flavor. So, yeah. You gotta, you know. Let's see. Where is Augie? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Prayers for LA, go Rams, Jake and Alexis. We just got a donation from Tucker Johnson. $50 donation. Shout out to Tucker Johnson right there. Those of you who are here wondering where Alexis is, she's getting her food. I'll probably be doing that shortly. I actually bought that. So I'll be checking it out at some point for sure. I'm waiting to buzz this person in. Waiting for them to call me so I could buzz this person in. Oh, he's calling me directly. One sec. Alexis, somebody needs you to... Yeah.
All right. Well, Jake is doing that. Guys, life is weird. I never thought that I would be, eating McDonald's live on YouTube at 1 a.m. in front of 2,500 people. But you know what? This is where we are. We have 2,424 people watching across all platforms right now, YouTube, Twitter, Discord, all of that. We've raised 8.6K. We're going to try to get to 10K. Our goal is 4.5. So we're double that. Or not, yeah, almost double that. So everybody's saying mukbang, but like I'm going to mute myself when I chew. Like you guys don't understand. Like I get mortified in public if I think I'm chewing too loud. You know? Like, I'm gonna mute myself. Watch. Does that infuriate people? Somebody in the chat said you finally made it. God, if my parents could see me now. Eating McDonald's at 1 in the morning Central Time and in front of all of you. Like, I'm sorry. Like, listen, we didn't expect the live stream to go this long. I was gonna eat after, but now I gotta eat. Can you guys hear this? Watch. I'm not gonna mute myself, but I don't know how loud this actually is because I have headphones. Can you guys hear this? Nobody's saying if they can hear it or not. Hmm. People are saying it's faint and it's not gross loud, like barely faint. Like, see, I don't know, I'm insecure about it. I'm the type of person that I don't like it when people hear me and I get insecure. Louis said I can hear it with my eyes. Somebody said throwback to your draft ASMR. You guys have no idea how often I think about making another ASMR video. I really do think about it. Okay, so let me ask a question. What is your go-to McDonald's order? Because I have a very specific answer. Well, I don't know if it's specific, but everyone in the chat, tell me like you're going to McDonald's. What is your order? Because I always have the same order. I did switch it up a little bit tonight because the chat gave me FOMO, but I typically always order the same thing. What is it? Like, tell me what you're ordering right now. Oh my God, Dominic, we're the same person. Oh wait, no, we're not. I don't get the double cheese. Number one, Big Mac meal, Big Mac with large fries and a large Sprite, double quarter pounder with cheese. Rams cast, that's the goal. We're gonna try and stay on here. I mean, if it goes on another several hours and we're not close to hitting 10K, then we'll probably log off just because I do have things I am doing tomorrow, but we're really trying to hang on till we get 10K. Okay, so a lot of these McDonald's orders are super respectable. So I do respect all these orders. My go-to McDonald's order is the double cheeseburger meal, not like the single cheeseburger meal. Guys, I'm never awake at this time and my alarm system just kicked on and it was like alarm set. That freaked me out. I'm usually asleep by the time it does that. All right, I'm gonna mute myself because I feel like I'm starting to chew loudly. Okay, wait. Louise, you are so right. I didn't order a McFlurry or anything. I haven't done that in so long, but it is true if you dip your McDonald's fries in like the vanilla McFlurry, it is very good. I will say that. It is delightful. It would be hilarious if somebody tuned into the stream with no context and just thought that the stream was like me just Eating McDonald's. There are people who do that. Mario, you're right. Fries and a Frosty are good. JBC, I heard of that movie. I never saw it though. What if Jake came back and like we'd hit the goal? And I was like, there was somebody who just really appreciated a good McDonald's mukbang and they'd like donated $2,500. I don't think I could do a mukbang. I think I'm too insecure about. I like watching mukbangs. Like I really like it when people do like the fry like wings, like spicy wings or something like a mukbang. I really enjoy those. I can't do it because I'm insecure. Like I don't want people to see me eating that loudly. Like I'm muting myself as I'm chewing my fries. And you guys said you could barely hear it. So here's the deal. I always, like I said, I always get the double cheeseburger meal or the two single cheeseburger meal. I don't know what it's called with fries and a drink. But you guys in the chat convinced me to get a spicy McChicken and I got fear of missing out. So I ordered that. Marketing Pro said, Alexis, who you got, Buckeyes or Notre Dame? Notre Dame, of course. I'm a Notre Dame fan. It's my team. Oh, people want to hear me eat the fries. All right. Last bit of fries. Here you go. Oh, so Jake already started eating. He's already. I unveiled my meal. So here's my spicy chicken. Oh wait, you know what? We're not using my webcam. I don't know why. You guys see that? Take a good look at that. Yes, when Jake gets on, I want to refresh the fundraiser. Let's see. Were people inspired by the McDonald's? DoorDash did come quick, Lonnie. You're right. Jake is still on mute. I want to bite this so badly and eat it, but I don't want you guys to hear it. So I want him to start talking. But he's going to keep himself muted because he's eating. So now I have to just sit here and salivate looking at this sandwich or ruin my reputation and just like smash this live and have everybody here. Or I can just keep it muted and we could double mute and you can just look at me and Jake in silence. But yeah, doesn't this not look good, guys? It looks so good. I want to eat it so bad. I wish he would stop eating.
All right, I'm back.
All right. Jake, now you talk.
So
Cinco, it's very soon. I don't actually think I can. It's very soon, like sooner than you think. It's coming out. Say that. All right, I'm gonna mute myself as I take my first bite. Although I am confused by the chat that if people want the sound out or not, but I'm gonna mute it.
okay, so Lonnie, take a look at Metaphor Wraith and Tazio. I have it. I haven't played it yet. I initially scoffed at it, but now I understand that Atlas made it. So I was like, okay, I see where you're going with that. So yeah, I haven't played it yet. I'll play it at some point. Thank you, Dominic. Appreciate that. Wit was awesome. Probably one of the best interviews I've ever done. I don't remember what this was for. It could be DBZ Final Flash. I can't remember, but damn, Jake, you're cooking. Appreciate that. Yay, food. Me all the time. Let's see. The interview with Lucky was awesome. Thanks, Final Flash. I appreciate that. Yeah. The next interview, for those of you who don't know, I'll be interviewing the voice actress of Kid Goku from the OG Dragon Ball and Gohan, Teen Gohan as well from Dragon Ball Z. Yeah, I can't wait. Oh, can't forget, she's voicing over Goku Mini in Dragon Ball Daima, which the English dub dropped on Friday. We're now Saturday on the East Coast. So yeah, yesterday, or if you're on the West Coast, still today, Dragon Ball Daima dropped on the English dub for episode 1, dropped on Netflix and Crunchyroll. So if you wanted to check that out, she is voicing over Goku. All right. Food
Jake,
show.
People want me to eat. I don't know what to do. People want me to
They
sound
want
on.
the mukbang. I don't know. That's
So many
weird.
people want the sound on as I'm eating. Like, does this sound unsettling?
Yeah, don't. Yeah, it's like slimy. Could just. You're like, I'm gonna kill you. I mean, hey, I'm just saying. I'm just speaking. You know, just like let me. $100 donation from Dominic. Yep, this same Dominic right here. You just got another hundo donation. Boom. Thank you, Dominic. Appreciate you. That's awesome. Crunch, crunch. Where's the ranch or ketchup? I got the ranch. I forgot my Flavortown sauce, but it's too late. I don't want to leave again. I got this Chipotle Flavortown sauce, Guy Fieri's brand, and it's amazing. It's literally like, it's like gold. It's never available, and somehow it was available the one time. So I got it. Let's see. This is honestly the funniest thing I've ever seen.
You missed it. You missed it earlier. I started with my fries because they were soft and quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody was like, "We can't." Like I didn't have myself muted, and they're like, "We can't really hear it," or like whatever. But I was insecure about it. And this is, I'm muting myself for the sandwich. But although there does seem to be like, there are people that like make a lot of money like doing mukbangs. I just couldn't do it. I just feel like I like watching them. I just don't think I could do it.
I hate everything about it. But I'm hungry, so it really do be like that sometimes.
If only my parents could see me at 1 a.m. eating McDonald's for 2,500 people.
Who's the name? What name?
What name? Did you hear what I said? It's not funny. I'll tell you later.
Yeah. Well, can you guys hear this?
Mm-mm.
Really? Can you hear this?
No. Okay, maybe a little.
Yeah, I could tell you were lying there. There's no way. I've been told I'm a loud eater. All right, let's go with the 4 fries in one hand, right?
This is good, actually. This is revitalizing me. I feel like my levels are restoring. Like
Who
my
can eat
levels are.
louder? Okay, y'all just made me order DoorDash. Oh man.
Hey, you know what it is? I don't like. I think it's I don't like people watching me eat. I don't like the sound. There's something about it. Like I'm covering my mouth. Like I don't want people watching me eat. You know.
You know what it is?
The
You don't
headphones too.
you don't wear headphones. The ears, they sound awful when you're chewing with headphones on. At least my ears do. I also definitely have tinnitus, so there's that. Exactly. Oh my god. These taste like salad. What the I feel like I'm eating some freaking iceberg lettuce. What the hell, Wendy's?
My fries are really good. I just finished my chicken. Now I'm gonna have my fries, and I'm going to keep my mic on. Nobody seemed to hear it earlier. Oh, you guys want to see what I got to drink? Because it like made me pick a drink because I did the meal or whatever. It's terrible for me. I'm gonna have to sweat this all out tomorrow. I have to get on a treadmill. This is like an orange high C. This is like I cannot believe I'm doing this right now. And it just totally spilled because apparently that lid was not on all the way. Great.
Look at this.
You get a
So-
coffee? Wait, what is that?
So it's a what is it? What do they call their ice cream? Frosty. So I put it in a regular cup and I have a spoon. And it's just melting away.
Hold on, super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. Meanie Grinch says, who's ready to see Michael Hoyt cover Jefferson on Saturday? I very much hope that does not become a reality. I don't think it will.
I love Michael Hoyt, but like, can we not?
Did you guys see that I spilled that lid?
Wait,
Like,
how is
not
he covering?
on.
No one will be covering anybody on Saturday on the Rams. I get what you're
Fair.
saying, though.
Fair.
Oh, I saw it. Cinco, I was close to ordering the saucy nugs, but here's why I didn't. Very simple. They're messy as hell. So I went with this. Just simple. These are honestly, Wendy's is the definition of mid fast food.
Jake, dip the fries in the thing. Dip the fries. Somebody said dip the fries in the Frosty.
No.
It's good. No, it's good, I promise.
Not when this tastes like iceberg lettuce.
All right, guys. Jake, refresh the feed. What are we at?
I think it's the same thing. Yep.
All right. Chat, what do you guys want us to talk about?
If they play the Lions, it'll be in the NFC title game, in my opinion.
So I know Battletune wants us to talk about the draft. Here's the thing. I haven't even begun to think about it. Like, I don't really start to think about it until the Rams are, like, out of the playoffs. I will say my personal pick would be either Benjamin Morrison, corner out of Notre Dame, duh, or Colston Loveland, the tight end out of Michigan. I think those two make a lot of sense for the Rams in the first round, or like maybe a offensive tackle. But I haven't like looked into it enough to even have an opinion about what the Rams should do. Those are just like immediate thoughts. You know, I've got to research it more.
I would say Tyler Warren or Ariante Ursary. That's what I would right now, as of right now. I was all for Benjamin Morrison, and then they started giving Akella Witherspoon some opportunities. And I kind of feel like they're just going to stay pat at corner. I mean, corner's not the issue right now, you know? So that's how I feel. I don't know.
Lonnie, what do you mean, like, looks good for us? Oh, you mean to draft. Okay, that makes sense.
I like Ursary to replace Havenstein long term at right tackle. So my iceberg lettuce fries are gone. They said biggie bag and they gave me a kiddie meal, I swear.
All good things, Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
I mean, at this point, I mean, I don't think it's going to be an all-nighter. I mean...
Don't threaten me with a good time.
An all-nighter to Jake is just his normal sleep schedule, so...
Fair.
He's going to be awake regardless. I do feel very rejuvenated after I nourished myself with food and nutrients. Well, nutrients, like this, come on. No, I'm going to feel really badly about this tomorrow. Like, physically and emotionally, I'm going to feel very ashamed.
Happens. I expected more from this biggie bag. It's just okay.
We didn't talk about Rookie of the Year, but I think we both think it's going to be Verse, right? I mean, I think Braden Fisk has an argument too. Hey, either one of them win, that's fine with me. I think it's going to be Verse.
It'll be Verse, but yeah.
Offense? I don't know, Jake, what do you think? I don't really know, like... I mean, I thought Jaden Daniels has an argument. Bo Nix has an argument. Probably Jaden Daniels, right?
We're eating fast food because it's all that's available, and we were sitting for like 6 hours.
Yeah, this was like, it was this or Taco Bell. And I was not going to do Taco Bell. Although I do like Taco Bell, I have to be... I don't feel like I can be sober and have Taco Bell. Okay, I need to, like, this... They filled this high C thing to, like, the rim. To where the lid isn't staying on, and it already spilled everywhere.
That's not fun.
I mean, I guess that's a little dramatic. It didn't, like... It's
Lonnie,
like
I don't know if we read your super chat or shouted you out, but thank you for the 10.
Thank you, Lonnie. That's very kind of you. Every donation helps, guys.
It does.
All right, so I already asked everybody what their favorite fast food place. Everybody drop your favorite movie of all time in the chat. I don't like that. I asked it, so do it, but I kind of don't like that question, Jake. I think we've talked about this before. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's a fair question. Because I think you can have favorite... You can have things you like about certain movies. Like, you can have your favorite movie for this or your favorite movie for that. And there's so many good movies. I could never pick a favorite, but we'll see what everyone says.
Spider-Man No Way Home.
All right, I'm going to let these filter in a little more and then I'll read them off. Ooh, that meal hit. I needed that. All right. Let's go through some of these. I said, what's your favorite movie? People said, oh, I got to scroll up. I don't want to miss any. Oh, real quick, super chat from Juan. Thank you so much. He said, shout out to Ty, the Italian on Instagram, on IG Forum Arps, collaborating with Kelly Stafford and Kevin Demoff. Their generosity is arranging and funding charter buses to Arizona. Yes, that is very cool. It's really nice that people are getting Rams fans to the game in Arizona. And thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. All right. So, favorite movies. People said Jurassic Park, The Goonies, True Lies, Back to the Future, Dumb and Dumber 1, Pulp Fiction, Groundhog Day, The Great Escape, The Good, the Bad and the Ugly, Back to the Future, Dark Knight, The Godfather, Happy Gilmore, Hangover, all 4 scary movies, Pirates of the Caribbean, the Snyder Cut of Justice League, American Underdog, Independence Day, Jurassic Park, Pulp Fiction, Terminator 2, Dragon Ball Z, Waves, Avatar, Blazing Saddles, Terrifier franchise. Hey, I think those are all pretty popular. I can't give an answer, so I totally cheated because I made everybody pick, and then I'm like...
Have you ever seen Terrifier?
Your mic is like... Did you sound like a robot?
Have you ever seen Terrifier?
Yeah, does he not sound like a robot to everybody else now? Guys, we still have over 2,500 people in here, by the way. But everyone let me know if Jake's mic just sounded like a robot. Maybe is it like... No, it sounds okay, so maybe it's me.
Yeah, maybe it's your problem, not mine. We'll see.
Now I can't hear anything. Say something, Jake. Speak.
Hello.
No problem. Hold on.
Now you sound like a robot.
Now I sound like a robot?
Mm-hmm. The tables have turned.
Guys, do I sound like a robot? What the fuck? Oh, sorry. What the heck? What in tarnation? Okay.
Yeah, now you sound like a robot.
Okay, if I leave and come back, will it still be like this? Can I do that?
I don't know.
But I still don't sound normal?
You sound good now.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Whatever. I don't know what happened. All right. Yep. People said I sound good. All right. I don't know what my favorite movie would be. I think there's like movies I love, like Thoroughbreds. I don't know if anybody's seen Thoroughbreds, or I like Bottoms a lot. Marshawn Lynch, by the way, is in that movie, and he did a really good job. Jake, you've got to watch it.
Another donation. Alex Hannon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Um, okay, somebody said chick flicks don't count. Okay, chick flicks do
Oof.
count. Not, but neither of those movies are chick flick. I mean, I guess Bottoms maybe kind of. I mean, not really, but I mean, Black Bear, another favorite movie of mine.
Mine's definitely No Way
Cha Cha
Home,
Real Smooth.
uh, American Psycho, Beverly Hills Cop, the original. Um, I really like the remake of It, and Halloween 1978.
What are my top four in Letterboxd? I will admit though, I do change my top four. I feel like if anybody else is a Letterboxd user,
I am.
I feel like it should be, well, yeah, like I think your top four should be living and breathing. I think you can, I think it should be your four favorite movies right now. That's how I do it because I could never pick a top four of all time. Goodfellas um
Oh,
a
Goodfellas
great
is awesome.
is an amazing movie.
You
That
got me into
used to
that.
be, yeah, that used to be like my generic answer when people are like, "What's your favorite movie?" I'm like, um, Goodfellas. People asking for my letterbox. I'm very weird about. I don't share it only because I'm
Oh, I'll
paranoid.
share it.
Because, well, if you share yours, people will know what mine is because they'll just find it.
Well, I'm
Here's
still
the
gonna
thing.
share mine.
Oh, you can share it. I you if you
It's the same. It's J.K. Bogan.
Here's the thing. I'm not going to say what my letterbox is. If you go to Jake's profile and look at who he's following, you'll find mine. The reason I don't share mine is because I have a lot of friends in the film industry and I don't want to accidentally, like, if I haven't watched their film yet or I don't put their film on one of my lists, like, it's just weird. Like, I just don't want to, like, accidentally, unintentionally offend anybody. Or, like, if I write a review on something that I think is funny, but somebody in that movie thinks is not funny, and then I cross paths with them, you know what I mean? I'm like, I don't use, my username is like random, so that's why. But you can go find it if you find Jake's profile. I just don't advertise it. Um, but favorite actor, actress of all time. Am I a robot again?
No, you're not a robot.
I don't sound like a robot. Somebody said robot Alexis in the chat. Kevin, we are still going. We've raised 8.7K, which is like double what we wanted to raise, and we're trying to get to 10K now. Um,
Let's if you guys definitely follow me on Letterboxd, I'll literally follow you back. All of you.
I will not give my letterbox username, but you can find it if you very much want to follow me. I'm a very active user. I'm glad to see that I sound good now. My favorite actress of all time, we all know who that is.
Or maybe I won't because look at this. What the hell is this loading screen?
Aubrey Plaza, my favorite actress of all time. I don't know. I really love like
What is this? I've never seen this
favorite.
before.
Maybe close out of it and go back in. Maybe it's down. Letterbox goes down actually a lot.
Oh, they're probably doing late night maintenance.
It could. Well, I don't know. I just got a notification. Somebody followed me. Mine's working. Dinner in America is another film.
Oh, it's working now. Okay.
Um, yeah, but Aubrey Plaza is my favorite actress of all time. She's literally my hero, as people know. Another actress I like, I mean, Olivia Cook, right, is an actress that I really like. I just think that she's one of those actresses where every role that she's done is so different. And that's kind of what I love about Aubrey as well, even though a lot of people want to kind of like pigeonhole Aubrey into April Ludgate. Her actual filmography, she plays such different characters. in things that she does. And I feel like Olivia does that really well as well. Um, like her favorite of all time, I'm a big Judy Garland fan, Lucille Ball, Amy Poehler, um, Nick Foles.
That's so random. Oh, who's more of a hero? I just saw that.
Oh, I was saying actor. I was like Nick Foles. I was like, what did Nick Foles act in?
Well, Nick Foles beat
Nick
the
Foles.
Patriots, but Eli Manning beat the Patriots twice. I'm going to say
Nick
Eli Manning.
Foles was more of like a folk hero, right? He had the one thing that he did that year, I think, and that was kind of his great shining achievement where I feel like Eli Manning was good for over a course of time. Um, so like, yeah, they're just different.
My mom just texted me and she said she's been watching us the whole time. And
Hmm.
it's wonderful what we're doing. Proud of us both. And now she's going to sleep. Best of luck hitting 10 grand.
Thank you
Thank you,
so
mother.
much. We appreciate it. Thanks for sticking with us. Thank you to everybody. There's some people in the chat who've been here the whole time. It's incredible.
Mm.
Um, thank you everybody who's been sticking with us. I gotta say, I'm a little bit. Listen, there's 2,600 people watching across all platforms right now. There's 2,600 of you watching us right now. We are $1,300 away from hitting the 10K. Our goal was 4.5. Now we're at 8.7. We're like, we really want to get to 10K. I'm a little nervous, Jake. I'm a little nervous because it's 2:30 in the morning on the East Coast. It's 1:30 where I am, and it's 11:30 in the West Coast. I don't know that there's 2,600 people watching, but are we gonna be able to get $1,300 by a reasonable time?
We did have some donations. We're almost at 9,000 now.
Amazing.
And those donations were. Oh, my mom. My mom dropped a
Thank
hundo.
you.
We had an anonymous $10, and then Kevin Tompkins.
Thank you
Back
so
at
much,
it.
all of you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. That's really kind. So yeah, now we are, let me see, math, $1,080, right? I don't know. I think that's it. JBC, you're right. This has turned into a telethon. Kevin said I needed it to be an even number for the OCD. Hey, I relate to that hardcore. So I appreciate that. I'm going to take a sip of my high C here. If anybody's just tuning in, here's a breakdown of kind of what happened. It was like 2 hours ago, maybe a little under 2 hours ago. Jake and I were like crashing and we were like kind of getting ready to wind down. And then we got a couple big donations and we were like, oh my God, we can maybe get to 10K. We're like, let's do it. I was like, we're going to get food. We're going to rejuvenate like our bodies. Like we're going to like get nutrients. We're going to keep going and, get to 10K. And we're now $1,080, if my math is correct, away from that. Cinco, that's a very nice comment from Cinco. Said, I look forward to DTR video every week. Makes my workday go by quick. Thank you guys for that. Appreciate you for tuning in. It's very kind of you. You guys are right. We are, do Kissland by the Weekend karaoke. Are you saying that because you saw that I got that on vinyl recently? Because I did. I literally just got a Kissland by the Weekend on vinyl. I would not attempt to sing on this telethon. Okay, yeah, so you did see that I got on vinyl. I would not attempt to sing on this, and if I did, it definitely wouldn't be The Weeknd because he has the voice of an angel, but it is so high-pitched that I could not do it without losing my dignity. We've rapped on this channel before.
Yeah, we did. That is funny. That is a throwback. It was
What was it again?
Well, I did that part in I Prevail
Take Me Back to
song.
Eden. Oh, you didn't. Well, didn't we also do? Were we live when we rapped "Take Me Back to Eden," or was that just
I
us
don't
fucking
think
around?
so.
Sorry, I just cursed on the live stream, but it's 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, it is what it
2,600
is.
people in here. But it was like, yeah, what is the lyric? Yeah, I taste blood when I wake up, right? He's not. Nah,
Why am I?
Take me back to Eden.
Oh, oh
I'll
yeah.
take. Well, it's like that, but he's like,
You
I'll
gotta
take
you
it.
gotta start it off with that.
No, but that's not how it starts. Like, I should know this. This is one of my favorite albums of all time. Hold on. Well, yeah, I taste blood when I wake up. Dun 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 dun. I'll take. Well, then he's like, I'll take a piece of your flesh before you take a piece of my paste up.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
I'm totally blanking. If I started the song from the beginning, I could probably get it, but I'm not. I got that vinyl too.
I haven't heard that song in a while.
Yeah, taste blood when I wake up. Hold on. Now I've got to find
Yeah,
it.
I'm looking it up right now.
Is anyone in the chat
Oh
familiar with Sleep
yeah.
Token, by the way?
You can't forget that part.
That's not how that song starts, though.
No, that's how that part starts. Well,
Okay, wait.
yeah.
Okay, it's like he's singing. Take me back to Eden. Okay. Okay, it's like, well, yeah, I split blood when I wake up. Sink porcelain stain, choking up brain matter and makeup. Just 2 days since the mainframe went down and I'm still messed up. Room feels like a meat freezer. I dangle in like cold cuts. That's how it goes. And I would, if I was trying to rap good, I would do that better, but I'm just, that's
My, those eyes like fire.
like fire. I'm a
winged
winged
insect. You're a
insect. You're a
funeral
funeral
pyre.
pyre. Yeah, that's such a good song. If you guys don't know Sleep Token, highly recommend.
Yeah. Oh man.
See you, Cinco. Get some sleep. That's what I should be doing. Somebody said I didn't expect to join during a rap session. We were just trying to remember the lyrics of Take
Yeah.
Me Back to Eden by Sleep Token. It's a very dark song, actually, in reality.
I feel like all the lyrics I know, like when they do the rap in like metalcore, those like kind of rap songs, it's always really dark stuff. Like it's never like
Well,
a
yeah,
happy-go-lucky
'cause
thing. Like I don't know. It just yeah.
Take Me Back to Eden by Sleep Token. That's what we were just. Well, that's what I was I was half-heartedly rapping. I'm gonna stick up for myself a little bit. Um, but
Yeah, it's well like the song Toxic by Starset.
well, the subject matter of so Take Me Back to Eden isn't a rap album. It's a metal album, but they have. Well, I would say it's more rock. I don't know if I'd say it's metal, but they've got some of their rock songs. There's like bits where they kind of like rap a little bit, and that um there's another song that I'm on that album. There's like Ascensionism.
Oh yeah. I will literally we will we'll start just doing rap for like certain songs and whatnot. We'll sing certain songs if we get to 10,000. How about that?
We get to 10,000, I'll rap.
David Pennington for the 20.
Thank you.
40
Appreciate
away
it. We're getting
from
closer.
9,000. Ramses
So
Ramirez. Thank you.
Louise, I have heard that. I'm assuming that you know that that's who the Sleep Token lead singer is, but I
Wait,
have
who?
heard that. Leo Faulkner. They're anonymous, but like we know who he is. But technically we don't know who he is, but we know who he is, if that makes sense.
That's so weird.
All good, Jason. Yeah, I'll wrap if we get to 10K. Actually, I don't know if I could. You know what? I used to know word by word, word for word in high school. Remember Eminem's verse on Forever? Remember this? Does anyone
Yes.
remember what a moment in culture that was? That somehow the biggest rappers in the world, that they would never do this. Say it was Eminem, Drake, Kanye West, and Lil Wayne. That was like insane that they all did a song together and they did it for like, wasn't it for a commercial originally?
What's insane is I actually like the song, and I really did not like rap much throughout my life. There are times where
Mm.
I was like, oh yeah, you know, Kendrick, Eminem, but I actually like the song. I'm not a Drake fan at all, though. I don't like
Well,
Drake,
the
but
Eminem
that was a
verse I
good
used
song.
to, it was a good song. And the Eminem where he's like, there they go, back at stadiums, a shady spits his flow. Nuts they go, macadamia, nuts they go so ballistic. Whoa, we can make him look like bozos. He's wondering if he should spit this slow. Fuck no. That I used to know that whole, like I would
Look at you
very,
just dropping the F bomb, man. It's normally
you
I
know
get
what?
yelled at.
Here's the thing. I'm dropping it because it's 1:42 in the morning and
That's
children should
true.
be asleep,
That's
and it's
true.
not my fault.
That's
If
true.
you're you know, awake right now and you're a child and you hear me drop the F bomb on a
Go
live
to
stream
bed.
at 1:42 in the morning. Guys, did you think that that rap was good? No one said anything.
Jake, who do you think? Jake, who do you think is going to go Ultra Instinct on Monday? I'm betting on a Stafford masterclass. I think it's going to be Matthew Stafford. I think so. I mean, oh man, I'd totally play the song, the Ultra Instinct song, but I don't want this to get. This can't get copyright claims, so we can't. We literally cannot play anything because we don't want any of that
Yeah.
money to get copyright claimed. So
Yeah, that's why if we you guys want raps, I'm gonna have to just do it or sing it. You know, I can't just
yeah,
start playing it. Thank you everybody for the love and the chat for my rap. I don't know if I would have made it. I'd have to start from the beginning. Um, yeah, I can't go too. I like Devin's right. I can't do it too well because then we will get copyright claimed. They'll think I'm Eminem.
yeah. Well, that's also
Like they'll match the cadence.
yeah. That's always a concern.
Yeah, you know they'll be like you
Or
know
if you even
they'll
try to sing an Eagles song, then Don Henley will sue you.
mm.
You ever hear
I
about
don't know
that?
any. I don't know. No, I didn't. But I don't know any Eagles songs, so we're safe.
Hotel California. You don't know that?
Darren, I can freestyle, and I can freestyle because I can improv, and it's the same thing. The only difference is, I guess, in freestyle you're rhyming, but I used to like to freestyle in the day.
Jake is very happy Kendrick ended Drake's career. I was answering a comment. Yep. Um, technically, but Kevin, you're a content creator. Do you think fair use is ever given the benefit of the doubt? Because I'll tell you right now, no, it's not.
There was a Drake album actually that came. I don't know if you guys use like Apple Music or Spotify, but I use Apple Music and I shuffled like this is kind of insane. Um I shuffled like my entire music library on my drive home from somewhere the other day because I was like, I don't know what I want to listen to. And I've got like thousands of songs, right? And the song Furthest Thing from Drake came on and it was like nighttime and I was like, "Oh my God, this is like I'm in my feelings right now." Like it was like somewhere between psychotic and iconic. I was like, "Oh my God, this is hitting hard." Do you guys remember that song? Like you guys remember the Nothing Was the Same album?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Or somewhere between psychotic and iconic. Somewhere between I want it and I got it. I was like driving and I was like, but I stand down, girl, I always stand down. Yeah.
I'm not
Um,
screaming on here.
um,
Just because there's no like, there'd have to be music. Just go be like that would look ridiculous.
yeah, that's
I've
fair.
done it. I've done it once on Kick during the 24-hour stream. Someone asked me to do it. Or what I would do is when I lost in Warzone playing Call of Duty, I'd lose, go no, And then while I'm like saying no, I'd do like a fry scream, and people would be like, "Oh my god, what was that?" Oh man.
I'm laughing at everyone. I tweeted earlier. I said I'm about to eat McDonald's in front of 2,500 people at 1 a.m. live on YouTube, by the way. And I didn't check Twitter after that, but I just checked it, and the comments are like very funny. So thank you, everybody. I am not a fan of, well, I'm not a fan of Tech Nine, to the person who asked that. I feel like I don't know enough of their stuff.
He seems pretty badass.
I do know Hotel California. I do know that.
So
Eagles
that
song.
is Eagles. Yep.
So I know that. I used to play that on Guitar Hero all the time. Did you guys have a Guitar Hero, chat? Remember when that was like all the rage? Me and my sister got it for Christmas one year. Hiccups. I'd play like Hotel California. That's how I learned No Sleep Till Brooklyn by the Beastie Boys. I learned about a lot of great music through Guitar Hero.
One of These Nights, Already Gone, Tequila Sunrise. Dude, like, Eagles have so many good songs. Desperado. Psh. Take It Easy. Oh my God. Eagles have so many songs. It just was like all coming back to me. I don't listen to them very.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't listen to them that much, but they're a really good band. It's a shame Don Henley just wants to sue everybody that uses their stuff and tries to, like, there's this guy, oh God, what's his name? Rick Beato. He tries to teach like musicians on YouTube, like how to, play different songs and whatnot. And he always gets copyright claimed and struck by Don Henley and his company. And oh man, he just he lost it one day on a video, and I don't blame him. That's one thing I wish YouTube was better about, is the copyright claiming. Yeah,
the
it's
apps.
not fun.
I mean, I get it. It's weird, and you play a song in a background, it gets copyrighted, and
yeah, and you have a target on your back the bigger you get as a YouTuber, because if you're small, enjoy it, because then when you get bigger, they're always looking for ways to claim your content, and that's not what copyright is. And think about this. This has always been my issue with that. In this video, we have live streamed for almost 7 hours. And if by accident, when you open up Instagram, a song played, someone could literally copyright claim 7 hours of our content. And you want to tell me that that's copyright infringement? You're infringing on us. If I stream for 7 hours and a 5-second clip of your song comes up, I would argue that you're taking 99.9% of my content. That's how I feel. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's BS. But that's how it is, Alexis. That's 100% how it is.
I know.
It's messed up because people take advantage of the free market, and they'll just do stuff like that.
I just was sending out a tweet, but do we have any Eminem fans in the chat? Well, we talked about Eminem already. Do you guys remember when Eminem and Machine Gun Kelly, or MGK is now how he's going, had beef? Because that was fun. That was my Roman Empire. Everybody's talking about Drake and Kendrick. I'm like, hold on. Do you guys remember when Eminem and MG Kelly had their beef? And that was over an extended period of time, but that was fun.
Yeah. This just keeps going up, by the way.
Not Drake.
We're getting closer to 2,700.
We are. Drake dropped Kill Shot, and he was like, Rihanna just hit me on his text. Last night I left tickies on her neck. Do you guys remember that?
I had to turn on the fan because I'm
Luis,
burning.
You're right. I do like MGK, though. I like Eminem and MGK. I feel like we can be allowed to like both of them. But I like MGK's music more, obviously, as like punk, than I do as rap.
This man went in on Don Henley. Probably hasn't had a hit since Boys of Summer back in 1980s.
The way I don't know who Don Henley is, but apparently so many people have beef with him that it's becoming obvious to me.
Because he sues everyone into the ground. That's why you're like, all right, quick Google search. Who is Don Henley?
No, I was responding to the chat. No, I don't know who he is. I believe you. I don't know.
Is Don Henley a nice guy?
You Googled that question? Is Don Henley a nice guy? Watch Google be like, nah.
Some say he's not ruthless with people who know him. Why does Don Henley seem to be an angry man?
Wait, so is he like the lead singer of the Eagles?
So
or is he their manager? Like, what is the point? Like, is he in the band?
Yeah, so Don Henley is one of the founding members, and he is the drummer and co-lead vocalist.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You know what I wish in Apple Music? I wish that they could show me what artist I have like the most songs
But I mean, he
of.
plays the guitar too. Like he plays the guitar, he plays drums, he does vocals. Yeah, he's just everyone liked him, and then the YouTube era came around, and he just started suing everybody. So people are just over him because it's like, well, he's suing all these small content creators if they like use his work. So that's the issue. I mean, if you don't do that, then no one has an issue with you, you know. But yeah.
I do love the Beatles' Final Flash.
I do too.
Scudo said, I kind of want to know what Alexis was going to say. When? I don't remember what I was about to say. It's probably something about rap. I think I was just thinking about like rap music.
Nice of you to join us, Jack. How you doing?
Chacho, that is very cool. Funny. So he said that my great uncle used to drive Elvis Presley and the Jackson 5 around. My great grandpa used to make suits for the Jackson 5 in Chicago. Like he owned a clothing store called Smokey Joe's, and he made like suits and stuff. And when the Jackson 5 were first starting out and they still lived in Gary, they'd go into Chicago and my great grandpa would like fit them for all their stuff and make their suits.
That's cool.
So that's cool. That was a long time before I was born, though. And I never got to know him. Unfortunately, he passed away.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Before I was born, but...
Oh. We have... What is it that Doctor Strange says in Avengers Infinity War? We have crossed the threshold? I think that's what he says. Anyway. No. That's what... Boom. 9,000. That's what, oh my God. He who remains. That's what he says in Loki. We've crossed the threshold.
There they go. Back to stadiums, shady.
No, don't play that. You're going to get copyright.
No, I'm not. It's me. Adrian posted a video.
Oh my God.
No, it's me. That's why I played it. I'm not.
Okay. I nearly had a heart attack when you did that.
No, I'm not. No, we've already stopped. We're not going to risk getting this copyrighted anyway.
Yeah, no, of course not.
Oh my God, we're only $80. We're only $980 away.
Did you not just hear when I said we've crossed the threshold? That's what I was talking about.
I am tired. Okay, I just
Jason
now clicked in my
Forrest
brain.
with the 10, Anonymous with the 50. Wow, Anonymous is all over the place. I mean, Anonymous has the top donation, the most recent Anonymous is killing it.
Anonymous is, man, whoever Anonymous is, they have just been carrying the GoFundMe.
Yeah.
They're cooking, as the chat said.
Let him
Jake
cook.
was about to have a heart attack. He thought I was playing a song. He thought I was playing like an actual.
See how much you sounded like Eminem right there?
I mean, we have a very similar pitch,
No, it's just
a very
identical.
similar flow. I have been on, I have said if he needs somebody to stand in for him at a concert, like his voice goes out and he's on stage and all of a sudden his voice goes out and like I'll just swap me in, I'll go out there and finish the set. It's a gift. It's a gift, I have to be humble about it, I know, but very similar vibes.
Like Doctor Strange said, we're in the end game now. This is true. This is the final stretch. This is the home stretch, baby. And then I don't know what I'm going to do.
Hey, when we hit 10K, we're going to be ecstatic. We're going to be cheering and celebrating, and it's just, there's going to be a radiance coming from our faces, and then I'm going the fuck to bed. Period.
I
I'm gonna
might
cheer.
finish watching season 7 of Suits.
You do that. Like I said, I have a huge improv thing tomorrow, and I don't want to blow it, so I'm gonna.
All I'm doing tomorrow is watching UFC.
Okay, and
What else? Playoffs?
yeah,
Oh, yeah. I don't think I'll watch, what's the 8 o'clock game?
the Steelers and the Ravens.
Well, UFC is going to be on.
You're gonna watch UFC over the Steelers and the Ravens?
I got people coming over for UFC.
Hey, I'm not judging because I literally missed the Notre Dame
Yeah, I don't want to hear it
game
from you.
on Thursday so I could do improv. So I'm not judging. I'm surprised because I just felt like you would watch.
You know what I'll probably do? I'll bring the TV that I have in my room into the common area, and I'll have 2 TVs, and the smaller
Yeah, that's what
one will
Tyler
be
just
football.
said in the chat. Tyler was
Yeah.
like, "You have 2 screens." Um, yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably do that.
BC, I don't think the Steelers are winning. I'm just being honest with you.
They are due for
Someone
a
said,
playoff
"How would you
win,
feel if Kansas City loses to the Chargers?" I would be.
though. That's how I have it going.
Oh, really? You have them losing to the Chargers? Okay, I think that they're going to lose to the Bills.
I think Chargers Bills AFC title game and Rams Lions NFC title game. I think we're
I'll
going to
tell you
see
what.
2 LA teams in the championship weekend.
I think that, it would be very cool to see 2 LA teams play in the Super Bowl.
It would be cool.
It would. The only way that would be cooler is if it was at SoFi, but it's not at SoFi.
Chat, we are trying to get Alexis into UFC. She did. I can confirm. So my favorite, of course, is Joaquin Buckley. And
I did watch
I
that.
did get her to watch that. He is from
Here's
St. Louis, to be fair. So it was like a no-brainer.
I did want to support him because Buckley is from St. Louis. I did watch it. I think the thing with UFC is there gets to a point where it's like the blood,
I
like,
don't know. I watch Terrifier and enjoy every minute of it. So.
No, it just I don't like it, and it just there was at one point in that fight, like I don't even like thinking about it. Like
Colby
the guy who's
Covington.
fighting Colby, his like thing.
But
was
you didn't
slashed,
like
was
Colby
bleeding.
Covington. You couldn't enjoy that?
I hate Colby Covington. Don't get me wrong, but I don't like seeing the like it just I was kind of like this is getting. And I already knew because I watched it late. So it's like I knew Buckley was going to win. I don't know. I just don't like it.
Mackenzie Dern, baby. That's my second favorite. She's, what is it? She's South American? Or South
she
African?
a UFC fighter?
No, she's Brazilian. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mackenzie Dern versus Amanda Rebus tomorrow night is actually the headliner. It's the strawweight main event in Las Vegas. Brazilian, yep.
I got a concussion from a Brazilian goalie when I was in college. So I probably would lose to whoever that is.
Was it Mackenzie Dern?
Is she 6 foot tall?
She's 5'4".
No, then it wasn't her. It was literally a 6 foot tall woman. And she knocked me out. I mean, not like really, but like we collided and yeah.
Chat, who you got? Mackenzie Dern or Amanda Ribas? I gotta know.
Are they fighting this weekend?
Yeah, it's tomorrow night, main event.
I have a birthday dinner tomorrow night.
Let's go. We got some Mackenzie love in here.
I lost 2 followers since Adrian posted that video of me rapping, by the way.
They're like, yeah, we just know.
They're like, no. They're like, no.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Bye. I also like realized I have not worn my hair down for one of our streams in so long. I don't know why that matters, but I just like throw my hair up. And guys, we are almost at 2,700 people watching across all platforms, and we are 3 minutes away from hitting a 7-hour mark. Jake, we legitimately did a day 3 NFL stream.
We did.
Crazy. And for a good cause, though. Like I said, we're almost there. We're $980 away from 10K.
Take that back, Adrian.
I mean, I'm not, like I said, I'm not
Let's
into
go.
the UFC.
Boo. Although I give credit, WWE is finally getting like the mainstream popularity it always deserved. I will say the biggest issue with WWE is you watch a tag team match, and Alexis, it's the most scripted thing ever. We know WWE is scripted. That's not a shock. But why is it like the good guy, the good guy team versus the bad guy team? And the good guy is going to do well, have the momentum, then all of a sudden the bad guy is going to, one of the guys who's waiting to be tagged in, one of the bad guys, is going to randomly get the attention of the ref. The ref isn't going to look at the good guys. And so then the bad guy is either going to hit a low blow or grab a steel chair or a title belt and drill the good guy. And then the bad guy is going to go back to where he was, and the referee is going to turn around and be like, oh, there's blood gushing out of this guy's head. Yeah, that's totally normal. And then he's going to just count to 3 after the guy pins him. It's the same thing every time. Like, I just can't stand how like cookie cutter tag team matches are. It just, I watched it for years, Alexis. It got to the point where I was like, so this guy dominated the entire fight and he lost because the referee turned around. Why is the referee turning around? What is he doing? It's just dumb.
I've never been able to get into it. Like I said, I think it's like pretty scripted as well.
They get Craig Rolstad to ref the tag team matches. That's how I feel. That's how, like, exactly. Oh, man. It's so spot on. It couldn't be any more true.
I feel like WWE for men is like the Real Housewives show for women.
It is a soap opera. I mean, that's what it is.
Well, it's like Real Housewives is like reality TV, but it's like we know that it's scripted. It's like The Bachelor or The Bachelorette, right? Like it's reality TV, but like a lot of it like gets scripted. So I feel like that's like what the WWE is, just for like guys, you know. But you still enjoy it.
Women are really getting into it. You see Vanessa Hudgens going crazy for it? Yeah, Vanessa Hudgens is like at all these shows now.
Good for her. I mean, I'm all for it. It's not my thing.
And then, what was it? Oh, is it Roberts? Emma Roberts?
Emma Roberts.
She's like a huge baseball fan now. Like,
big deal.
Alexandra Daddario at Yankee Stadium. Yeah.
How come when all of these women are into sports, it's like news, and no one gives a shit about me?
That's getting clipped.
Like all these women like step foot inside of a baseball stadium and it's like iconic. And I've been doing a podcast for 6 years about the Rams and nobody is interested.
Dan
Interesting.
from St. Louis is. Buffa.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. That was cool when like we got connected with him because he's a big like movie critic, but he's like one of the only
Hmm.
critics I like because I don't like critics for the most part. I think most movie critics they try to be like, oh well, it's missing some, entourage and like it's not very artsy. That it all just sounds so like pretentious. And then you listen to you read some of his stuff and it's like, oh okay, this makes sense. You know what I'm talking about. You
Yeah.
do.
Well, I have a lot of dear friends that are movie critics, so I don't want to.
No, I'm not gonna
I
throw you under the bus then, but
no, I mean
it
I
well, like the Marvel movies, for instance, it's always like, oh, blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh my god, enjoy
yeah, I
something.
think people who don't like Marvel, I like listen, you have your right to not like Marvel. Like
Hmm.
sure, they're not for everybody, but like don't make it your personality to hate on Marvel. Like you know what I
It's
mean?
so it's so
Just be like it's
off-putting.
not my thing and move on, Like
The
what do
whole
you
they have to
want?
like offend everybody when they're doing it. Like, yeah, I personally thought it was not very good because if I was wanting to watch something that was made for 12-year-olds, then I would have watched something that was made for 12-year-olds. And it's just like, oh my God, the pretentious energy is emanating through my computer screen. I mean, this is insane. So, yeah, I don't know. I did all. Obviously, you don't have to. It is somewhat connected, as I kind of forgot, to what you do. But yeah, not a big fan of movie critics. It was more so giving a shout out to Dan because I think he does a good job.
Yeah,
The Iron Claw was so good. Oh my God. So
I can't
good.
watch it.
The Iron
There's
Claw.
It's weird. It's like the older I get, I like avoid movie, and maybe it's because I've lived more life and had to experience more trauma. But like the older I get, I just don't watch. If there's movies that I know will just utterly destroy me, I literally don't watch them.
Oh, I got emotional in that. You know what's weird? As I've gotten older, I've gotten way more emotional. Like I cry almost after every like emotional movie. When did that happen? I don't know. It started within the last 2 years, but I don't know. Even a rom com can get to me.
I
You
cry
never
in movies.
things. The more you know, we're learning a lot about each other tonight. Obviously, Alexis and I know a lot about each other already, but I mean, you guys learning about us. Jason Forced with another donation here, so we're
I
now at
mean, I think I've got. I mean,
90-30.
I've gotten probably more emotional as I've gotten older. I've just gotten more emotional too. I think maybe as an actor, because I've had
Yeah.
to do without giving things away.
Hmm.
I've had to do some things that are like emotionally, very taxing, or I've had to get myself to a very like dark place, and I like think that just when I was younger, I was very uncomfortable with expressing emotion, and now as an adult, like through situations that where I've been forced to, or just in life, I'm like,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
I'm
be
gonna.
honest to Devin here. I really did not like that movie. It
Didn't we
was
watch
a
that together?
we did. You fell asleep,
I
and
fell asleep. I literally fell asleep through that movie.
I just honestly did not enjoy it. I felt like it was okay, but people acting like, oh, this is a way better multiverse movie than Multiverse of Madness. I was like, no. Like, I mean, I get like, oh yeah, the cinematography and everything, but I don't know. I thought it was a little ridiculous. The hot dog hands, it just,
Here's the
I don't know.
I ended up rewatching it because I wanted to finish it. And I think what the problem was, I just don't think I was in the right mindset to watch it.
I did
Like,
not
I don't know.
really.
There was just something I missed, and I don't want to.
I just don't. I don't want to have
I
to
I don't want
try
to
to
trash
like a
it.
movie.
Yeah.
I just couldn't get into it.
I mean, just Jamie Lee Curtis though killed it. I mean, she can't do any wrong. I'm convinced.
No, she was great, and I forget her name. The main character was really good too.
Michelle Yeoh, right?
Michelle, what's her name?
I think it's pronounced Yo.
Michelle. Okay. Yeah, Michelle's great, but it's just the movie. It was just like I had to try. Like I had to try to like it. I don't know. And then there are movies I'm not expecting to like, and I do. But the thing about me is that I rarely dislike movies and TV shows. I'm the one that gets called out on Twitter. It's like, you like everything. It's like, you like the freaking Iron Fist. I was like, yeah, I thought Iron Fist was awesome. You're out of your mind. Iron Fist was terrible. I was like, all right, well, I really enjoyed Iron Fist, but, you know, go off. I will say there were a few. I didn't like She-Hulk at all. That's really all that comes to mind that I didn't like. I just really did not enjoy She-Hulk. But you'd cry if you were forced to go to a Jonas Brothers show.
Okay, I cried because I said that I cried at the Jonas Brothers concert, and I did because it was really beautiful. They played a beautiful song. We were at Wrigley Field, and like all the everybody had their they gave us lights to wear on your wrist. So it was like the whole place was lights, and me and my childhood best friend, who we grew up listening to the Jonas Brothers, she came in town. She lives in St. Louis. My friend Zan. We went to the Jonas Brothers concert, and as adults, because they were doing all their greatest hits, and we were like, when they sing "When You Look Me in the Eyes," that song, and we were like holding each other, swaying back and forth, and I cried.
Jason Forst again. Your dedication is unreal. Go Rams. 90-50.
Hey, 90-50, so only 950 to go.
Oh man. I will say this is not holding up well. Like the ice cream and the burger and the fries and the nugs.
I'm crashing.
It's not,
But
no,
we're
it's not that
so
I'm crashing.
close.
I'm wide awake, but it's like almost the nausea starting to come. I'm like, oh no.
Adrian, that's cool about your brother.
The rock scene. Yeah, see, everyone got emotional about that, and I just didn't care. I don't know. Maybe I'm heartless. Let's see. Night Scooter Bird.
I never watched Squid Game, but actually my grandpa's really into Squid Game.
That is funny.
Squid Games. Alana, you're right. I cry at babies that aren't even mine.
Oh, Adrian, you
so
should definitely
cute.
delete that. Alexa's going to get so much crap for that.
Well, here's the thing. I was serious, but I also wasn't. Like I was kidding, but there was a slight undertone of truth that I'm just like it was interesting. Wait,
I
what
called
was
it.
it?
I called it. I was like, that's getting clipped. Let me see. It's for a great cause. No, that
It's
was.
fine. Leave it up. I really don't care. I mean, again, I don't really care. But it is
Adrian.
interesting. Um, I do like the Jonas Brothers. I will have to remind me about that cover at a different time. I can't play anything on this live stream, God forbid, right now. Um, we get everything taken down to a copyright. I'm really excited I need to get during at some point while we've been doing this live stream, my speakers for my record player apparently got delivered. High School Musical was good. All right, Jake, what can we do to get $950 donated in half an hour?
I don't know. What can we do?
I'm gonna have to
What
start
can you
making some
do
compromises.
for a dono? Ba-da-ba.
I'm gonna have to just like really beg, aren't I? And cry.
Devin, thank you for the 10. Appreciate you. We're at 96 day.
Thank you, Devin.
Her. Right there. I could just start streaming my Persona 5 Royal run. See, you're lucky because you get to, as soon as you get off here, you can go to bed. I'm going to have people like, so are you going live to play some games on your PC?
But again, your schedule, this is like on schedule for you. This is not on schedule for me.
No, I know. I'm messing with you.
I know.
But there are going to be people like, yeah, so PC? And I'll be like, no.
There's 2,700 of you watching. If everybody donated $1, if all 2,700 people donated $1, we would not only hit 10K, but we'd get over it significantly. Just throwing it out there, just as a fun little idea. If I start crying on command right now, will somebody donate $940? I can do it.
I still want to figure out the that song. Do you see what I'm saying, Adrian? At JK Bogan, Indy Jones after DTR stream. Telling you. Yeah, I want to start the that song.
What song are you talking about?
Like making the song. Like we got around to it and then it's just like fell out. It was like Corey Chavis, like the.
Oh, the We Didn't Start the Fire, but of Rams players. We'd have to start. I don't remember. My memory's not that good though. I just have that one. So it would have to be like. Okay, right. So if
Rams
I did,
are gonna beat the Vikings.
Rams are gonna beat the Vikings. Then I'll be like, the Mob Squad defense. So I'd be like, and the Rams are gonna beat the Vikings. and then whatever. And then we go back and be like, Chris Long, Michael Brockers, Aaron Donald, Robert Quinn, James Laurinaitis, Alec Ogletree, Akeem Ayers, Mark Barron, TJ McLeod, Rodney McLeod, TJ McDonald, Janoris Jenkins, Tremaine Johnson, and we can't. Then shit. Who else? You'd say William Hayes, Ethan Westbrooks, Eugene Sims. That actually kind of rhymes.
Well,
all right, I'm gonna do that back again. I'm telling you, it rhyme every.
Well, what if we did it? It was the players on the team, like
those were on. Oh, you mean the current players?
Like, there's got to be a way. Like, if we look at, like, say the depth chart, like Cooper Kupp, Tyler Higbee, Alec Jackson, Steve Avila, Bo Limmer, Kevin Dotson, Rob Havenstein.
You'd be like, so if you start from quarterback, everyone's get their screen records ready now because Jake and I will probably get it one time and never get again. But you'd be like,
probably not.
You'd go quarterback, wide receiver. No, you go
Matthew Stafford, Kyron Williams, Cooper Kupp, Tyler Higbee. Damn it.
Okay, wait. No, I'm gonna look at it in the order of the depth chart. So I'm gonna go Matthew Stafford, Kyron Williams, Demarcus Robinson.
No, that's Demarcus Robinson is too. Like you gotta, yeah.
D-Rob. So Matthew Stafford, Kyron Williams, D-Rob, Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua, Tyler Higbee.
But it's got to be like with the tempo. It's dun 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 dun
Okay, wait. Okay, you do.
Yeah.
You do. Okay, let's practice. You do the beat, and I'll read the names. And then or we could switch. I thought I had the beat right, but apparently not.
Yeah, no, it's like Cam Curl, Quentin Lake, Kobe, Omar, Jared verse. Like it has to be like dun 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 dun.
Do you think it's a little bit in poor taste?
No.
That we didn't start the fire.
But that's not what we're thinking about.
That's not what we're thinking about. We're just thinking about.
We're trying to be creative and come up with a name or come up with a song. But no, I mean, we could do other things as well. This is what happens, by the way, when you go live for 7 hours. 7 hours. It's like you run out of things to say.
We have run out of.
But I have not run out of anything to say. As a matter of fact, I could tell you the whole story about Dragon Ball Z.
Oh my God, I will leave and then we will never hit 10K. I just want to know what I need to do to get somebody to donate $940 so I can go to bed.
That is funny.
What do I have to do?
No, I mean, let's be honest here. Like,
what do you want from me?
Yeah, I'm not one to, you know.
Yeah, we're not gonna. People should not give more than they, you know.
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Krillin. No, I'm not saying that. I feel bad about Krillin. Yeah, see, I could do that. Let's see. Give me something. I'll use it in my awesome voice. Good luck fitting Pisa Tino Isamoa into the song.
Pina Tisamoa, Puka Nakua, Cooper Cup. Oh, wait, no, we'd have to go from that. Wait, but we didn't start the fire, though.
I'm trying to think of like a song.
But we didn't start the fire. They didn't put, they like jumped years, right? Like they didn't do, it's not like one.
There are ways to, there are definitely ways to do it. Last time on Dragon Ball Z, the fighters just stand there and do nothing for 5 minutes, and 5 reason minutes to be exact. I thought you were giving me something. That did. I need to quote some Vegeta. We didn't.
I don't know. What is this terminology? What is this anime talk?
Why is Pantera in my head?
I don't know.
What do you say? It's back. Walk. Yeah, I don't know why that's in my head. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't listen to Pantera. Like, is that my brain just like, hey, by the way, we are going to delete this song from your memory bank. Please press 1 if you would like to keep it.
Am I supposed to like write a freestyle right now about the Los Angeles Rams depth chart?
Should I drop the the song I did with an old friend in? Oh my God, it was like.
Probably wouldn't.
No, but I mean, I could sing it. The Baja Blast song.
Oh, I mean, you could.
I'm not going to, but.
I'm just trying to. We still have almost 2,800 people watching right now, and it's like past midnight on the West
keeps going
Coast.
more. It keeps going up. Baja Blast at Taco Bell. It was like a pop punk song. It was like based on like All Time Low.
That adds up.
It tastes so good. I drink it every day.
I do miss that era of pop punk.
So come and get yours only at Taco Bell. There was more to it than that, but yeah.
Lewis just said ADTR. It's fair.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, what's that song I like by ATR?
ADTR?
ADTR. It's
da 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 da. Let's go.
It means a lot to you, but there's another one.
Yeah, we just sing duets.
I don't remember the lyrics of that song, but I had like an ex-boyfriend send me that in college or something.
It's kind of corny, not gonna lie.
It is. You know what? Also, men in the chat. Okay, why is this just like a me thing? Has every man not told an ex-girlfriend that they listened to Lips of an Angel by Hinder and think of her?
I don't know what song that is.
Honey, why you calling me?
Oh my God.
Late? Why have I had two separate
That is
ex-boyfriends?
cringeworthy. What?
Why have I had two separate...
I'm gonna hear my voice say my name. It sounds so sweet.
Talking like the lips of an angel. Yeah,
That's the song. I used to make fun of that all the time.
Why have I had... See, Luis said guilty as charged. Devin said that's called Ritz. Why have I had 2 separate ex-boyfriends in my life tell me that song reminds them of me? What is that? Is that work? I mean, I guess it did work. Both.
That is wild. That is wild. I didn't know that was them. It sounds so sorry.
Final Flash, I think you're right. They did want to get back together with me.
Yeah, probably.
Well, bummer. Lips of an angel.
No.
What's the verse of that song?
I don't know.
Where he's like,
why are we still talking about Hinder? We're hindering our stream by talking about Hinder.
Well, I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, what is it about this song? Is this like a universal
I don't know.
4K? Yes, I did. I'm back on X.
Well, it's like the Barbie movie. What was that one song that every dude like plays guitar and sings?
Wonderwall.
You're my Wonderwall.
Or Creed. Or shit, what am
Maybe.
Yeah. Oh god.
You gotta
Crash,
be the one
Dave
that
Matthews.
saves me. Yeah. This is still live. This is not a pre-recorded.
This is live.
Can you imagine this is pre-recorded?
This is literally, I'm so tired that but I said we're trying to get to 10K. We're trying to yes, with arms wide open.
With arms wide open.
I have actually a really good playlist. Hold on.
Do not.
I'm not
Stay
playing
away
it.
from the phone.
I'm not playing it. I'm also making sure my volume's all the way down in case I hit something. But I have a playlist that
Last time on Dragon Ball Z, Alexis Buster Rappa lost 2 followers due to their jealousy of her legendary rap skills.
Period.
So the whole point of that is that the narrator... Also, fun fact, the narrator, Kyle Heber, is actually the voiceover of Adult Gohan.
I don't know who that is. A lot of Matchbox 20, 3 Doors Down.
Which Alice in Chains song? There's so many.
'Cause you had a bad day. You remember that song?
Wait, that's not Alice in Chains. What the hell are you talking about?
I'm looking at my playlist.
Which Alice in Chains song?
Devin said maybe if you guys go to sleep, you'll wake up with 10K. Don't tempt me. I'm so tired, but I'm trying to rally.
I mean, there's so many. It's not the rooster.
Yes, How to Save a Life, Kevin.
Oh, yeah.
You know what's really weird? Is I don't know if it's weird, but I think that there's a resurgence of the Fray amongst young men. Because
the Fray?
Yes, because both of my brothers listen to an alarming amount of the Fray. And I kind of want to ask them about it and be like, where did this come from? But I'm friends with my brothers on Apple Music. Like, I can see what they're listening to, and they both listen to a lot of the Fray. And they're 18 and 20. And I'm just like, I used to listen to the Fray back when they were in their heyday. But I'm like, what's going on? Why are you guys constantly listening to How to Save a Life and You Found Me? Like, that's sad.
Yeah, I don't know. No idea. Jake sounds like Eddie Vedder. I mean, I can do... Well, I feel like anybody can do Eddie Vedder because he's got
Eddie
that
Vedder,
voice.
the guy who's like, hey.
Even flow. Yeah. His hand in the sand only to concrete again. Yeah. Hey, thank you. Feed me more Seahawks for the $1. Let's go.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you.
It. What's that one? Who sings the? I'm not.
Jeremy spoken yesterday. You've never heard of King Jeremy?
I have not.
I mean, it's really dark. It's a dark song, but it's by Pearl Jam. Eddie Vedder is the vocalist for Pearl Jam.
Someone's like, can either of you do an Adam Sandler impression?
Please, no more Eddie Vedder.
Listen, I could try, but
Wait, what's the Adam Sandler impression? Oh, I
I
couldn't.
just I feel like I'm gonna run into Adam Sandler one day, so I don't want to.
Yeah, no, I couldn't do an Adam Sandler impression. I could not.
What's the song? So Matchbox 20 was like, I'm not crazy, I'm just a little well
Oh, do you know what?
right now you can't tell. That's a good
Do you know what
song.
song was stuck in my head the other day?
What's that?
Freaking Duncan Sheik, Barely Breathing. Cause I'm barely
Barely
breathing.
breathing.
I can't find the air. Don't know who I'm kidding. Imagining you there. I can stand here waiting. Fool for another day. And I don't suppose it's worth the price or worth the price that I would pay. Yeah, yeah. And I'm thinking it over anyway. Yeah, yeah. I have no idea why that's stuck in my head. Also, I'm tearing up. I don't sing in front of people like that, so yeah.
Dude just made himself emotional
I'm
over a
emotional.
song.
I'm so good. I can't stop crying. No, I'm kidding. Oh my God. So that happened. You guys have never heard of Duncan Sheik? It is a good song.
No, it's not.
Jimbo, thank you for the 10. We're singing for donations at this point because people are like, what are you going to do to raise
like,
almost
please.
10? Oh, man, it's so funny.
And I don't want the world to see me. You know that one.
Because I don't think that they'd understand. Yeah, that's Iris, right?
Yeah. When everything's made to be broken. And he's the guitar. I just want you to know who I am. That's such a good song. The only thing about that song is so many people have tried to cover it. Somebody said, Dolores, please do what I've been looking for from High School Musical. There's no way Jake knows that song. Oh, closing time. One last call for alcohol. So finish up your whiskey or beer.
How?
I'm singing. Someone
that
in
is
this
so
chat.
corny when bars play that to like end the night. Every bar
You know what?
plays that.
I don't even think about that. I just think about the movie, the ending of the movie Friends with Benefits. If you guys have seen that, with Justin Timberlake and Mila Kunis, and he starts
All Elite
singing
Rammer, thank you for the 2. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Um,
I do know about Vertical Horizon sings "Still the Best I Ever Had." That song. I can't even hear myself because I've got these
was
headphones on.
Was Luis telling me that was good singing? I can't tell if it's good singing because I don't know. The monitor isn't doing all that well. It could have been pitchy. Was it pitchy? Where's what's his name? Jackson from from American Idol. I like it, but it's a little pitchy. It's like every single time everything was pitchy with him. Oh, Jake Ellen goated. Okay. All right. Thank you,
Isaac. Appreciate it. Wait, to the person who said Vertical Horizon, they saw that was the best I ever had.
LA.
But they also sing, was it He is everything you want, He is everything you need.
Yeah.
He says all the right things at all the right times, but what is it? Something.
Can you sing the Friends theme song, but alternate every word? I don't even know the Friends theme song off the top of my head.
So no one told you life was going to be this way. So what are you saying? So to be like, no one life told this you way. Wait.
Do some Journey.
I don't even know. I can't even do that.
One day love will find you. I can't.
Is that Journey?
Yeah. On our separate ways.
I mean, I can't
Journey, sing that high.
When I think of Journey, I think of obviously the classics. You know, just a small town girl.
Sing Let's Ram It. We've been rocking all day. So just ram it today. Just ram it. You know what actually changed my entire perception of that song?
Kevin, you're right.
None
He
of the
says
players
all the
liked it.
right things at exactly the right times, but he means nothing to you and you don't know why. Yep, that's Vertical
Flash. I don't know anything. I just know that
Flash.
Queen did it.
Gordon. That's you know what I think of when I hear that is I think of the Ted movie. Devin, it's Jake McQuaid.
So you think you can stop me and spit in my eye? Yeah,
Jake
I do
and
wish
I are
we
on
had music.
we're on two different genres of music right now.
I'm all over the place. What are you talking about? I'm going from
thinking-
Duncan Sheik to Queen to Alice in Chains. I mean,
I'm thinking of a very specific
and it's gonna take some time to realign. Ooh.
I don't know the Tonic song, Kevin. I don't know Thundercat's theme song. I know Billie Jean, obviously.
Billie Jean is not my lover.
She's just a girl who claims that
I am the one. But the kid
I don't know Car
is
Wash
the
Girl, but thank you
person.
for the super chat. If I lay here, do you know that one? If I just lay here.
I feel like all these songs were played at like CVS. Every time you're like literally on the CVS playlist right now.
Dolores is like, yep, this is the story of a girl who cried a river and drowned the whole world. She always looks so sad in photographs, but I absolutely love her when she smiles. That's
Eddie
called...
Ellenbogen. We're still being called Eddie Vedder at this point.
I don't know the song "Killing Me Softly" by Lauryn Hill, but I actually what's her most popular album?
I went up and sang a song for karaoke. It was probably the worst song ever to pick, but I thought I did a nice job. I mean, even the owner was like really impressed. It was oh god, what was it called? 9 in the Afternoon by Panic at the Disco. Which, by the way, Panic puts on a great show. I mean, I know Brendan Urie retired, but still.
I know I miss Panic.
And there's also the problem is some of these songs you can't just break out and sing without like some actual like melody in the back. Like if you have no music in the background for some of them, it's just like
yourself.
Weird. It's just weird, man. Like I don't know.
Fireflies is a classic.
Never liked that.
Drops of Jupiter in her head. You know that song "Drops of Jupiter" by shit? Who sings it?
Tell me. Did
you ever cross the Milky Way?
Yeah, I don't know like the lyrics for
who
it.
sings it? Chat.
Enter Sandman.
Is it Train? Train doesn't sing it.
Off to Neverland.
I don't know anything by Selena, unfortunately. Is it really Train?
Say your prayers.
It is Train.
Go and get my hoes on. Do everyone.
You know what I should start singing? And the only way people will get me to stop is to donate.
Is that what we're doing now? We're just singing the most obnoxious stuff so people will donate? I think people will just tune out.
What?
I think people will just tune out if we do that.
That's fair. Although I do want to say I don't appreciate that people somehow made it cool to hate on Nickelback.
I'm going to bite my tongue on this one. Although
they're not a bad band. It just people just thought like they were very popular.
There's that one song that I do like by them.
I'm driving black on black. Just got my license back. I got this feeling in my veins. This train is coming off the track. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the song. Because if you know me, that's the only song I would like by Nickelback. Did you ever listen to that Zed song I sent you, by the way?
No, I haven't. I haven't finished that playlist either.
Before I'm out of time. See, like you can't sing something like that where so much of the music is like it's electronic. You know what I mean? Like
I'm just telling you guys about Nickelback. If like we can't do this because we don't want to risk copyright, but if Jake were to play the first 3 seconds of any Nickelback song, I would be able to tell you what it is. I don't play about Nickelback. I don't play about them. It's a band. Someday,
Hero.
somehow, I'm gonna make it alright.
Can you
But
say
not right
that a
now.
hero can save us? I'm not gonna
Why are we
stand in
gaining
my
people in
way.
this? Like, why are more people
I
joining
don't know,
this?
man.
Like, what about what we're doing is like
You're underestimating how conditioned these people are to me going live at 3 a.m.
fair?
Like, normally I would be playing, I'd be streaming games, but yeah.
I judge by what she's wearing, just how many heads I'm tearing off of assholes coming onto her. This night somebody's getting hurt. You know that one? That's Nickelback.
Can confirm we once played Marvel Rivals at 1 a.m. Pacific time. That's 4 p.m. Eastern time, but yes, or 4 a.m. Eastern time. So, yeah. This is true.
I do know some Adele.
There is nothing better to do.
Light burn.
If you're up right now, like what is better than
That's what I said when I dated
what
one
is
of my
better than this?
ex-boyfriends. No one got that joke but me.
I got it.
Lightburn22 just said, just seen a clip of Alexis rapping
See?
on X and had to stop.
That stuff actually matters. That does matter.
Thank you.
And to be fair,
Adrian, I am tired. I'm exhausted, but I said I would be here till 10K, and I'm really trying to. Please, please donate so I can go to bed.
yeah. Well, I'm still wide awake, but
my favorite Nickel. Let's do I need to just start listing my favorite Nickelback songs? 'Cause I'll tell you.
no.
The first one is Someday. The second is Never Gonna Be Alone. The third would be Animals. The fourth would probably be Saving Me.
A secret spy.
The fifth would probably be
Oh, that'd be Kello.
Far Away. Ooh, Far Away might be higher. The seventh.
Kello would be the secret spy because he doesn't talk that much, and he's very intelligent.
I agree with Jake's answer on that, and thank you for the
To the
question.
Craft
Thank you for
Nap
the chat.
Fund. Thank you, Meanie Grinch.
Thank you.
Oh, we
How
got
you
a
remind
$5 a minus. Guys, a minus. That's how you know it is 3:43 a.m. because I just said a minus instead of anonymous. Look at anonymous roll, man. The Rams need an anonymous on their team, clearly.
Edwin is right. There are two different conversations going on right now. So Jake, let's lock in.
Yeah.
I'll stop naming Nickelback songs, but I could rank them. I think I got to 7.
How about Car Wash Girl? How about It's Hot in Here by Nelly? There is nothing better to do.
That is fair. I mean, what live entertainment is on right now?
I mean, if you're really into it, I'm sure there's like some, I don't know, one of those, infomercial things. Is that when they this is normally when they are, right?
Feed me more Seahawks. Thank you for the super chat. Can you confirm report that Stafford is a vampire?
Can't confirm, but I can't deny either.
Can we confirm that I'm a witch? There you go.
I don't know.
Speaking of vampires, I did just watch a really funny movie for the first time called What We Do in the Shadows. Have you guys seen it? That vampire mockumentary film. It was amazing. And I told Jake he needs to watch it because I think he'd like it.
I literally finished my water. Look at how big this freaking bottle is. It's gone. I'm going to go refill.
All right. You do that.
Yep.
All right, guys, you're stuck with me. Dolores, I think Kobe Turner would win. Dolores asked who would win in a dance-off. I think she said who would win in a dance-off, Kobe Turner or Joshua Cardi. I think Kobe would win. Edwin, great quote from the movie. Mario, it's too late for coffee. Like we are getting more and more people in this stream the longer. There's almost 2,800 people in here right now, and I am like literally so tired. Like I really wanted to stay till 10K, but ready to go. I'm not going to the game. Unfortunately. I would love to, but I'm not. Um who's better, Zach or Cody? Cody was the one that I always liked when I watched that show. Aw, that's nice, Final Flash. I can't confirm or deny that I'm a witch. But my I can't confirm or deny that I'm a witch. But my last name is Craft. Do with that what you will. Dolores said, someone donate $935 so Alexis can hit the hay. Yes, guys, we're so close. Yes, my last name is Kraft, like the mac and cheese. It's spelled with the K, like it's on this screen right now. That is my name. There's like a piece of hair that's like anyways, I know Jake doesn't like Nickelback. It didn't seem like the chat hated Nickelback, which I appreciate, but I actually, guys, I'm being genuine. Like, I really used to like Nickelback. And I still like Nickelback. Like, I don't understand why people hate them so much. Clue, no, I am not related to the Kraft macaroni fortune. Not my not me. Not that type of Kraft. All good, Luke. I have seen the Cheetah Girls. Jake, I was telling the chat, I don't know if I'm gonna make it.
You look wide awake to me.
I'm a good actor, but I'm tired.
Does sauce? Do you put sauce on steak and chicken? Not steak, but I got chicken. Oh yeah. My roommate knows. I think I actually collect sauce at this point. Just straight up collect it. I mean, I have every type of sauce that you could imagine pretty much at this point. And
Jake, we're at 2,800 people. We've literally, it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
I know.
Guys, this is crazy.
I wish I could change our goal to 10K because I'm totally fine stopping at 10K. But obviously, if we go past 10K, then keep going. But yeah, we're currently at $9,065 raised for the LA fire relief charity stream that we did, or we're doing still. Almost 8-hour stream. We said that it would be 4 hours. We didn't expect it to go the way it did. Just so you know, all donations will be dispersed to these 4 foundations: the LA Fire Department Foundation, the LA Regional Food Bank, California Fire Foundation, and Pasadena Humane Society. So that is the game plan there. Also, just so you guys know, that Fantasy Cares has agreed to match $5,000 of our donations to 4 charities. So really appreciate Fantasy Cares. Appreciate everybody that has donated. If you want to be a part of this, the link is in the description and, of course, the comments section. If you're on Twitter and you can't find the link, it's all over our Twitter. So you can find it. Or you can just look up Adrian, because Adrian has it all over his Twitter. So That's that. I'm gonna post another like full on all destination link. So if anybody wants to take part, you can. So there we go.
Massive thank you, by the way, to everybody who has donated so far. Whether it be through the GoFundMe or a super chat, it means a lot. You know, the whole point of this stream is to raise money for people in need, and we're definitely going to be able to help a lot of people with all of these donations. So thank you.
Jay, can you wish my Pomeranian a happy 16th birthday? His name is Special K. Happy birthday, Special K. I love that name. That's a cool name. You know, we did all this without music and playing video games and all that, so it does say a lot, Alexis, because it's like, oh yeah, we're going to need guests. How are we going to get through 4 hours? And here we are at 8 hours, which, by the way, I never expected us to get to 8 hours. I never expected us to get to 5 hours. I thought we were done right at 4, but then things just kept happening and happening and happening.
I know.
I mean, you know, in a way,
we're getting close. We're getting
it's like
close.
it's like the trade deadline, right? It's like, oh, why were there no trades from week 1 to week 8? But then the trade deadline, it's because when things get kind of tight and there's a deadline, people step up. That's what happens. $2,500+ donation has put us in position for us to stay up way past Alexa's bedtime.
I am exhausted. Jake might have to carry on without me.
Carry on my way. I'm done singing. I'm so done.
Arms wide open. And it's like they always add in that extra like with arms wide open.
Yeah. With arms wide open.
Take me higher. Is that Creed?
Yeah, Scott Stapp.
That's Creed.
Oh, no. I'm going to stop before they start calling me Jake Stapp. Because they're calling me Jake Vetter earlier.
Dolores said, have we officially entered the yodeling portion of the evening, please? Yes.
Oh,
help.
my God.
Help me.
That is so funny.
Arms wide open. It's like that. It's like this extra like that they give that is like not necessary, but it makes...
No, I know. Well, so the thing about Eddie Vedder is that he was like the first with that voice, and then everyone tried to copy it. So you have all sorts of stuff like where like Nickelback got flack for that. What's his face? Kruger? Chad Kruger? Kroger. Oh, wait, is it Kroger? Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it is the grocery store. Okay. So Chad Kroger got flack for having that, that style. Like, but there were others. Like Hinder copied it. Who else were just Scott Stapp definitely had some, and I don't want to say they copied, but obviously took a lot of inspiration from Eddie Vedder. Stone Temple Pilots. Oh, I love Stone Temple Pilots. So good. I am smelling like a rose that somebody gave me on my birthday deathbed. I am. Yeah, love that. Stone Temple Pilots. That was Scott Weiland. STP is fantastic.
You're so right, Darren. It's talent. We're doing a talent show.
Pivot.
Yeah. All right. Did you refresh the thing?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so we're still 900.
Benny Camacho Jr. with the 30. We're at 9,095.
Here we go. So we need 905. I can't do math, but we are, I'm literally so tired right now, guys. But I've been trying to rally. I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick and get an ice water and just
There's a
stay
feeling
up.
so good.
I'll be right back.
Because it's not in the afternoon. Feeling so good. Gotta love grunge. Megan, you know what good music is. Clearly. So happy for the stream. We'll add more to the GoFundMe as soon as I can. Thank you so much, Megan. Appreciate that. Panic. Losing the feeling of feeling unique. And favorite getting ready song. Is that like just getting ready for the day? That's a good question. I mean, I pretty much just listen to like whatever's on my mind. Like, I've really just been listening to nonstop, like the same things over and over and over again. Like, I've been listening to Starset, like all the new stuff, Toxic, Degenerate. Oh my God. Brave New World. Because they have a bunch of new singles. Been listening to this band called Wind Waker, which, by the way, I don't know who got me into them, but there was a Rams fan I follow on Instagram that met Wind Waker. And I had never heard of him before, and I checked him out, and I was like, oh my God, this is the album of the year. I'm trying to get their lead singer on my show. I got Jack into Starset. I've been, they showed up. They became a band in 2014, so I've been a fan ever since. Do you listen to anything before a Rams game at all? No, I mean, I don't really need music to get me pumped up for those games. I pretty much just, because before those games, guys, I'm getting ready. Like, I'm scheduling the streams for later that day, whether that's Bleacher Report, whether that's on here. So yeah, I don't need like songs and whatnot. Nutshell. Yeah. Favorite death metal band from the 90s? I don't even know. Who's considered death metal from the 90s? You have to give me some reference points. Yeah. I have not. That's interesting. So I listen to Temple of the Dog. I really like that. I know that's like both of them. But yeah. Alexis was going to get water, I believe. Devour. Brent Smith, yeah. I see you. Mesa, Arizona, March 19th. You should go. I'd love to see Wind Waker. I don't think they're coming around New York, but they're awesome. We got update. $30 from Cynthia Delgado. Thank you, Cynthia. 91.25.
There we go. I just went
Yeah.
outside. I'm freezing. I went and grabbed
You went outside? The hell's wrong with you?
because I remembered that I'm sorry, it's so
I
cold
remember
back inside.
that.
I remembered that while we were streaming earlier, my speakers for my record player got delivered. And so it was just like sitting outside and I was like, I better go grab
Oh,
it.
yeah. That's brutal. Luke, thank you for the 2. Special K really loved the shout. Can you sing to him? No.
I'll sing. Oh shoot.
I swear to God.
It wasn't that was I opened Instagram and it was like somebody doing a dance.
With song in the
what that was.
background.
I know
You can't open up Instagram. I'm not even touching Instagram because I don't trust it.
I wanted to open it because I was thinking about maybe posting that we were still live.
Oh, yeah. And I think Instagram's the only one that I totally forgot to do. By the way, you guys can follow us on social media. It is kind of covered here, but at JK Bogan, at the Alexis Craft, at Downtown Rams. So if you enjoyed us and you like us keeping you company, you can check out our stuff there. I do kind of all sorts of stuff. Alexis and I do the show together. I do the NFC West Roundtable over on the Roundtable Sports Network. That's every Tuesday, 9 p.m. Eastern time. I also do JE Live. So after every single Rams game, I go live and, I give my thoughts on both this platform. If you're watching this, of course, on Jake Ellenbogen channel, but if you're not, on the Jake Ellenbogen channel, and also on Bleacher Report. And I think I also do a Yankees show, which a lot of you are Dodgers fans, so you don't care, but you see the Aaron Judge pinstripes in the background. Big Yankees fan, do a Yankees show with Gary Sheffield Jr. It's called Yankees Unloaded. And in addition to that, I do The Lounge, which is a talk show where I'm bringing on all sorts of people from all sorts of backgrounds and all sorts of areas, whether that is, athlete, whether that's, actress, all sorts of stuff, musician. So really excited about that show. That's everything I have going on. If you're interested in that in any way, you can definitely be sure to follow me on social media at JK Bogan. And in my beacons, it's beacons now because Linktree suspended me, which exactly. I don't know why, but I've been banned from Linktree for a while. And I had someone email me and say, hey, really love what you're doing, but your Linktree looks really unprofessional banned like that. And I was like, what? I didn't know my Linktree was banned. So yeah, I started a beacons. It's got everything I do on there. So be sure to check it out. That was long. What about you, Alexis? Shout out all the stuff you're doing.
I am available to follow on X at the Alexis Craft, as is noted on the screen. I am on Instagram at Alexis Craft, and those are the only podcast show that I'm doing right now is Downtown Rams. But if you're in the city of Chicago and you like improv, you can go check me out at the Second City. And yeah, I've got some cool things coming up soon that we'll talk about at a later date.
Megan, you have to subscribe to Yankees Unloaded. Those are the rules. No, I appreciate it though. That's awesome.
Ooh, Dolores said a good question. Oh, sorry.
I'm heading out, Jake, at JK Bogan, Jake Ellenbogen. Great work on the stream. We'll donate more to GoFundMe when I get paid. Got a migraine, so we'll catch up soon. We appreciate you, Megan. You've been awesome. Thank you, Megan.
Appreciate it.
And what were you saying? Dolores had something?
Yeah, let me go back and find it. Can you each tell the chat something you've never told about yourself on any of your streams? Maybe a funny story. That's a tough one that I've never shared. That I've never... If I had like what kind of story maybe? Because my life... There's just so much I could laugh at.
Yeah, I'm trying to think for me that I haven't already told. That's the problem.
I'm open to sharing. I just let's man, guys. Dolores said, "Have you ever seen a ghost?" I've never seen no. Well, I don't think I've ever seen a ghost. I've had moments where I've felt presences.
Wow.
Darren, I'm
Facebook's
not
kind
a
of lame. They totally just ended the
I
stream.
know. I know, I saw that. Darren, I am not a Cubs fan. I'm actually a St. Louis Cardinals fan because I'm from St. Louis, so I apologize to you if you're a Cubs fan. I know a lot of people up here are. Dolores said, "Have you ever embarrassed yourself in front of your crush?" I mean, I'm sure. I'm
I
sure
got
I
hit by a
have.
car in front of my crush.
Yeah, but was that like embarrassing or like
I don't know.
I
No.
don't know that that was embarrassing. Embarrassing myself in front of a crush. I mean, I think that there's just been moments like where I've liked guys and I definitely wasn't coming off as like cool or like I don't know if I've ever embarrassed myself. I'd have to think about that one. The best current shoes I like to wear, um, I wear pretty much every day white Air Force Ones because I wear them to work and I just wear them out.
I wear the low tops of those, but yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what I have the low tops.
Oh, yeah, I wear those every day. So we wear the same shoes.
Yeah.
That's funny.
AK Grandmaster, what's a fun older memory of your grandpa? Ooh, older memory like from the past or like so I guess not recent.
I'm still stuck on this.
I think like just the memories I have with my grandpa is like there's so many that I have from when he first got home after breaking so in the pandemic he broke his leg and I moved up here to take like assist with him.
Mm.
There was just so many moments in that 6 month period where we just had like a crazy because he was kind of immobile and he couldn't do anything and that was new to him and it was new for me to kind of be like in this role and we just had so many funny moments where like crazy things would happen in the house or like I'd have to go to the basement because a fuse broke and he'd be screaming at me from the stairs and I was screaming at like there's just in like an endearing way like there's so many memories that were really fun during that time. The Dolores question I'm still stuck on as well, Jake. I don't know. Something funny about what I don't know that there's anything that I could think of that I would be willing to share on a stream.
I'm an open book, but it's more so that's the problem. I'm an open book. So I feel like I've shared everything on the stream for the most part. Everything that's appropriate, of course. I mean, there's probably some things that maybe you shouldn't share, but I don't know. No, because I mean, I really haven't been like a rowdy person. I don't drink that much, and I can count the number of times on my hands that I've been drunk before. So I don't have a lot of stories there. I caught my best friend flying out of a tree. He was drunk. That's kind of funny, kind of. I don't
I think
know.
any embarrass myself in front of a crush or whatever. I don't know that I've ever embarrassed myself in front of a crush. I think I've embarrassed myself in front of like guys I dated or something like I don't know.
Embarrassing wedding moment. I didn't. Oh, you witnessed. Okay. I watched this dude just continue to drink all this wine. Like, he's like, oh, open bar. And then he went behind the piano where this guy was playing and he just puked all over.
I'm
I
not
saw
like
that.
a wedding person. So
I
like
also, I got
embarrassing
like
wedding.
madly food poisoned at that wedding. I think I told you about that. So, I mean, that wasn't like, I also went crazy on the dance floor. Crazy. I've seen the videos. I think I knew I was on the brink and I was just like, all right, just like lay it all out on the line. Boom.
Have you refreshed the GoFundMe?
I have not. Okay. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, it's Yeah, honestly, when I so I did the Deadpool dance for bye bye bye, like, well, the bye 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 dance that Deadpool does, and people were like, "What the hell is that?" Even the guy who was like the DJ was like looking at me at the wedding, like, "Is he okay?" I think at one point he said, "Oh, this dude knows his NSYNC." I mean, NSYNC used to be my favorite, like, band, group, whatever, growing up.
I loved NSYNC.
Yeah, I mean, but I've told everybody this. Like, it's just, I don't know.
Guys, I don't want to call it early because I think Jake should go on without me. Um, but I do think I'm gonna go to bed.
I mean, I should probably go to bed too at some point.
But we're so close. I'm like, oh my God, we're like
Yeah.
$800 something away. We've been at the 9,000
I
mark
love
for
this
such a
take.
long time, and it's so late.
I love this
And
take so much. NSYNC is better than Backstreet Boys.
I agree.
NSYNC was just on another level of everyone. I mean, there was like 98 Degrees and Nick Lachey, and yeah, there's all of them, but NSYNC was so much better. Also, the NSYNC Christmas album is literally undefeated. Done. It's over. No one can beat it. It's the best holiday record I think I've ever heard.
So we've been doing this over 8 hours.
Mm-hmm. Are you guys really still up, or is this a
yes,
rerun?
we're really still awake, and it's insane because we're almost at, like, we are at 2,800 people still live right now, and I want to stay awake.
And they cut our Facebook feed, so that's crazy.
And they cut our Facebook feed. We're still at 2,800 people. If I didn't have so much I had to do, I mean, it's 3 a.m. where I am, and if I didn't have to literally, like, perform tomorrow, I would be more willing to, I guess, push through this, but I can't keep my eyes open at this point.
I would quit because
Jake would quit first.
So with the Freaky Friday thing, this is an interesting question. With Freaky Friday, I always said that's my worst nightmare. Waking up outside of my skin and not being me. No, I would quit. Done. Alexis wouldn't even have a chance. I'd just be like, nope.
I would be fine in anybody else's body.
Couldn't do it. Nothing against you. It's all me. It's just like I'm comfortable in my own skin. I'm comfortable with my life. If I woke up somewhere that I'm not used to and I wasn't me, it wouldn't be cool. Dolores, pivot. We got that. Okay, so we got all the super chats, so that's good.
Mm-hmm. So before I log off, Jake, I don't know if you're going to keep going or not. I think you should. There's a chance. I mean, I know it's like 4 a.m. on the East Coast. It's 3 a.m. where I'm at, 1 a.m. on the West Coast. Can you add up how many super chats we got? We could do quick math of how much we've raised so far.
Yeah, so it's 971.59. So 30% of 971.59 is 241.47. So 291.47. Why am I doing math at 4 a.m.? 680.12. So that would put us at what? 680. So that'd be 9. I could be wrong on this, but I think that's 9,805. No, because that's 12. But yeah, we're just talking about dollars. I don't care about cents.
Well, plus 5,000.
Yes.
We've raised we're at $14,805.12 that we've raised.
Wait, what are we at? 9,000?
14,000.
Oh, 14,000. Damn.
$805.12 that we've raised tonight because
oh my God. Faithfully in Vegas is still here.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you
For tuning in.
Hell yeah.
So, guys, we are less than $200 away from 15K.
Jeez. With combining, of course, Fantasy Cares.
Well, right. combining with, because they're going to match, and that which counts
Yeah.
because they're
It,
donating to us, like, to the pool. Um, so
it's mukbang time.
it's technically $194.88. Thank you, everybody in the chat. I know we've been doing this 8 hours and 11 minutes. And Adrian, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to leave. I'm beat. But 8 hours and 11 minutes, we have raised, we're $194.88 away from raising $15K for wildfire relief. And I think, Jake, to close out this grand finale, Jake and I have an announcement.
Yeah, I might stick around a little bit, but 1 second here. I'm doing it right now.
We're going to, are you doing it now?
1 sec.
Sorry, guys. I thought that we were about to just say something, and we're not. I just defaked everybody.
No, you're good. All right, sick. So Alexis and I are donating $100 more each to this fund. So that will put us at $9,325 raised. So that is the thing.
And by doing that, with the super chats and with the match from Fantasy Cares, the $100 that Jake and I are each now donating, we are going to be over $15K raised for Los Angeles wildfire
In total,
relief.
yeah.
In total. So I just did that. Jake just did that.
It'll take a little bit to register, but yeah.
Yeah. It didn't ask me my name, by the way. I don't know if it did me an honest million or not. So we are over 15K.
Let's go.
We over 15K, guys, in one night. That's crazy. And everybody here, we've contributed, whether it's, donating, you actually donated, you shared the link. Again, we're going to raise money that we get, from ad revenue from this video is going to be donated as well. So that's going to just increase.
Yeah.
But guys, we've donated collectively, me, Jake, everybody in the chat who's donated super chats, $15,000 raised for wildfire aid in Los Angeles.
No, it's awesome.
That's Jake. That's massive. We
did
that in 8 hours.
Yeah, and when we say
notice.
we, like you guys,
well,
are
all of
part
us,
of this.
right?
It's just, it's so
crazy.
cool to be able to have this much support. And like I said, I never in a million years thought we'd be live for 8 hours. Like, that's crazy. But
no, I don't. Am I awake right now? Is this a fever dream? Are we? Is this real? I'm so tired that I'm in that hallucinatory state, but I'm so excited because we've seen throughout these 8 hours so many people donating and sharing the link and tweeting about this and coming together, sticking around for there's people that have been here from the beginning in the chat. There's people who were here for 4 hours, 5 hours. We've had an entire day, right? An 8 hour day that we've been streaming, and it's just been so heartwarming to see so many people donate and share the link, and make a difference. So thank you, Edwin.
Thank you, Edwin. We appreciate you. I want to say thank you, Jake, Alexis, everyone in the stream for donating or sharing the link for these good cause. Y'all are the goats. Hey, we appreciate you too, Edwin. Every stream Edwin is in. So, this is awesome. And yeah, I mean, we're, oh my God, I don't want to do more math, but let's say 675 away from 10 grand on here.
Yeah, on the GoFundMe. And then, like we said,
130 donations.
Yeah, and yes, and you know what? Fantasy Cares, massive shout out to them, because you know what? They reached out, to us and stepped up and were like, we want to help. We'll match up to 5, K. If you guys raise 5K, we'll match it up to 5K. So that was huge, that they did that, and that's awesome. They really want to help, and they've got really, really kind hearts over there. So big shout out to Fantasy Cares for doing that. Big shout out again to everybody who donated and super chatted and shared the link. It means so much to us. And yeah, Jake, I don't think Jake or I expected to leave tonight raising over $15,000. I didn't think that our big goal was like 12. That was our dreaming big when we were like, well, maybe we could do 12. But then on GoFundMe, it was like 4.5K. And then we were like, well, let's get to 5 because that's the max that fantasy, we're going to get matched, right, from Fantasy Cares. I mean, to raise 15K, again, is just would not have happened without all the incredible people watching.
It's crazy. So that's $15,005 altogether. That's how much we've raised.
Yeah.
And we're going to keep this thing up until the end of the game. Tuesday, we'll lock it in. Whatever we have, we'll have. But we're going to keep this thing going up until Tuesday. So, yeah. I mean, it's been awesome, guys. I mean, for real. We don't take this for granted. And, it's just really cool that we're in position with our loyal audience to be able to do something. Yeah, it's just awesome. So we really appreciate you guys. I'm putting the math in the comments section so you guys have an idea of what we're talking about here. Let's see here.
I mean, and yeah, like Jake said, this link will be up and around, and we'll be circulating it through the end of Monday night. So, if you weren't able to donate, tonight and maybe can tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, the link is going to be around. If you want to share it, get the word out. We're going to have the fundraiser up. So, we'll be able to continue to add to this pool of money that's going to go towards wildfire relief and help so many people in need. Because as everybody knows, there's a lot of people with a lot of needs right now in the city of Los Angeles who are hurting, and we're happy to help. So yeah, there's the math that Jake just submitted. That's how much we made tonight. We're at $15,005. In 8 hours, we raised $15,000. That's what, $700?
And we did just get another donation, by the way.
We did.
So that puts us at $15,050 because it's a $50 donation here that I'm going to refresh.
Amazing.
There you go. It hasn't updated yet who did it, but yeah.
Well, whoever did that, thank you very much. Benji, Alexis doing math 8 hours into the stream. Yeah, me doing math 5 minutes into the stream would have been a nightmare, let alone 8 hours at 3:25 in the morning, guys. I'm not good at math, but I do it when I can. But yeah, we're happy, to help everybody in need. and we're happy to do it while getting to interact with all of you guys in the chat. I mean, Jake, there's still 2,800 people watching right now across all
Yeah.
platforms, and
Yeah.
that Facebook cut our feed after 7 hours or whatever. So
Yeah, I
this
guess they
is,
have an 8 hour limit. So right at
or
8 hours,
8 hours.
if they did not waste any time, they're just like whoop, gone. So
Yeah. $15,000, $15,050 in 8 hours
it's
would
crazy.
not be possible without this awesome community of not just Rams fans. I mean, there's a lot of Rams fans in the chat, yes, but we had people from all different fandoms at one point or another tonight stop by, and I think that's really cool. And they were sharing the stream and getting the word out. But yeah, guys, amazing, 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 amazing. We're so I mean, I like feel like I'm like, is this real life? Not only because I'm exhausted, but because like that's incredible to me that we were able to do that. And I'm so excited to be able to donate that to those charities and to, play a part in people in Los Angeles getting the help they need. Jake, are you going to stick around?
I'm
I,
not sure.
listen, like I said, I'm performing tomorrow. I got to go to bed. I'm glad that I stuck around to see us get over that 15K total mark.
Nicholas, I don't know if the Z is silent, so Zamilso?
Well, thank you, Nicholas.
Zamizlo? There we go. Zamizlo.
Yeah,
Thank you, Nicholas. We appreciate you. Yeah, you do have to perform.
I do.
Man.
It's up to you, if Jake, if you want to stick around. I mean,
Chat, what do you think? You think this is a good time to call it? It's all up to you, chat.
I mean, Benji, you're right. I mean, if Jake sticks around, people will be able to donate still, more. If he doesn't, that link is going to stay up. So Jake, I'll leave it up to you. I'm preparing I feel like I finished my marathon. I got I got more. Listen, I wanted to get to 4.5K and I've gotten to 15.
Yeah.
That's a win in my book. I was trying to get to 4.5K and I got to 15K. If Jake sticks around, you guys will be able to continue to donate if you so wish. If not, you can just hang out. In closing,
I will stick around. We will try to get to 10,000. Mm-hmm. I will stick around until 5 a.m. Eastern time. So that is
another half
30
hour.
minutes.
All right. Well, thank you, Dominic, by the way, for that super chat that he just submitted.
Yes, thank you, Dominic.
I appreciate that. In closing, guys, because there's still almost 2,900 people in here right now, I just will say thank you to everybody who
thank you, Mark.
was in the live stream. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark, for the super chat.
Thank you, Mark.
Anyways, thank you everybody who tuned in tonight. I really deeply appreciate it. It really, really means so much to me. I'm like literally, I have chills at the amount of money that we were able to raise for wildfire relief for the city of Los Angeles, which is a city that means so much to Jake and I and our community. And we have so many listeners of our show that live in Los Angeles, and obviously so many Rams fans live there. But regardless, we just wanted to be able to help out the community of people who are hurting there and devastated and need it. And we're going to be able to give them, 15,000 plus, which is a lot and is going to really make a difference in the city of Los Angeles. So if you're new here and you tuned in because you wanted to help and you wanted to, contribute to this cause, we really appreciate you. If you're a Rams fan who hasn't listened to us before, you can follow us on social media at Downtown Rams. You can follow Jake at JK You can follow me on X at the Alexis Craft. I'm also on Instagram at just Alexis Craft with a K. I hope to see and talk to you guys all soon. Like I said, I am going to hit the hay, got a busy day tomorrow, but it's worth it to have stayed up to now 3:30 my time to raise money for such a valuable cause. So thank you again so much, everybody. I hope to talk to you soon. Please feel free to reach out. Jake, bring it home. Try to get us to that 10K on the GoFundMe. But if not, it's still a win in my book. We still had a massive win tonight. I mean, 15K is insane. So
oh yeah, it's absolutely
I appreciate you. Thank you, everybody, saying goodnight in the chat. I will see you guys soon. Have a good night.
Later, Alexis. All right. So I might have to, let's see here. There we go. Oh, man. This is kind of cool. It shows pretty much my whole setup and the stream. How's everyone doing? We are still alive here. So yeah, we are 600 and what is it? 625 away. One sec. I'm going to post something else. All right, cool. So we posted Duncan Sheik time. I am never going to hear the end of that one, right? In the middle of your work shift. I appreciate you guys. We vibing, not a whole lot going on at the moment. You know, I might even game a little bit, but the problem is if I were to game right now, they could copyright claim it. And all this, not the donations, but the ad revenue wouldn't go to, you know, it would go to the copyright claimer. So we're trying to avoid that, even if it is a little bit. I hate to break it to you, but this is how I would decorate my man cave, my friend. It would be horror, horror stuff, stuff about like music. Like I got the Star Set signed record there. Would have Funkos, banners. You can't see the Super Bowl banner. It's cut off, but it's over there. Yeah, that's how I would do it. That would be my man cave. Pretty much what I have. What's up, I Stomp Casuals? How you doing? What up, Chach? Yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't know. How would you describe it? I guess like a collage, an artistic collage. Well, no, that's redundant. I mean, not redundant, but no, it's a collage of like everything that you like. I think so too. Is there a new game that you're looking forward to this year? Full disclosure, was really into Avowed, and then I watched the gameplay. Am I out on Avowed? No, but Avowed was definitely kind of like it was a bummer to me. I didn't love the gameplay. I don't know. I would probably say, I don't know. I'm kind of excited for that solo leveling game. There's a solo leveling Arise. It's going to be on Steam. I'm kind of I kind of am excited for that. I'm trying to think what else. That Assassin's Creed game, the animations look crazy. Assassin's Creed Shadows. There's the MOBA, the Dragon Ball Project Multi. It's going to be called something else. That was just a beta name or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Man, great question. I don't love where we are in the state of AAA gaming right now, though. Hopefully we get Persona 6, because I can already tell you, I am absolutely obsessed with Persona 5. I got a PlayStation Portal, and I just will lay down in my bed and play that. Yeah, Shadows is March. Yep, Shadows is in March. They moved it back to March. Oh, Civilization 7. Can't wait. Check out Jalen Walker, linebacker Georgia. This guy has what it takes to be Ram if he is there in the draft. Yeah, I mean, I'll be checking out everyone. After once the Rams season's over, whether that involves them hoisting up the Lombardi Trophy or they're eliminated. That's what that's when I'll be checking them. You like Avowed? Yeah, I thought Avowed looked really cool. And then, I don't know, just the gameplay trailer I saw the other day was not impressive. Or it wasn't even a gameplay trailer. It was gameplay, like just gameplay. Has anyone watched Daima? If so, what are your thoughts? I love Daima. I think it's really cool. I'm actually interviewing Stephanie Nadolny, who is the voice of Goku Mini, next week in the English dub. So really excited for that. We were going to do it this week. We had to reschedule. So we're going to be doing that next week. Yeah, Final Flash. Have you watched the sub? Because I've watched the sub except for today's episode. I missed it because I've just been really focused, obviously, on this and just content. So I'm probably going to watch it after I get off here. But yeah. And guys, just want to let you guys know that we are $625 away from 10,000. And if anybody wants to get us to 10,000 before, I'm going to be signing off here in 23 minutes, I believe. So, yeah. No worries. I caught on to that, but I figured it, takes time. We do have playoff football today, and we have UFC Fight Night, which I can't wait. We got Mackenzie Dern taking on Amanda Rebus in the Fight Night main event. Jay Carlos, thank you for the super chat. What up, Jake? Hope you guys reached the goal. I will be at the game with a coworker that's also a Rams fan. I requested sick time off to go. Let's go Rams. Let's get the win in Super Bowl 59. Jay Carlos, that sounds good to me. That's awesome that you're going to be able to go to the game. So, anime I could recommend. So I'm not like a huge anime guy. I just kind of got more into it, like with Solo Leveling, which was, if you guys know Scoot, the Rams fan, he got me into Solo Leveling. Really enjoyed it. I love Persona 5 Royal, and if they had an anime that was on that level, I would absolutely watch it. I really just watch Dragon Ball Daima right now. Daima, Z, Solo Leveling. I watched Sandland, which is one of Akira Toriyama's last projects. Yeah, I watched Cyberpunk Edge Runners as well. 8 hours, optics, 100%. Who are the undercards for the fight? So, yeah, the undercards for the fight, just want to make sure I got this right here. Okay. We got Santiago Ponzinibbio. Taking on Carlston Harris. Cesar Almeida versus Abdul Razak Al Hassan. Chris Curtis taking on Roman Kopilov. Christian Rodriguez taking on Austin Bashi. or Bashi, and Bashi is undefeated. He's 13-0, so that should be an interesting matchup. Featherweight division. Punahele Soriano taking on Euros Medic or Medic. That is a welterweight, and then you have the prelims. I got to be honest, guys, I won't be watching the prelims. They start wicked early. The prelims are at 4 tomorrow, which is wild. And ESPN Plus, that the main card is at 7. So, yeah. Yo, I still haven't recovered from Edge Runners. The ending is so and you know what's crazy is the way Edge Runners, it combines with Edge Runners essentially combines with Cyberpunk 2077. So that's the crazy thing. Yeah, so you literally, it's part of that world essentially, which I think is wild. I love the continuity there, the synergy, if you will. I think that's pretty cool, personally. Let's see here. Ragnarok? I've heard of that before. Oh, it's so good. And while it did get a little buggy, it just wasn't made for the PS4. So if you played it on PS4, but you played it on a PS5, like the PS4 version on a PS5, because the PS5 version didn't come out until later, it worked fine for me. But the problem is that port in the PS4, it was just not made for a console that wasn't next gen. And that's where it really struggled. It just doesn't even look like the same game. It's ugly. So yeah, I mean, that's that. I still can't believe the views are going up. You guys are making it hard for me. I mean, he had a good game. I remember you saying that, though. I don't like sports simulations because I got over them, and I also just don't feel like they're as good. I think they're very cookie cutter, and I don't have time for cookie cutter. It's why I really, really enjoy Persona 5. It's why I really like, God of War I'm also playing right now. I'm playing Indiana Jones, which I love. Path of Exile 2. And I did just get Metaphor ReFantazio, so I'll be playing that at some point. I also did get Persona 3 Reloaded, which is a remake of the original Persona 3 game, so I'll be playing that at some point. I got Sparking Zero. I got plenty of games. I got 2420 Rams. The Nick W, I know exactly what you're talking about. Shake my head. Yeah, I'm currently watching Suits. I watched Daima, Dragon Ball Daima. I watched Suits. I'm really excited for the next season. I mean, there's a bunch of next seasons. The Night Agent, season 3 of Reacher. There's so many. Yeah. But yeah, I've seen some good shows. I haven't watched any movies lately. I got on a little bit of a movie kick, and then, I don't know, I got back into gaming. Probably because I, built a PC and everything. But The same happened to me, I guess. The genre has been neglected by developers for too long. Other genres don't have the licensing issues with competition. Yeah, it's frustrating because I just don't feel like AAA gaming is anywhere near it used to be. I feel like it's just they focus so much on messaging in those games and just not enough on actually like gameplay. I don't know. I mean, same thing with the graphics. Everything is a damn Souls game, Souls like whatever. Everything is dark and dreary. I just never understood that. I mean, you know. Oh, I know you're talking about sports sims, but I mean just in general, it's like, you know, I don't really need to play every single thing where it looks like, oh, it's a Souls like, oh, it's hard, it doesn't have a difficulty setting, oh, it's dark and dreary, oh, you know, everybody is dead around. There's, you know, no, I would like to have better scenery. If I'm playing PS5 and I love the graphics and the graphics are great, well, I want to play a better graphical game. You know, call me crazy, but I want to play better games, you know, where it shows off the graphics, better scenery. You know, we got all these beautiful places in the United States and all over the world. And it seems like all these games, they just want this dark. Everything is dark. Everything's Souls-like. I'm just so tired of it. And this is coming from somebody that loves Elden Ring. But guess what? Elden Ring has some amazing scenery. It still always feels kind of, you know, dark. But those, you know, the Erd Tree and all that, amazing scenery. And then you play Demon Souls and you're like, oh, everything is dead. And, you know, it just seems like it's always that way with those Dark Souls-like games. I'm just kind of over them. It's very gimmicky, and I'm just tired of it. I don't understand why we want these games that are wicked hard. I'm way too busy to be doing the same level 2 hours, you know? I was playing Demon Souls, the remake, and I gave it a shot, and I started off, and I was like, okay, yeah, this plays just like Elden Ring. I like this. And it's like, good God, man. It's like you get 2 hours down the thing, you get killed, and you start all the way at the beginning, and there's no checkpoints. It's like, what is this? How is this fun? So, yeah, it's just annoying. But, yeah, I mean, give me a PlayStation 5 version of Breath of the Wild. Because Breath of the Wild has some amazing scenery, but they don't have the graphics that PlayStation 5 has. So, yeah, just give me something like that. That's what I would like. I want an open world like Breath of the Wild that is just crazy scenery, and it's bright, it's vibrant, it's lively, colorful, all of that. I mean, I think Elder Scrolls Online, like the MMO, looks really nice, but it still looks like an MMO. Like, the graphics are really good for an MMO, but like, imagine if they put all that emphasis on like Elder Scrolls single player. Imagine how good those graphics would look. I'm just saying. Darker lighting is often used in big budget movies when they have trouble with the CGI animations. They make it darker so it's harder to see the imperfections. Interesting. Didn't know that. I have not played The Crew. I've heard good things. I've never played it. I love zombie games and survivor games, and I like Lego games. I've never been a Lego fan. Survivor games are not really my cup of tea. They're tough, and I like zombie games as well. To a degree. Totally agree with this. I did not like Madden at all. I haven't liked Madden in years. Yeah, indie games are cool. I'm picky. I don't just love indie games or like them. I have to find ones that I like. My roommate showed me this one called Braid, and it's cool. Very, very different style puzzle indie game. Wicked frustrating, but still cool. I've been playing Little Nightmares too, as well. I know 3 is coming out soon. It kind of reminds me of Limbo, if you guys have ever played that. Another platformer. So I played Red Dead 1. I played Undead Nightmare when I was younger on PS3, I think it was. And then Red Dead 2, I've streamed a little bit of it, but Yeah. So Gary, if you guys know Gary Sheffield Jr., my co-host for Yankees Unloaded, he's always sworn by Red Dead 2 as the greatest game of all time. I mean, the graphics look insane. To be fair, Red Dead 2 being a PS4 game looks unbelievably amazing. It's the same thing with God of War, man. Why does God of War look so good on PS4? It looks better than some PS5 games. It's crazy. I'm still playing through the story on Genshin Impact, and it's really good. I absolutely love the art style. So Genshin, is that kind of like, what is that? Is that any bit like Persona? I mean, I understand it's a little bit more fantasy world-ish. Is it like Fire Emblem? See, I wish Fire Emblem was on PlayStation. I would play that. Well, maybe I don't wish that, because if I had that on PlayStation, I might never show up to make another video again. Just kidding, of course. But the Fire Emblem games have always been incredible. So I'm a big fan of them. I have never played The Forest. I heard it's good. I think I have it on Steam. I've never played it before, though. Yeah, the Anniversary Edition looks so nice on PS5. Played that on PS5, and it looked cool. So, yeah. Limbo's cool. Survivor games are cool. Makes you prepared for the apocalypse, LLJK. But need to get into some game you play. Yeah, it's... There was one I played, the one where you're on like an island, like you get stranded. I think it's called Stranded. But yeah, like sharks attack you, and you gotta make food, and I don't know. There's all sorts of stuff. It just seems a little too much for me. Braid is a classic. Jonathan Blow absolutely was cooking with that one. I don't know. The Doom games are different for me. Not really something I love, but maybe I'll give it a try. Stranded Deep. That's what it is. Yep. That was too much. I couldn't do it. I thought it was kind of cool. Then I realized that I'd been playing for 3 hours and hardly got anything done. And I was like, yeah, survival games aren't really for me. I wish Marvel Rivals was on PS4. You know what I was playing before we did this? I was actually playing... You guys never be able to guess this. I mean, to an extent, you might, because I'm a big Marvel fan. I was playing Marvel Midnight Suns. And you know what? I think that game is kind of fun. I'm not going to lie. It's not normally my cup of tea. It's very XCOM-ish, with the tactical RPG, card game. But no, I thought it was... it's cool. I mean, I streamed it a bit on Kick, and... yeah, I think it's a good game. I mean, is it my favorite? No, it's a game you play. You're just like, yeah, I get through a level, I'm good. I turn it off. I'm currently stuck in Madarame's. For those of you playing Persona 5, then you know what I'm talking about. If you don't, then you're just like, what the hell is he talking about? I'm stuck in Madarame's like art museum or whatever. There's like all these steps and everything. It's like gold, and I don't know. I'm stuck in this room. And I don't want to look it up on YouTube or anything, so I'm really trying to figure out my own. But right now, it's just like I don't even want to play the game because I'm stuck on it. But I love the game, and so I probably will look it up on YouTube just to beat it. But yeah, I think they did such a great job with Persona 5 Royal, because I played Persona 5, really liked it. Then I buy Royal because I hear it's just basically a remade, better enhanced version. And I play it, I'm like, oh my God, like, the visuals, like the 60 frames per second. I'm obsessed with 60 FPS now. I can't play a 30 FPS game. I just can't. Like, I don't know why. I'm stubborn like that. I just cannot play 30 FPS. But I have Street Fighter 6 and I have Mortal Kombat 1. But I don't know. I like arena fighters. I don't really like that 2D fighter, like 3D but 2D, right? Like not, you don't have a ton to move around in. So I don't know. Overcooked. Interesting. I've never heard of that before. Well, no, I think I have it actually. Overcooked. I've never played it, but I think I have it. Yeah, I don't remember. Is Tekken Arena Fighter? Like, can you go from side to side, or is it just whoop? Because to me, the best arena fighter is Dragon Ball Z Tenkaichi 3. Although I'll be honest with you, I think Sparking Zero has a shot. I think it has a shot to be the best. Just give it some time with the DLC and the updates and everything. When that thing is all set, Sparking Zero is going to be a machine. It already is, really. But Soul Calibur 6 is so good. First-person shooter games, I play Call of Duty, and that's pretty much it. Yeah. I don't really play any first-person shooters anymore now I think about it. Mobile games, I randomly opened up Temple Run, the OG Temple Run the other day, but it's so washed, man. It's sad. It's not the Temple Run I used to play in study hall anymore back in, I don't know, 2013, 2012 or whatever. Now it's like ads. Oh, you died, but you get another life if you just pay, or you just get this ad. And it's like, I don't know, man. That's right. Okay, because I think I do have not the newest Tekken, but I have the second to last Tekken that came out, and that makes sense. I have Balatro. I've never played it before. Yeah, they're fun. I mean, Soul Calibur games all the way back to the originals are fun too. So, yeah, I'm planning on recording the mailbag later today, since it's already Saturday. We'll see. Yeah, I'm just not a mobile game fan. I really never have been. There was this, oh, we're getting there, folks. We are getting there. Now at $9,525 raised on GoFundMe. Waiting to find out who that is. Okay, so let's go here. We got Nicholas. We talked about that already. And the Max Lasser 5 minutes ago donated $150. Thank you, Max. Appreciate that. That's awesome. So yeah, we are at $9,525. Damn. I'm inclined to stay until we get 10,000. I am. I really am. I know I said I'd end it at 5, but I'm not kidding. I'm looking forward to all the Marvel movies this year. I'm pretty sure it's Thunderbolts, it's Captain America 4, and oh god, there's another one. Do we think we get Daredevil soon, don't we? When is Daredevil born again? March? Oh, hell yeah. We get Daredevil born again in March. Are you kidding me? Let's go. That's fire. I did not know that. That's how you know you're busy. When you can put your head down, pick your head up, you notice, oh, That's where we're at. And then, yeah. It comes by fast, man. It really does. All right, let's have a little game here. Let's take a look at all the new releases for each thing. We'll start with TV shows. We'll do movies. New releases, movies, 2025. So I'm going to go through all the new releases, okay? And you are going to give me a yay or a nay, chat. All right, not re-releases. There's nothing. Okay, so January. So Friday. Anything? Den of Thieves 2. Better Man. I don't know like any of these, to be honest with you. I'll just do big ones that I know. First off, Wolfman. I think this is a remake of like what the 1930s film. 1941, The Wolfman. All right, let me see here. Julia Garner, Christopher Abbott, Sam Yeager. I can't tell if this is a... I think this is a remake of the 40s film. Because I saw the 40s film. All right, Wolfman. The Wolfman. How are you feeling about that? Yay or nay? The Kansas flag in the background. It's a banner. The college basketball national titles. But I'm a Kansas Jayhawk football fan as well. If that answers that. Okay. So. Wolfman. It's bad? A lot of nays. Damn. That sucks. I was excited for that. Okay. Let's see. We'll do any of these like I'm interested in. Okay, Heart Eyes. I have never seen that. What is that? That's a horror movie? Romance is Dead. Olivia Holt is in it with Mason Gooding. So Mason Gooding is from Scream 6 and 7, or 5 and 6, and Olivia Holt played what's her? Oh my god. She played Dagger in Cloak and Dagger, the Marvel show. That's Olivia Holt. So that's Heart Eyes. Yay or nay for Heart Eyes? Thank you, our house. Appreciate you. Nay. Let's see. We got action comedy. Love Hurts. Marshawn Lynch is in it. Damn. All right. Let's do Captain America Brave New World. Yay or nay? I'm going to say yay. I can't wait for that movie. I can wait, but still. And we are, what, 475 away? We got yay, yeah, thumbs up, so done with Marvel stuff. Definitely check it out. I'm not going to lie to you. Cloak and Dagger is a good show. I did not think I'd like it, and it got bad reviews or whatever. I don't remember how it did, but I enjoyed Cloak and Dagger. I really do recommend it. I believe it is on Hulu. Check it out. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Okay. Okay, so a lot of people seem to be excited for Captain America Brave New World. Let's do any of these stand out? A Minecraft movie, yay or nay? I'm going to say no on that one. I'm not a Minecraft fan, so it wouldn't do anything for me, but I know some people might like it. Same with the Lego movie. I just never really cared for the Lego stuff. I had Legos when I was a kid, but I just didn't like, oh yeah, let's turn everything into Legos. That never vibed with me. Nay. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm not the only one. Yeah, the movie looks terrible. Okay, good. I wasn't the only one that thought that. All right. Let's see here. We got Until Dawn releasing April 25th this year. I don't know anybody it's starring. It is based on the video game, which is supposedly a movie game, essentially. Like, it's just like you're playing a movie. So, no idea why they made a movie out of it. I'm going to go with a no on that one. I already know what happens, so. All right, never saw the original one, but I heard it's decent. The Accountant 2 with J.K. Simmons, Ben Affleck, and John Bernthal. Yay or nay for The Accountant 2? That's a no? Okay. Yeah, I'm not really like dying to see it. I've never seen the first one. Oh no, there's going to be another Final Destination. All right, let's start with this. Thunderbolts. How are we feeling about the Thunderbolts? I'm going to say yay. I think there's a chance Thunderbolts carries Marvel this year. I have a really good feeling about the I have a really good feeling about the way this is going to go. So I think Thunderbolts is going to kill it. I think people are going to love it. I think it's going to have kind of that, not full on, right? It's not going to 100% be like Guardians of the Galaxy, but I think it's going to have kind of that humor aspect to it. Optics, I'm going to try and do the mailbag today. If not, it'll be Sunday. They don't play Sunday, so it'll be easier for me to do. Okay. Final Destination Bloodlines. Yay or nay, chat? I'm going to say a big nay because I'm over this. I don't need another Final Destination in my life. I just don't. I get it. There's never a happy ending. I get it. I'm aware of it. I like horror movies where at least there's some point to it. There's just no... It's basically a documentary on all these people that have no chance of living. I don't know. No one has a chance. They already know, oh, they cheated death, so now death is coming for them. It's like, all right, sick. Can't get away from it. Yeah, I haven't seen it since the one where there was well, let's put it this way. Any chance of me getting LASIK eye surgery went out the door when I saw the LASIK eye surgery one where she fell out the window, which was ridiculous, but just the idea, like the laser just started to stab her and everything. Like, I just couldn't do it. Anyway, so we got all that. Oh, live action Lilo and Stitch. I don't know about that one. I think the CGI Stitch could be funny, but I don't know. I don't know, guys. Lilo and Stitch. I like the original one, but I don't know. Live action just seems kind of. But like I said, Stitch CGI Stitch could be really funny. I don't know. All right, I take it back. This is the movie. This is the movie that I am most excited for. Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. This is the last Mission Impossible movie. I can't wait. Tom Cruise does all his stunts. Those movies are sick. I finally watched every single one. It was not this year, but last year. Not last year, but the year prior in 2023, I believe. Maybe I did in 2024. I don't remember. No, it's 2023. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, I watched them all. Caught up. Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. Can't wait. There was a big cliffhanger and everything. Oh, man. Cannot wait for that. That's going to be awesome. I'd say my three are definitely that, Thunderbolts, and Captain America. 28 years later, that is what is that, the third in the series? Oh, what about From the World of John Wick, Ballerina? Who's excited for that? It's got Ana de Armas, and John Wick is going to have an appearance. Played by Keanu Reeves, obviously. Norman Reedus is in it. Yeah. I'm looking forward to Ballerina. Yay or nay for Ballerina? I think Ballerina is going to be dope. Yeah, we'll see how it goes, but yeah, that should be cool. Megan 2.0. I don't know how I feel about that. No idea why there's a Megan 2.0. We are going to get Superman in July, as well as Jurassic World Rebirth. And that will not have... It's Jonathan Bailey and Scarlett Johansson. It will not have Chris Pratt, which is interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I'm going to probably say no. I don't need the Rebirth. 5 years post Jurassic World Dominion. Yeah, I never saw Dominion, so I'm probably going to say I'm out on that. Yeah, I'm going to be out on Jurassic World Rebirth. But Superman looks awesome. I'm excited for Superman. I Know What You Did Last Summer. I'm pretty sure we just got a I Know What You Did Last Summer like reboot TV series, and now we're getting a movie. I mean, the first one was like kind of good. I don't know. Jennifer Love Hewitt, Madeline Klein. Okay. I mean, I don't know. Oh, Fantastic Four is in July as well. 25. Damn. There's a lot of Marvel movies this year. Pedro Pascal, Vanessa Kirby, Joseph Quinn. I'm curious how they're going to do it, because I heard that the main antagonist in this one is Galactus. And how do you make Galactus, and how do you... I don't know. And is he going to be a one-off? I mean, he's bigger than the Earth. Like, it just, I don't know. He's a planet eater. Yeah, I'm looking at this right now. Oh my God. More Insidious movies. Thread, an Insidious tale. I'm not a fan. What is this? The Naked Gun? They're remaking The Naked Gun? What? Why? Freakier Friday. So Freaky Friday. That got mentioned in this live stream. Freaky Friday sequel comes out August 8th. I'll watch it. The Conjuring Last Rites. Vera Farmiga and Patrick Wilson are back. Another Conjuring film. I'll watch it. I like The Conjuring. Saw? What is this now? Saw 11? September 26th. There's going to be a Saw, another Saw movie this year. Tron Ares, I think is going to be good. I really like Tron. I really liked Tron. Black Phone 2 is coming out. Dude, what? The Black Phone was awesome. Ethan Hawke. Damn. Mortal Kombat 2. No chance I watch that. Predator Badlands? There's going to be another Predator film? What? This is all 2025. Now You See Me 3. Can't wait for that. Love Now You See Me 2. There's another Avatar film coming this year. I'll believe it when I see it. The SpongeBob movie. Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Good Lord. They scrapped Saw 11? Okay. That's kind of a bummer, I guess. I don't know if they need to make the 11th Saw movie. I like this question, though. Mark, top 5 all-time favorite horror movie characters. Okay. I think we're going to start with Michael Myers, Pennywise, right? Freddy Krueger. Art the Clown. And this is tough. I think it's a tie between Sienna Shaw in Terrifier and Sam Carpenter in Scream. But that would be, you said characters, not necessarily just evil villains or anything. So those would be my 5. 6, essentially. I cheated, but it is what it is. They're literally tied. There's another Rocky? No way. I don't buy it. No chance. Let me look. No, there's not. When's Creed 4 coming out, though? I don't know. 2026 release schedule. Scream 7. I'm not happy about that. Avengers Doomsday is May of 2026. Mandalorian and Grogu is May 22nd of 2026. Man. Spider-Man sequel scheduled for July 24th, 2026. There's a Clayface movie. Are we serious? Man. I know, we're so close to 10K. I am probably going to bed soon. Yeah. Oh, man, I'd love to stay, but I don't want to ruin my entire day, like tomorrow. And that's just the reality of it. If I stay up, it's going to throw off my whole schedule. Like, I want to see my folks tomorrow. I haven't seen them all week. I have this, like, streak of going and visiting them and seeing my dog. And I'm hosting people tomorrow to watch the UFC fights. So, yeah, it's just, and I also want to make some content. I know it sounds crazy. I mean, we made 9 hours of content, but, let's do... Yeah. Yep, we're 475 away. I want to hold out, but it's tough, man. I want to get it. I do. I really do. We're going on almost an hour since Alexis was with us on this show. Man. Well, anyway, we have quite literally, and by we, I mean you guys helping us, because it's not just us. Good Lord, man. We've raised, let me do the math again. All right, let's see. So we got 9,525. I'm doing the math right now. Plus, on super chats. Oop, over 1,000 now. Okay. So we're going to do. So 700 now for super chats. I'm doing the math. So that puts us at let's see, 9,525, 700 equals, oh my God, I just erased it all. Okay, here we go. So 15,225 $15,225 that we raised in this event. So can't thank you guys enough. I am going to head to bed. It is hard to get off when you have almost 3,000 people watching you. But I've been doing this for 9 hours. Alexis did this for 8 hours. Like, you know, I do have to get to bed. I could try, but if I burn the candle at both ends, it's only going to hurt my chances of giving you guys the best content going into the game and out of the game. So let me recharge. We'll be back at it. You guys can donate to the GoFundMe even after this. We're not locking it. After the game, we will start to distribute these funds to, you know, these organizations and try to help people out. But yeah, that's going to do it. So really appreciate you guys. It's been awesome. It really has blew my expectations out of the water to be able to, you know, raise over $15,000 to the LA fire relief that are going to these 4 really important charities. LA Fire Department Foundation, LA Regional Food Bank, California Fire Foundation, and the Pasadena Humane Society. We really do appreciate you. Again, if you want to donate, the link is in the description below. If you're on Twitter, the link is probably below. If not, it is definitely somewhere on Twitter. I've shared it quite a bit, so you can check out at JK Bogan to find it. If you're on Facebook, you can't see this because you got cut at the 8-hour mark, but if by some grace of God that you do see this, you know, it's going to be in the description. So really appreciate you guys. You showed up on another level and showed out. And, you know, like I said, over $9,500 donated on on GoFundMe. And yeah, just incredible stuff. So really appreciate you guys. Over 15,000 total because we're being matched by, by Fantasy Cares. So obviously 5,000 of that is going, over to these 4 by Fantasy Cares and being matched. But again, appreciate you. Love y'all. Pray for LA. Be sure to, if you want to spread the word about this, be sure to use hashtag pod4LA. Share the link. Share the link to the GoFundMe. Share the link to the live stream. Go tell somebody. We don't really care necessarily about the publicity. This is all about helping, and it's really that simple. We're just trying to help in the only way that we know that we can, and that's using our platform for the best. And that's what we feel like we were able to do. And for the people that were here from the very beginning, you're as much of an animal as I am, and I appreciate that. But I'm going to go get some rest, and I'll see you guys soon. Take care, folks. Later.